take down the Evil Geniuses here. The rest of EG are holding Copenhagen Wolves at bay, and this is going to be a win for Evil Geniuses. Giants Gaming Spaniards are going to take down the Russian overlords. Right here, it is going to be the League of Legends Championship Series throwing out the first big upset in week 1. The highs and lows of League of Legends for Gambit right now. They are 1 and 2 in this league.
Ladies and gentlemen, to the European League of Legends Championship Series. I'm Evie Schock-Supporter, and as always, I'm coming to you live from our studio here in Cologne, Germany. Yesterday ended with SK crossing swords with EG once again, and this time Evil Geniuses came out on top and now lead the rankings with a 4-1 score. Today, we'll see if they're able to consolidate their top spot as they take on Giants. We'll find out if the Dragonborns or Copenhagen Wolves can grasp their first win and what Gambit Gaming have up their sleeves. Before we dive into the action today, our commentators are ready to give us a roundup of yesterday's games and guide us through today's matches. Give it up for Jason Kaplan and our hopefully recovered sick birdie, Lee D-Man Smith.
Yes, welcome ladies and gentlemen. Riot Games thankfully shipped over the carbon copy of me last night. The hyperkinetic position reversal was used and I am good to go. So, Jason Kaplan, I am joined by, and well, we are going to go through 2 awesome games. But first, let's go over yesterday's results because there were some pretty interesting games last night. I would say pretty interesting. Actually, they were pretty damn dull yesterday, Jason.
They pretty much were. It was very long, drawn-out games. Wasn't too exciting, but still games nonetheless.
Yeah, so Evil Geniuses, they did beat Dragonborns in their opening game. It's a little tricky opening game to get really the top place team in the league currently at the moment. Copenhagen Wolves, of course, also went 1-0 down to SK Gaming. They're technically 2-0 to SK Gaming now.
Yeah, they are. And then Against Authority with their debut match, lost to Gambit, and Evil Genius taking the win, getting the revenge over SK, taking them to the top of the league, going 4-1.
Definitely going to be an interesting series to follow. SK Gaming and Evil Geniuses, they have been back and forth. So let's check out the standings, how they are currently in the league. As I mentioned, Evil Geniuses, they are 4-1. Now, SK Gaming 3-2. They were unhappy with that result. Ocelot, he really wants to get a win today. He wants to get himself back in the motion. Fnatic, of course, holding the 3rd place currently, not even playing this week. So really, that first weekend's results have helped out so well. Copenhagen Wolves, you can see down the bottom of the league, 0-3. They have 2 matches today, so it's going to be interesting to see whether they can turn them results around.
Yeah, it would be really nice to get their first couple of wins, get that pressure off of yourself to finally get that first win of the season, and then start, carrying that into a couple more wins. And I'm really curious to look at this first match we have coming up because it's going to be EG and it's going to be Giants. And, Giants off the back of their win versus Gambit, it's going to be really exciting.
It is going to be exciting, but enough about us. Let's take a look at yesterday's highlights.
In their first match in this European LCS, Dragonborns are up against the Evil Geniuses. After a very slow start from both teams, action breaks out in the bottom lane, with Yellow Pete securing the first kill.
And we see down in the bottom lane, the Chain of Corruption comes out, a Crescendo's locked them down, Yellow Pete's low, the Stand United comes up from Hosan, as now Crepo's forced out of the fight. That was Barrier. Now we see Yellow Pete flashes forward, throws out those hail of arrows, picks up a kill.
With the gold lead in their hands, EG goes for Baron. Dragonborns, knowing they are falling behind, are forced to make a play at Baron, resulting in a 4-1 for EG.
Will EG turn and fight this one? Yes, they did for a brief moment, and then realized that they had to back off. Snoopy goes down to Hosan. Wicked gonna dive into the back, gets himself the Shen kill. They focus down Hosan. He will die up the top side. They've all just literally fell to pieces there, Dragonborns.
At 17 minutes in, the Copenhagen Wolves get a 2-for-1 exchange in the top lane. But their mid-aggression gets turned against them as SK chases them down. However, escaping with all their lives, Kautar teleports in, securing 2 kills.
SK start to back away as Kautar teleports in. He gets 1, sticks onto Candy Panda, exhaust is out, Make It Rain slowing him down. The movement speed buff onto Candy Panda. Is Strut going to come up in time? That's the question. Movement speed plus 1 more swipe, and Kautar gets a kill. 2 more kills for Kautar. That is how you use teleports.
With the Wolves being let out of their cages, they make a mistake that would cost them
the game. Svenskeren takes a little too much damage and SK pounces on the injured Wolves.
But not going for any engagement. Ocelot Rift walking over. Here we go. They're going to go in.
There's the Cataclysm into the bullet time. So much damage has gone down. Immediately removed the test from the fight. Ocelot Rift walks in, puts the force pulse down, slows Lulu. She cannot get away. Godbro's knocked up in the air, and Hercubot carries on chasing Ocelot with another on-point. Rift walk goes over the wall. Triple kill for Ocelot.
Gambit Gaming keep their early Dragon aggression from week 1, day 1, and secure themselves a nice gold lead and an early advantage.
Well, but that's not going to be enough. Diamond takes it with the smite. Nice little early pickup for Gambit.
While providing 3-man pressure down the middle lane, Gambit sneak a Baron that would help them secure their second victory in the LCS Europe.
We do have an engage on the mid lane.
Oh, that was an amazing play out of them. He jumps in, gets a Lulu ulti for the knockup as well. Have they got the damage to finish off? Corellius is going to flash. Darian flashes and jumps over after getting the reset. In the meantime, though, while all this is happening, Diamond and Alex Ich just going to be taking the Baron down all on their own. And look how fast it goes. With a blue buff Karthus, that Baron has got nothing.
While EG had a rough time cracking the shell of SK's defenses, they finally catch a break and get the middle inhibitor as well as the Baron. SK fails to stop it, but pick up 3 much-needed kills.
Kevin and Hercubot both still fairly healthy, but they both get hit by the binding. Kevin's still alive. He's low, but he's still alive. Candy Panda's here from the side. Kevin is still alive. Is he going to be able to escape? Wicked has flashed in. Kevin is still alive. He's survived it somehow.
SK making a last-ditch effort to turn the game around engage on EG. However, Wicked and Crepo on top of their game are able to shut down Candy Panda and SK's hopes at winning the rematch.
Actually, Spear this time will hit Wicked, and look at Niffy's right in the middle of them. SK going to go for this one. Laser comes across. SK doing good damage. There's a crescendo onto Niff and Candy Panda, and they've taken the AD carry out. This could be the one that EG are looking for. They're going to take down Kevin. Hercubot is very low as well. Double kill coming up for Yellow Pete, and EG are going to get their revenge from week 1 and go 4-1 here in the EU LCS.
And that was yesterday's matches. Well, we have today's matches coming up. So interesting highlights there. And really well worked out highlights as well. I've got to be honest, after watching yesterday's matches. Evil Geniuses versus the Giants. That is going to be our first match of the day. You may notice this is a little bit different from the website. Initially, obviously, we've had a little schedule change around. SK Gaming then will be facing the Dragonborns.
And then Copenhagen Wolves playing 2 matches straight, going head-to-head against Gambit Gaming. And then, of course, Ozone Giants right after that, looking to pick up the first win.
Yeah, so definitely some interesting games today. Could it match what Sunday was last week? We had some fantastic matches, so hopefully we could see some more upsets. So, nevertheless, we're going to head over to the main stage. We should see what is going on with Shocks and hopefully can explain how you guys can get in touch with us through social media.
That's right, guys. As always, we want to hear your input on today's events and the League of Legends Championship Series. So first off, we have a Twitter question for you to answer. What has been your favorite change in Season 3, so far? You can tweet us at LOL eSports, #LCS, and let us know what you think. And of course, if you have any questions for us here in the studio, feel free to tweet at LOL eSports. We'll respond to your tweets later in the show. Now, before we go over to a short break, I think it's time to gauge the atmosphere here in the studio. Are you guys ready for our first match? Well, I think that speaks for itself. As for you guys at home, don't go anywhere, because when we come back, Giants take on Evil Geniuses.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. First up for today, it's going to be the Evil Geniuses taking on the Giants. We saw the Giants, of course, taking down the mighty Gambit last week. Can they do the same against Evil Geniuses?
I definitely think they can. That momentum they build up against beating Gambit, one of the top teams in LCS, which everyone can agree on, and using that to, take some momentum, take some sort of edge against the team, build some confidence for the team, which is really important, and really get that pressure off of them. But they're going to have a hard match ahead of them, Demon.
They are going to have a very hard match ahead of them. So let's look at them. You can see on your screen, it is going to be Wicked, of course, with his manly pose right there. Froggen, Yellow Pete, Crepo, and Snoopy. I kind of feel that Evil Geniuses went for the most manliest poses they could muster up.
Yeah, that actually is pretty damn manly. Anyways, though, over to the Giant side, Samix, Exter, Jims, Babetta, and Morden.
Babetta looks so happy there.
They do look happy.
He does look very happy there. He's got a big smirk on his face. But of course, the two teams, how do we measure up these ones? Of course, Evil Genius is currently 4-1 in the league. 1-1 for Giants. They had that great result. How much momentum would that gather, considering it was kind of like their last game last week? They've had a whole week to prepare for EG, whereas EG have had 2 matches already in between.
Well, the thing is, Giants, they played their comfort zone against Gambit, and it worked out for them. So they might feel it might work again against EG. However, when they played against Fnatic, they run this kind of composition where they run away when they try to do a hard engage and try to get any CC, and then they would just hard engage right after that and kill them. I'm thinking they're going to play something they're comfortable with, but it's really up to EG if they're going to ban out, Kennen maybe just to make Jimbo play something he's not really comfortable with, or maybe take out Exter with the Rise and Cassidy. It's really up to them what they want to ban. But over on Giants side, what do they want to take away from EG? Because they've been playing a lot of Xin. They've been playing a lot of Caitlyn Lulu as well, and yesterday they played Varus and Sona Lane both games.
Well, let's take a look at the team sheet for Evil Geniuses. You can see it on your screen. Snoopy is the man we've highlighted for this game. He's really been playing a lot of different junglers this season. Obviously, he didn't really have as much practice. He was all over the place, Joe, really traveling. He was over in LA a lot.
Yeah.
He was sorting out, obviously, the Evil Geniuses contract itself, so he didn't get a lot of time to prepare with his team coming into this tournament, but really he's managed to just adapt so well to all the changes. And what we were used to seeing him with all the support junglers, he's now coming out with different champions. Obviously, we've been playing Kayle in the jungle. Xin Zhao has kind of been a popular pick for everyone, I guess you could say, but he's definitely adapted very well for his team.
And I know it makes us actually really happy to see that, because that's what's so key about Season 3. You look back at Season 2 with Gambit, they adapted to the new strategies, they created new strategies, and EG finally adapting and trying to create their own little wave into the game. And, him running that Kayle, even though it didn't work out amazing, it was still really nice to see, and it kind of shows EG's mentality about the season. They really want to come up with these new things, and they really want to catch people off guard.
Well, let's look at Giants as well. Of course, they've been playing so well. Jim Bones, there he is on your screen, looking very happy and smug. It's like a sinister look right there, isn't it? It's like, hello. But he has been playing Kennen so well for his team. And, you know, even against Genja last week, we saw him, he caught him out. Genja just completely caught by surprise. And Genja really the first person that rocked AD Kennen.
And I mean, he's been playing it pretty much every time. In the last, I think, 7 games total, he played AD Kennen 6 times. It might be a targeted ban just to get him out of the comfort zone, but, you know, if he's so good at it, why not play it again kind of thing? Because he's just been doing so well every time. The CC he puts out, even in the team fights, if they do try to engage on him, he pops that ultimate, kind of runs away, stuns them, and just goes right back at him with the Blade of the Rune King, which is the first item he's been building up lately. It's working out quite well for him.
Well, you've heard what we've had to say. Let's see what the teams have to say about each other for the upcoming match.
The Giants are kind of a team coming out of the shadows. Nobody really didn't think of them too much.
Pues yo pienso que Genesis centrará mucho la partida si conseguimos anular un poco a Froggen y si conseguimos intentar que no salga la partida agua.
So we'll have to see if they bring versatility into Season 3, but they're definitely a good opponent.
Son muy fuertes, porque llevan mucho tiempo juntos, tienen mucha experiencia.
And I think they're going to have quite a good surprises throughout the season.
So it's interesting to see you saw Samex there talking about how they got to control Froggen. Is that something you expect we're going to have to see? Do you reckon they're going to try and babysit Extermin in the mid, who's been playing, honestly, a marvellous rise the last couple of games, could potentially be a target ban as well. Do you think they're going to try maybe camp out, you know, Froggen, like we used to see Wicked basically being camped out?
Yeah, I mean, it's true. We've heard EG even talk about it. They count on Froggen to kind of carry the game. I mean, we have Yellow Pete in the bot lane, plays very solid, never plays amazing, but never plays bad. And they just pretty much just farm as much as possible. Froggen kind of gets the kills. And I mean, honestly, you can lock him down if they play a really aggressive jungler with some sort of CC. It really depends on what you force Froggen to play, because he can pretty much play anything. He can play an AP, or he'll just come out with a bruiser in your face. Okay, so let's start talking about bans. Who are we going to target in this one? Anivia, surely. It's going to be the first. Yeah, I mean, well, why not? And then maybe even Twisted Fate on top of that. But over for EG's side, maybe they can. They have to do something about Xterra. I mean, even to respect Ben, the Rise, the Cassin are very dangerous champions. We even had quite a bit of... What do we think of Lux, maybe? We saw, I know Ocelot's been talking about... Sorry, not Ocelot. Froggen's been talking about a fair amount lately, saying he actually thinks his Lux is as good as his Anivia now. We saw it yesterday against SK. Do you think it is up there now? Yeah, definitely. I mean, you saw how deadly he was with it. They caught Candy Pan with the light binding, blew him up instantly. And if you can do that every game and every fight, then you're going to win those games no matter what. Well, we see the bans coming in here. You can see the Wukong has been banned out. There is the Kennen ban, as expected from Evil Geniuses. And Anivia taken away by the Giants and the Lux. Wow, we hit these on the head. Is it going to be Gold? It's going to be Cassidin. So Rise is available. Is that going to be bait? Will they go for it to start with? That would be a tricky pick to take first pick Rise. Yeah, I don't think EG really plays him too often. I mean, he's a really good champion, but Xter is kind of the person that really wants to go from. They do take out that Shen. Kha'Zix, this Kale, Kha'Zix, there's so much available right now. Xin Zhao. Renekton is open though as well. And we saw Wicked playing in both games yesterday, did very well with him. Yeah, Xin as well, a very strong champion, very strong jungler. Snoopy showed he's quite competent with them lately. Would you be too surprised to see one of those two champions actually picked up? The Kale, I'm not really sure if they want to go for that as a first pick necessarily, but it is in, well, as I say that, it is in their top 3 of things they can pick up. Well, it has been something that Snoopy's been playing a fair amount of, so that could be mid. It could honestly be top. I mean, I don't think I've seen Wicked playing it too much, but I'm expecting it to be jungle. So we'll see whether Giants... How are they going to adjust things? Is it going to be a Rise picked in there? Are they desperate to get it in? You see Samex actually flagging a referee there. The referee's in the referee outfits, Bundesliga outfits, I believe they are. But we are seeing the first 2 picks. Samex, well, considering he's flagging the referee, I'm expecting this maybe to drop out. Or are they going to select someone? Well, the thing is that Giants, over the past couple of weeks and even during the qualifiers, they played a lot of tanky champions. So they want to have a high sustained champion pool, health pool, and then as well as followed up with a lot of CC. So they played Mundo last week. We might see them use that again just for the extra health. Even Olaf, who is available, though he is slightly nerfed in this patch, but they do hover over Zyra, and there is the Mundo extra being locked in. So we will see Morden running that in the jungle. Well, we did see a lot of this in the live qualifiers, didn't we? I think Zyra was picked pretty much 3 out of 4 matches, I believe, and the only one didn't get was actually banned in. So that could be the support Zyra. We're expecting that. Morden, like you mentioned, did play a lot of Mundo as well in jungle in the live qualifiers. So what are we expecting, EG? Are they going to go with their Akali strat here? Well, real quick, the Zyra actually can be played by Xter. He has played him. Yes. So we could see that as one of the main lane. But over for EG, What we're going to see here, I mean, they might pick up their AD carry and support. They have that Varus Sona combo. They have the Caitlyn Lulu. It's all depend on what they actually want to run. And though you're against a really high target, really high health target, maybe even Kog'Maw might come out to really just chip through all the damage and all the health that everyone seems to be building in Season 3 so far.
So we do see possibly that Renekton going to get locked in. That will be Wicked, or Bricked as he's been known in Season 3 currently. And there is going to be Sona for Crepo. So standard picks for EG. I say standard. I mean, this is actually a different EG that we used to see in Season 2, but standard for Season 3 so far.
Well, Jim Bones has played a little bit of Ashe in the qualifiers. I won't be too surprised to see him pick that up. But against this combo, you need someone with a sort of escape mechanism. Maybe an Ezreal wouldn't be a bad pickup against the Sona, just to be able to escape that, not to mention the Renekton as he slices and dices into the back line. Wouldn't be a bad pickup, but their mid lane, I mean, you still have Ryze available. You have a lot of champions that Xtra can play currently up, but do they really want to commit to that? Obviously, they will show their hand here if they're going to play support or AP Zyra in the middle.
So let's see. You can see the discussion of the team on your screens right there. I think that's Extermin, I believe. Let's just checking to see. There is, of course, Jim Bones, the man we've highlighted for this match. Isn't going to be an AD Kennen, so looks like he's going to switch up maybe to... Is it going to be an Ashe or a Kog'Maw? See, this is what we talked about, taking him out of his comfort zone. What is he going to fall back to?
Well, looks like that combo will get locked in. Not a bad pickup, because you saw Wicked playing yesterday, just straight health. I mean, he had the Warmogs, had a Sunfire, even went for Thornmail, so it's going to help to chip away at that, adds in some extra magic damage. But the Elise pick, that one's really interesting, because Morden usually runs her in the jungle. I haven't seen Extra or even Samix playing her that much, so we might see her in the middle.
Definitely played it on the top lane. I've definitely seen it, and I seem to recall it. I think he even played it AP, it may have been. Actually, no, that was Morden. Morden played in the jungle. He played it AP in the jungle. I remember it now, yes. Cast my mind back. But I'm pretty sure it's not going to be Samix playing Mundo top lane. I can't imagine that's how that's going to work. So, what are we expecting? What is Froggen going to go with here? Or will that be Kayle?
It very well could be Xin. Still available, hasn't been touched yet. It's going to be nice to separate the enemy team. We might see a Varus, which wouldn't be a bad pickup since they did run that combo with the Sona Varus for Yellow Peak for Froggen. What he's going to play middle, I mean, it's really just dependent on if they... Okay, Twisted Fate. He has run that before. It's a really strong champion, but... I mean, we're going to see how it really works out with this composition, because Snoopy, he didn't look terrible on his Kayle when we saw him play it, but it was a little bit shaky, but they've had time to practice. They've had time to kind of get used to that in the jungle, and then we might see a really strong EG team coming out here. But Giants, as their last pick, going to be...
Well, Ryze is there.
Ryze is there, but do they want to run that at least in the top lane? We see the teleport actually sitting on for Extra right now, so the Ryze wouldn't be a bad pickup, so you can teleport, help in those other lanes, but, you know, oh, there it is. I was going to say, when you run teleport, you're usually just saying to your opponent, I don't really plan to win this lane, but against a Twisted Fate, you have to run that teleport. You have to kind of stick with him and follow him into a lane and kind of turn around those ganks.
Yeah, it's an interesting point you talk about the teleport there. I know Froggen's mentioned it himself, saying about if you do take teleport, you're expecting to lose your lane.
Right.
Well, that's an interesting one. We're definitely going to have to ask the analyst desk that a little bit later on, see what they think of that one, because definitely an interesting point, because it's been working so well for Extermin. We saw the teleport yesterday used perfectly in that mid lane. It was against... I'm
trying to remember as well.
I'm trying to think who it was. It was the teleport around the back.
It was Jace coming down to middle.
It was. And I'm trying to think who it was.
It was against EG.
It was Kaltard, yes, of course it was. Yeah, and it worked very well for them.
Kaltard's well.
So, I mean... I don't know. Let's talk about the team comp. So what do we think of this? This is an EG we're kind of used to seeing now.
Well, we have a very kind of interesting composition, because you have Renekton. He's so beefy. He's so tanky, because that's the way Wicked's going to end up building him. It just depends if he can sustain in the lane against Elise, who's a pretty strong, not necessarily hard counter, but can really harass him quite a bit. It just depends on how Wicked can play it. With the Twisted Fate, we might see a lot of ganks happening, a lot of 4-man ganks coming down into the bottom lane when you have the CC from Sona and Varus as well. And over for the Giants side, I mean, they have just a strong late game team. You have that % health damage out of Elise. You have the % health damage out of Kog'Maw. You have Ryze, who builds tanky and just does an insane amount of damage. You have Mundo, who just goes straight tank as well. And the Cleavers do surprisingly a good amount of damage. And you have Zyra for the nice lockdown, the nice amount of CC. And not to mention that ultimate, if you can land a nice spot on that, you can really disrupt the enemy team.
Have they got enough to be able to get to Kog'Maw late game?
That is the question.
If they get to late game. Bear in mind, this is EG, so they tend to go to late game basically themselves. They'll take it to that point. Have they got enough to dive in, get deep? They have, of course, got Twisted Fate, but he's not going to be surely diving in the back lane. That's not something we're used to seeing Froggen doing.
I mean, if he goes for a Zonias, that's his first item. He could bait them in and really catch Giants off guard, but you're definitely right. I mean, all you really have is that Renekton to get into the backside, and then you're pretty much committing Kayle's ult to keep Wicked alive in the back, or use his ult to keep Froggen or Yellow Pete alive. It's really going to just depend on how well they can run this early game and how well they can kind of control the Giants as the game progresses.
Well, if you have just joined us, ladies and gentlemen, and we are getting underway. This is the Sunday of League of Legends. Technically day 4, if you'd like to call it that, but it is week 2 here in the European League of Legends Championship Series. It is Evil Geniuses versus the Giants, and you can see immediately that EG going aggressive and getting caught out maybe. Are they going to catch on towards Jim Bones? Well, Froggen with that yellow card pulled does take a bit of damage. Froggen wanting to get around the side, walking straight through the ward. The rest of the team are going to be fully prepared to go aggressive and get that ward into the Wraiths.
Well, we saw EG do this both games yesterday. They kind of invaded a little bit, just try to put a little bit of pressure as they are swinging around towards this top side. So that red buff might get contested, but Giants are going to be pushing up here and trying to stop EG and kind of just get a spot of where they are and kind of just get some sort of vision on them. But looking real quick at, runes and masteries, as we see Snoopy, he's not running attack speed, or he used to run attack speed, but he's also running 14 flat armor pen. So it's a little bit of a different thing to do in the jungle. And then you see over on Yellow Pete running that flat 13 yet again, which is something he's been doing pretty much the entire tournament so far.
Well, where are EG going here? Looks like it may be a late invade. We do see possibly going in. I'm not going to give their position away just yet, just in case anything leaks through in sound. You never know. I always like to be safer than sorry, and you do see them spotted there, and the ping goes down. The Evil Geniuses do manage to get in. Oh, but a great route there, actually catching them both out, but Jimbo's couldn't capitalize on it. They are going to go towards the red buff. Are they going to be able to react to this one? We do see Wicked and Snoopy up there, going to steal away the red buff. As it is in the mid lane, you can see Froggen being kept busy as well by Extermin, and they have managed to get around. They've managed to take that red buff. Can they prevent Morden from coming around and getting their own?
And what they're doing right now is they're taking away so much jungle from Giants. I mean, they took 2 camps so far, including the red now, and they even got their own double golems at the bot lane. So EG's going to have that strong level advantage towards the bottom side, but we do have a lane switch, so we will have Wicked 1v2 in the top side with that Elixir Fortitude, going to try to just sustain as much as possible and just farm up if anything he can under that turret. With this Q, you obviously can get a lot of sustain, but the mid lane again going down on Exter.
Well, they're going in, they're trying to put the damage down, but 2 tower hits on towards Snoopy does force him back. We saw Morden come around. He managed to get the red buff of his own, so he managed to do that invade. Can he go on towards Snoopy? He knows that Snoopy's already low, and he's going to put the damage down. He might have enough, but Froggen comes back around. Now he's going to land the stun card back on towards Morden. Is there enough damage to exchange? No, but he does force the flash from Morden.
Yeah, very great play by EG to turn that around. It could have actually been very dangerous. Morden going back to his jungle, but in the meantime, Wicked in the top lane. It is a 1v2 situation. They have no real wards to spot Mundo coming in from the river. However, they did have him spotted towards the bottom side of the map. They had him low, so they know he's not going to be putting any pressure up towards that top side. And Snoopy just going to take his own blue buff. So they're doing a great job controlling these buffs so far and controlling how much farm that Giants can really pick up, at least in terms of the jungle.
Snoopy is going to have a tough job at taking down this blue buff, but he does manage to do it. So we also saw Morden backing off. Any early items we're seeing here coming out from any of the teams, it doesn't look like anything spectacular. We do see, though, in the top lane, the Brilliance Potion, the Fortitude Potion, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of a standard pickup these days for Renekton, just to kind of keep that extra health in lane, the extra damage for your Q. It also gives you extra little bit of a life still here as you hit the mobs with that Q. One thing that's interesting is that Yellow Pete, he went for Doran's Blade, so he's looking to really pressure Samix as much as possible. As you're seeing it right now, they're keeping him under his own turret. They're keeping him, trying to limit as much farm as possible. And Wicked, I mean, looking at his counterpart, he's ahead in CS so far. He hasn't taken as much chip as his counterpart, and he's doing a really good job of just holding that lane so far. However, the turret down to half health.
Yeah, the turret down to half health in that top lane. Bottom lane is definitely not taking as much damage. Samix is doing a good job at keeping them away, whether that's down simply to Cogmore putting the pressure on, or whether Yellow Pete's happy to stay in lane a little bit longer. We do see in the mid lane as well, the 2 mid laners, Wicked just taking a little bit of damage there. 23 CS currently to Froggen compared to Extermin on 15. Of course, we are expecting to see Rise's CS take off once he hits that level 6, once he starts blowing that ultimate, basically to wave clear.
Yeah, I mean, he has a really weak early game, but that mid game, once he gets that mana rolling, he can just decimate an enemy team. It looks like EG is actually going to kind of just give away this top turret. They're not really pushing super hard on the bottom side to get that turret down, so they might just be giving Wicked a free lane to farm up. It really depends on how well Giants punishes EG if they do let that first turret drop.
Well, you can see constantly, every time Jim Bones gets close to it, he puts a shot down on it, and he's going to keep pressuring on towards that turret rather than farming out the minions. He's happy to keep the lanes and the middle. Now we do see Morden coming around towards Froggen. Froggen does manage to avoid it. Ghost was used there, though, and he tries to put a pressure back down onto Extermin, but it did force that summoner spell.
It looks like EG is reacting to that top heavy push. Snoopy coming down towards the bottom side, going to put a little pressure on this turret. Samic's going to have to back away. They easily could dive this on him. However, Samic's level 5, Mundo coming down. The top turret finally does drop, and looks like Morden might be coming in for a gank here to turn this around.
Well, it looks like he's just going to try and pretend and defend this turret, and he will force them away. Morden has managed to show his presence there, so he's going to try maybe keep them away a little bit longer. Remember, teleport is not available right now, and that will be the turret going down. So a turret apiece now, keeping the gold very much even between these two teams. The question is, will these lanes rotate around?
Yeah, we should see that. However, I mean, you have a lot of free farm for Wicked right now because he's just freezing the lane towards that top side. Yellow Pete and Crepo can keep being really aggressive at this bottom side, really keep that pressure against Samix and force his farm to stay relatively low. We do have an early Spirit Stone picked up for Snoopy, so it's actually a very common item to pick up now because the benefits and how cheap it is just really strong for junglers to pick up early on. Just kind of leave it at that for a good portion of the game. In terms of lane switch, we're going to find out very shortly as they do finally back away. It looks like Samix will head up towards that top side to kind of harass Wicked down a little bit, but he is behind in levels, he is behind in farm, and he's actually just overall behind in items currently because Wicked hasn't even backed in bot yet.
Yeah, he's going to stick around. Still hasn't had to use that Fortitude pot, so he was feeling pretty safe on that top lane. We do see Samux now heading for the top lane. Extermin has backed away as well, so he's going to be getting that catalyst shortly. You can see he's already got the Tear of the Goddess on him. As it is, bottom lane, you can see Vampiric Scepters for the both duo AD carries. And as it stands, they are going to stick in that bottom lane. So we see Jimbones and Babetta on Cogmore and Zyra switching round. They've gone down to the bottom, but the duo lane of EG chose to stick it around that bottom, so they want to defend that turret. They're not happy to just rotate and change around.
Well, it's also a really smart play on their part because they can destroy Zyra and Kog'Maw in a head-on-head fight, especially when they are level 6. Even though Kog'Maw, he starts to pick up at 6 because he can harass a little bit from range, and not to mention his passive becomes even stronger, but they might get caught here.
Crepo's got to be careful. I tell you what, Babetta could have gone a bit more aggressive there. They're going to continue to follow on towards Crepo. If he can get those grasping roots, he does manage to land it down there, but the team can't follow it up. Manages to catch the slowdown, but Evil Geniuses reacted very quickly to that one to protect their support player.
And with Wicked making some sort of presence in this bottom side, it might actually show they go in for an early dragon here. This blue buff is taken over by Dexter.
It's caught out here a little bit here. Wicked does manage to pop his ultimate. Can he go aggressive on them? Now he's caught with the grasping root. Snoopy came around to try and steal away that blue buff, but it was already gone. Extermin already had it. They're going to go for dragon from this one, though.
And EG completely has the damage from that just because of Yellow Pete alone. That percent damage he can do with the Varus when he gets those blight stacks is just dominating. It really decimates any kind of objectives. So they do get the first dragon of the game. It gives them a nice little bit of gold. And looking over at builds a little bit, I'm loving what Froggen's doing because he has that Flash Ghost, which we haven't touched on too much. We saw the Ghost popped earlier, but he has a Cage's Lucky Pick, so he's going for that Twin Shadow. So he'll be able to ult in. He'll be able to use that slow from that. He has the stun from his gold card, and then he has Ghost and Flash to keep up with the target. So he's really looking at singling out anyone that's trying to solo or split push.
So we'll keep our eye on Froggen's build this time for Twisted Fate. I know a lot of you guys were talking about his Lux build and how he changed things around. And some people were, hit and miss whether he was doing a great job about it. Of course, he is classed as one of those top AP mid players in the world, so he does immediately get criticized, I guess, on some of his builds that he chooses, but really is one of the trendsetters as it stands at the moment. We do see the duo lane. They've moved in towards the mid lane, so the pressure going to be put on towards this middle turret now from Crepo and Yellow Pete.
And now by getting that little bit of a gold advantage from taking that bottom turret, from getting that dragon, they can start pushing some sort of aggression here. They know Ryze is still relatively weak in terms of damage. Looks like Stoopy going to give that blue buff finally over to Froggen. And they can easily make a 4, potentially 5-man push on this mid lane, though. They're letting Wicked just do what he does best. He's just split pushing. He's just farming up, just trying to get the items he needs to be a tanky force that Giants really can't deal with.
Well, and we do see Samax actually going for a different build on Elise here. Looking like he's going to go... Do you think that's going to be...
guys.
He's going to be haunting guys. Do you think we're going to see maybe Rylas in there instead? He's not going to go so tanky craziness with Warmogs, which we've seen a few Warmogs Elises these days, but I don't think he's going to go that way. I'm just seeing where he's actually heading off to. Oh, he's just going to ward out the blue buff.
I think he actually might go for a Warmogs instead of a Rylai's. I mean, the slow would be really nice for him, but the extra health, because if you have 3 tanky targets versus 2, it really forces the damage out of EG to focus one down. But obviously, the more health they get, the harder it is. And plus his damage, I mean, AP obviously helps it, but you do percent damage and you have really nice execute. So you don't really need that extra AP. If he goes for a Landry's and that Warmogs, I mean, even Landry's and the Rylai's, it's going to be very devastating. That's all the damaging items he really needs, and then just go straight tank after that.
So we do see the bot lane, Yellow Pete, on his own down there at the moment. He's got a great big wave. He's just actually warding out the bottom lane. We see in this top, Snoopy is just hanging around, see whether Wicked can bait anything in here from Samex. But Samex, look at that, see the distance he's staying away. He doesn't want any of it to do with his great big alligator.
Yeah, but we do have Krepo heading up towards the top, so this kind of shows EG, they want to push this turret, want to get it relatively low, maybe even take it and then converge over towards that middle lane. We do have Froggen, has his ultimate available, hasn't used it just yet, but we might see that actually happen right now as he does get spotted by a ward.
This is going to be potentially a 4-man stack. They do ping down on towards Frog, and they saw him heading up there. They're trying to ward him out, so that immediately he's caught Morden's attention. He's gone up top. They do still have this 3-man stack in his top turret, though. Wicked in there. Krepo's going to join him along with Snoopy. You can see Samex, as soon as he baited into it, does manage to slice and dice away. Took too much turret damage there, honestly, Wicked, and that's forced him to back away. They can't go as aggressive as they wanted to in this one. Remember, Extermin has got his teleport available.
Yeah, that was actually a great reaction by them for Morden to stick around. We even saw Exter heading up towards that top side with that teleport. He easily could turn this around. Wicked already down to half health right now, and we have Yellow Pete in the bottom lane 1v2, and so he could actually drop in that bottom side if they don't hurry up and get this turret and give him some sort of support unless he decides to back away.
Well, the difference is we do see the teleport. Froggen going down towards the bottom. You can see Babetta he went for. He's already used his ultimate. One more shot would be enough, but he does manage to avoid the damage, and they backed away from that one. So just covering themselves off. Nice ultimate there from Babetta.
And also, I mean, great ultimate from Froggen because they held that push off. I mean, the turret didn't take too much damage. It allows their top lane to push this turret down, which you see it going to fall in a second or two here. Just one more little hit, and it finally will drop, and that'll give... Well, hope. Well, okay, maybe it's not going to go down here. They're just going to leave it with one bit of health, but it will give EG that turret advantage and the a little bit of extra gold to start pushing on that middle lane.
So Morden's going to take out every little bit. Krepo's just they're going to have to stick around. They're going to have one little push on towards that top lane. It will go down eventually. So Evil Geniuses are going to pick up the top turret. And well, it's Snoopy that finally got the last hit. Krepo wanted it there. You can see he was like, I want to get the last hit, but instead it wasn't to be. So it is 2-1 in turrets. The gold advantage clearly with Evil Geniuses at the moment. Of course, they did pick up that dragon. They have that turret advantage. And it seems to me they have quite a bit of farm advantage. You can see 88 CS to 53, that top lane. Wicked versus Samex. The mid lane, pretty big advantage again. 110 to 89 right now. Extermin clearing out that wave. 102 to 105 for the 280 carries. Pretty even between those two.
And the thing is, Kog'Maw is going to completely overpower Varus as the game does progress later and later and later. And the Giants, all they're really trying to do is just hold on to that point, because they'll have Ryze who'll be really tanky, they'll have Mundo who's really tanky, and Elise who will inherently get that way with the items they build up. As long as they can protect Kog'Maw, which they have a really good lineup to do that, they easily can win those fights as they progress later into the game. However, on EG's side, they're kind of doing the same thing. They're trying to push their aggression right now. It's only 13 minutes in, and they're going to continue to do that. But as the game progresses, if they don't force Giants to react to what they're doing, or force them to not allow them to push the game on later, then they should be able to start taking these fights and start taking a lot more objectives.
Well, mid lane left open there, and immediately we saw Snoopy sneaking in, putting some damage down along with Froggen. We see Yellow Pete and Krepo position themselves 38 seconds before that dragon spawns, so expect them to start getting in position to go for it. I think Pink Ward was just placed in by that dragon from Krepo a moment ago, so they are definitely preparing for this dragon. As it stands, Wicked is still sticking around this top lane and keeping Samex busy.
And it's a smart play because he's getting a lot of farm. He pushes that lane up really quickly, which Samex can't push it back as quickly. I mean, he does have some damage.
He's going south already. They're going for dragon.
They're going for it. So as long as he pushes that lane up, which he can do a lot better than Samex, he can free himself up to go towards this dragon. And we do have a pink ward still on Krepo. There isn't a pink ward down just yet on dragon, but obviously as it gets a little bit closer, it will come down. And that would be really big. If Giants lets this slip, it really gives EG that little bit of oomph they need just to easily turn these fights in these favor when they finally do start breaking out.
Well, that small delay that Wicked just made, he went via the wolves. They could have actually been down there a lot quicker than they were. Instead, Samex comes down, throws out the cocoon, tries to go to Frog and puts the damage down. Can he get that burst? The spider does explode on him. So that's going to turn a little bit of a chip down on towards Froggen. It's going to take him that little bit lower. And they are now in a position to defend this one and maybe try and force a play on the dragon. You can see Morden's coming in. He just managed to throw that briefcase in towards Snoopy. Snoopy taking some extra damage as well. And now you do see Giants actually position themselves very, very nicely for this one. I thought EG were going to just dash for the dragon, but instead they delayed a little bit too long.
Yeah, because Samix came down quick enough, was able to stop that. They don't have a pink ward yet to kind of take this this dragon at all, but Yellow Pete in the meantime was pushing that bottom lane. He was getting a lot of farm built up. He still has an advantage over Kog'Maw and EG, knowing they have the vision and knowing Giants isn't going for that dragon just yet, just going to farm their own jungle and protect this mid turret.
Well, we do see down the bottom, Jimbones is just going to show himself. He's going to clear out that big wave, which means that mid lane will be fairly open. Extermin was about to back off, but cancels his teleport, cancels his back, realizes there is a 5-man EG getting ready to try and push in towards this middle turret. Of course, that will definitely open things up. 21.8k to 18.3 in terms of gold, so the gold advantage, of course, with Evil Geniuses.
And it seems that Babetto's not really running any GP10 kind of runes or quints because he's behind in quite a bit of gold. He's down about 400 at this point, and that 400 is really crucial because if you look over his counterpart, he already has that Sidestone and that Philistone on top of that, and that denies a lot of vision onto Giants completely because they have to spend a lot more money into these wards instead of those free 2 they get from the Sidestone.
And of course, don't forget, they will also be getting that bonus gold from Twisted Fate being on their team. It's just a standard there. We do see Giants looking like they're going to maybe shape up and go for the dragon here. We do see them getting position out. Teleport Wiz not available. We can see he's going to go in towards it. Can I catch on towards Wicked? They don't really have the damage, though. They do put a chunk down. They're going to come around the side. Morn's going to be the target. You can see an intervention straight away. Wicked getting completely caught. Nicely done there. And Giants, well, they have to back away from this one. They didn't pick up the dragon. Are they going to get sniped out? Samux does get taken down by Froggen's wildcard, and they're forced away from this one. It's a 2-0 currently for Evil Geniuses. And, well, you can see Giants backing off. They may try and catch another one out around the side there, but they're going to go for dragon instead. Froggen just trying to see if he can get any snipes out, any exit kills, but instead Giants had to back away.
Such a beautiful play by Yellow Pete right there. He came up from the backside, he landed his ultimate onto, I believe that was Morden, and it pretty much went into 3 more members of Giants, locked them down. They picked up 2 kills there. That was completely well played by Yellow Pete. His positioning was perfect. They get the dragon out, the gold lead extended even further up to almost, actually over 6,000 gold, and EG's looking very solid right now.
Well, there we go. Like you mentioned, it does push that gold very high. Extermin taking some more damage. That middle turret being punished, and Evil Geniuses are slowly but surely grinding this one out. Again, can they take themselves to 5-1 in the tournament? That would be a big lead for any of these teams to chase. You know, they've talked about the fact that they had 6 games in the first 2 weeks. They weren't too happy with it, but I think if they were to take a 5-1, they would be ecstatic.
Yeah, very true indeed. And Dean, I'm looking over Exeter because I know, and everyone else knows, how much you love seeing those double or triple Rod of Ages. Yep. I don't think we're going to see it this game, unfortunately, because he doesn't have any kills or assists, and he's still behind in farm in that middle side. But, you know, maybe as the game progresses, we'll see that, and you get to cheer inside a little bit.
The game is still young, Jason. This is Evil Geniuses. You need to remember, they will not complete this game until at least the 50-minute mark.
So true. That's so true indeed. So we might even see, you know, 5 Rod of Ages with boots.
5 Rod of Ages with boots. It's a possibility. I'm very interested to see whether he's going to change that tier into anything as well later on. Maybe once he gets those 4 rods, it's something will come out eventually, but we shall see. Then you can see Samux being pinged out there. Crepo is warding out the river towards the Baron, and you can see they're heading back in. Middle turret seems to be the next goal for Evil Geniuses.
And during that last fight, we noticed, you know, Wicked, he took quite a bit of damage from Giants. He took a lot of, well, I'll call it chip, because he kind of engaged just to see what they could do to him. He took about half health, but they still had that ultimate out of Snoopy available. They still had the Crescendo available. So it really shows EG, they have a stronger presence in these team fights. And I'm pretty sure Giants know that, and they're just trying to, you know, take free gold when they can get it, which you're seeing at the bottom lane right now, and just kind of keep their farm going on as the game does progress. And like you're saying, if it does last 50 minutes, you know, they easily have a chance. They can easily turn this game around, and it might get very explosive very quickly at that point.
Well, Jason, I wish you wouldn't call it chip, because I keep thinking you're about to say something else, but we do see the turrets dropping. It is 3 to turrets now, and Snoopy taking a big burst damage there. Froggen popping up towards the top lane. They're diving on towards Samux. You can see trying to get on towards him, but he does manage to avoid the damage. And, well, the turret now pressured once again. So Evil Genius is keeping the pressure across the map here and starting to slowly but surely choke out the map.
Yeah, I love what they're doing, because they're really spreading Giants thin, because they're making them react towards the top lane push and also the mid. We had a 3-man push on that middle side. Didn't actually get to the turret, but it made them react. It made them send their AD carry, their AP mid, and their support there to kind of fend them off. But in the meantime, Froggen was still pushing that top side, still getting a lot of farm, and they're really suffocating them overall in gold.
Samux is doing a good job at keeping this waves cleared, though, keeping them away from the turret. He's having to keep 2 members, and really the most fed members, occupied of Evil Geniuses. We do see Morden coming in to clear out things, and they are 4-man pushing this mid turret, and the Evil Geniuses have actually left this one exposed. I think you could see Giants push in here and get this turret down quick.
We do have Wicked coming from the side. They might be able to stop this, at least just delay it a little bit, because they do have Snoopy in the vicinity to give him the intervention if he does need it.
Well, you can see Wicked does take a lot of the damage. They're going to put the poke down on him. Is it going to be enough? Intervention does go down. The Zyra ultimate pops them up in the air, but they don't have enough of a minion wave to try and get in there, but they did get a big chunk of damage down on it. They still have 4 members there, and of course 2 ultimates were already used there from Evil Geniuses. The poke continuing to come out from Jimbo's. They're keeping the pressure on, keeping the damage on the turrets. While this is all happening, we see the back down the bottom. Samux maybe should have joined the party there, and they could have put the pressure on.
Yeah, they, definitely indeed. But EG responds to that very well. I mean, they had Wicked go in just to kind of keep them away, stall them a little bit. We had Varus pushing in. He ended up getting that bot lane pushed up very far. It's denied a lot of farm to Jims. And we see the Spirit of the Elder Lizard actually picked up for Snoopy, which is such a strong item because the cooldown reduction was added to it. And on Kale, get the extra slows, the extra cooldown on your intervention. I mentioned the heals, and even your Righteous Fury just helps him overall. So that item very strong, but we're going to need to see him pick up some sort of tanky-ish item, because they're relatively squishy at this point. The intervention does help. I mean, it does counter that burst, but after the intervention's down, I mean, you're still open to be taken.
Well, we are seeing the item difference starting to stretch out here from Evil Geniuses. Of course, they have got that 7,000 gold lead, and here's the extra turret, and, well, the 2 dragons they've picked up, as well as the Twisted Fate, giving them that extra gold lead. And you can see Static Shift and Bloodthirster compared to just the Bloodthirster and Pickaxe currently for Jim Bones. Of course, Jim Bones, if he can stretch to that late game, will become a danger. And, well, will Evil Geniuses allow it to stretch that far? As it is, they're starting to choke out this game pretty quickly here. A fairly speedy game in Evil Geniuses' stance. As it is, I'm checking out where Wicked is going to head off. Is he going to sneak around? Does put a pink ward down. And, well, Giants do not want to allow their vision to be suffocated in that top jungle at the moment.
Yeah, so I love what they're doing right now still. They're doing a 4-man push towards the top side of the map, allowing Froggen to go down towards the bottom so you can teleport in if need be. And, something we didn't really touch on much, Demon, was how well Giants actually shut Froggen down. Because of the wards we saw, it prevented him going into the top side to go for any ganks. He did go bottom, obviously, once, but they still shut him down with that Zyra ultimate and the Grass Green root. So overall, they did such a good job of locking him down, but the problem is, you locked him down in kills, but he's still farming like a truck.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, this is actually my issue with Froggen playing Twisted Fate, because he just farms. He doesn't really use that ultimate like you would say with Peke or something like that on Twisted Fate, to zipping around the map to get those kills, to go aggressive. Instead, he just sits there farming. Yeah, he'll use that ultimate to go top lane and just get a chunk more farm.
Well, still, you do have to give him credit for Twisted Fate late game, because when you get that Lich Bane and get all that AP, you can backdoor like no one else. And that's also the thing. I mean, even if he's not going to get the kills early on, if he keeps that farm up, he'll have that ability, he'll have that play if EG wants to make it. It's really just up to them and how the game's developing. But Dragon is back up. EG trying to make a stamp on it yet again, take the 3rd one of the game, and they've been doing a very good job of controlling the Dragon and controlling global objectives so far.
Well, it looks to me like they want to bully a fight out here. Surely this is a fight that EG wants.
Yeah, and they'll win it too. That's the thing. So Giants trying to be hesitant. They're trying to show some sort of presence to keep them away from Dragon, but they obviously don't want to commit to one of these fights.
And Samux there immediately getting pinged out. Thought maybe going to catch a glimpse on towards Froggen. Froggen is farming out that bot lane. Of course, he can just ultimate in and help out wherever it may be. Can't quite cover the map like he can do. And here he comes. He's going towards Exterminate. Exterminate flashes away from the Varus ultimate as well. Very nicely done. 2 ultimates used there for 1 flash.
And, I mean, that was completely worth it in Giants' favor. Great reaction out of Exter to just get away as quick as possible. Unfortunately, Yellow Pete did miss that ulti. And with those 2 ultimates down, I mean, they're a little bit more hesitant to go for Dragon. They don't really have a pink ward on them right now to take it, as they're still trying to apply pressure towards this middle lane. But in the meantime, Samux, he's been, split pushing this entire time. He's been at the top, which we saw earlier when they made a 4-man push on the middle. Now he's at the bottom right now, trying to farm as much as possible, get the items as he is building towards that Warmog, but he might get caught off guard here from behind, but EG going to steal away this blue buff.
Well, you can see they're going to try and get in for this blue buff. Where is Samux going to go? You can see he's trying to position himself around the side there. Jimbo's putting the pressure down on towards Snoopy there. Crepo getting caught out actually with a cocoon there. Samux keeping the pressure down, has popped that Brilliance pot, keeping anything down they can on towards Evil Geniuses. Froggen has been caught out, grasping roots. A lot more Cocoon goes down as well. They're keeping the pressure on towards Froggen. And that's a good amount of damage gone down on towards the AP carry.
And Snoopy tried stealing away that blue buff with the smite. Fortunately, it didn't work out for him. And the thing is, Giants, I mean, where do they really want to fight? It's pretty much the exact same spot that UG wants to. However, they have that Sonic Crescendo to lock them down if they do line up. But if they're in a really tight area, Giants can protect Jim Bones so easily with the Rise, with the Mundo, with the Cocoon coming out of Elise, and not to mention the Zyra Grass Fury, which can go through the entire team and the Ultimate. So they both want to fight in the same spot, but great job by Giants to defend that away. They did get their blue buff over to Jim Bones, so they really didn't lose anything in the end.
Well, the problem here as well, Giants haven't got the vision, so they don't realize that Froggen's actually just gone back. They could run in, get that dragon very now, which actually looks like they're going to try and do. They're going to go for it. You can see Twisted Fate has come back. Froggen's going to have his ultimate. He's going to come back in here. You can see there's the ultimate coming down. He's just come back up. Are they going to pick the dragon up? Yes, they can. They need to hit and run, and that's what they're going to do. The question is, can they counter? EG are going to rush towards that middle turret. There you go. Froggen goes in towards the middle turret. Middle turret is very much open, and Evo Geniuses will pick up this inner turret. Very good trade there from Evo Geniuses.
Yeah, great reaction out of Froggen as well. I mean, he popped ultimate just a spot where they were, and he's like, hey, you're going for dragon? I'm going to go for your mid turret then, and that's what we were talking about earlier. The power of
the top.
Yep, I mean, it was relatively low as Frog was pushing earlier with Wicked, but, you know, we're talking about how he's farming the entire time, but he has a Lich Bane done, he has a Death Cap done, he has the ability to backdoor these turrets very quickly, and they're making use out of that. That's a really smart play out of EG.
Yeah, 2 turrets for really a dragon. That's a great trade, and simply... I don't know whether that was baited in it, but yeah, like you say, map control, I think, was simply that won that out. You were talking about Samox, the fact that he's out farming there. He's so far behind right now, 191 to 137. That's a big CS gap right there. Across the rest of the board is very much even, but the fact that they've got that Twisted Fate, the fact that those lanes are even means the gold advantage is hugely swinging in favor of Evil Geniuses, and the fact they picked up so many dragons and turrets. It's 5-2 in turrets now, and I think it's 2-1 in dragons, if I'm not mistaken.
And not to mention the utility that EG gets off of Wicked getting a lot of farm versus Samox, because he's been building straight tank. He has the Warmogs. We might see this mid turret go down for Giants, which would be a lot of gold they currently do need. And actually, in fact,
going to turn on towards Snoopy. Can he? He has to use the intervention himself. Is it going to be enough? But the rest of the team coming around. Froggen throws out the stun card. Catching on towards Extermin now. Crescendo goes out. Extermin goes down. They're pressuring back on. It's now going to be the AD carry they're trying to get on towards. It will be Jim Bones. You saw the ghosts come out there. It's going to be the Zyra ultimate. It's not going to be enough, and he's going to get popped up in the air, but Jim Bones goes down, and his passive will not take down Snoopy.
Such a great play to Snoopy there to bait them all in with the intervention. His team came up right behind him, and we saw the power of Froggen going with that Twin Shadows, with that Ghost, with that Flash, is able to keep Jim Bones locked down, not to mention Wicked, who just flashed into
Froggen,
the backside.
Look at this, keeping out the side there, sniping out with the stun card. There's the ultimate coming out. It's more than going to get pinned down. Now they're turning it on towards Babetta. Samox making a run for it. Wicked forcing the flashes away. Can't get the stun down in towards him. Where's Twisted Fate going to go? Where is Froggen going to dive into? He's just going to use it to purely keep the vision out. And now Samox is trying to avoid this one. It doesn't matter. It's going to be Babetta going down. And this time it is actually Froggen just saying, you know what, I'm going to use my ulti. I'm just going to go top bomb.
I don't know if that was a misclick on his part or if that was on purpose, because he teleported right next to Baron pretty much when it looked like he might have been trying to go into the other side of the map.
So you guys go fight. I'm off. You got this. You got this going.
I need more farm, guys. There's farm in the top lane available. Morton, though, might be able to catch him here. We do have Jim Bones coming in from the lane, but he's just going to farm up instead.
He's just going to throw out that stun card. Of course, Twin Shadows is not available. He might get pressured here. He's going to get the slowdown on him. Oh, no, he's not. He's going to miss it.
Missing indeed, but we do have a really great pickup out of Krepa so far. He had that runic, or he picked up that runic bulwark, which really helps against the double AP comp that Giants are running. It's his team that much needed magic resist, because Yellow Pete, I mean, with the way he's building, he's very squishy right now. Giants finally do get that middle turret, but if they can focus Yellow Pete down, I mean, that's a lot of damage to be missing out on. Then they have to just get Froggen right after that, who doesn't have an escape just yet. He doesn't have that Zonia's built up at all. That bot lane still pushing very heavily, and Yellow Pete's been doing a great job this entire time of just keeping that lane up against, or shoved up against the Giants, allowing them to take, you know, a couple more objectives here and there.
Well, I'm no expert, but normally with Cogmores, you generally see a Phantom Dancer or a Static Shiv first. He hasn't gone for that. He's got the Zeal in there now, but you can see he's almost building towards the Infinity Edge before he even gets that Phantom Dancer out.
Yeah, he was trying to go for a little bit more sustain just in the early game, and the thing is that in these team fights, when they actually get to the 5-on-5, you know, hardcore fights, Wicked's going to be the only one that's really in his face unless we see Froggen teleport into the backside, so he doesn't really need the lifesteal, but it definitely helps him last in these fights, which, you know, they need early on, but as the game progresses, if he does finish off that Infinity's Edge, it's going to just completely ramp up his damage. But we do see 2 Rod of Ages, Steven.
We do see 2 Rods of Ages. We see 2 Warmogs as well in there from Giants, so stacking out those rods once again, and interesting that they go with them. I can see really how it works, but is there not better items out there?
It's based around the composition that they're running, because they have Semix getting very tanky, they have Morton getting very tanky. He wants to follow suit with that. He end up getting a Frozen Heart eventually after this, unless he wants to go for another one. He is going for his Mirror Mana next, though. We do have EG in a really good position to catch Exter if he does stay overextended, but he does back out towards that turret, and another blue buff. Well, this is actually the first one stolen away, but still another blue buff contested by EG.
And Giants going to try and keep this turret safe. There is a large stack along that top wave they're going to be pushing in. Dragon's up in another minute, so EG not going to be going for that one. Looks like it is going to be the bottom turret they really want to pressure on here.
And I'm really waiting for these team fights to break out, because Giants can really catch Evil Geniuses off guard, because they have so much percent damage and so much burst with Rise that they can blow up pretty much anyone on the other team except maybe Wicked. It really depends on how quick Snoopy is with that intervention. But when we saw him the other day playing it last week, it was exceptional to block away as much damage as possible and the really key damage abilities out of the other team.
And look at this. Samux is very much well aware of that sneaky Froggen. He is trying to poke in towards that mid turret at the moment, and Samux is going to have to react to this. It means it's going to be a 4-on-4, and of course it does mean Samux can't teleport into this fight, whereas Crepo, Froggen definitely can get involved if he were to dive on towards the turret. As it is, they're keeping the turret very much safe as it stands. You can see that's the Siege Minion going down. Wicked getting caught out a little bit there, but there is some of these waves, and Samux is having a problem at keeping them at bay here.
Yeah, I mean, he's not a great split pusher as the champion is based around him. He's a Frog, and he's switching up towards the top. He keeps running between the top and middle turret, really forces Samix to react and also miss out on a lot of CS, because he's still even farther behind right now. 60 CS behind Wicked is pretty much lane opponent in the end. And look at the damage he's doing to him, dropping him to half health from just one little combo. And EG's still 4-man pushing the bottom side. They have to, our Giants have to set someone off, but we have an engage happening.
They're going for it, and you can see Babetta getting dropped straight away. Their Exterminator was caught out as well. He's going to go down, and it's looking like Giants have just fallen. And this bottom turret, you can see, that's going to be the turret. Inhibitor turret gone down. Froggen comes in. Jim Bones goes down, sniped out by Yellow Pete. That's going to be the turret. You can see the inhibitor turret also dropped. It looks like Evil Genius is going to take another turret on the bottom lane and just keeping the pressure on towards the Giants.
And that quick engage we saw out of EG completely gave him that entire fight. We saw Wicked. I mean, he was running right by the turret, just tanking it up, not taking any damage, and he's just thinking to himself, ain't nobody got time to kill that turret. And they do pick up another inhibitor turret. They pick up one inhibitor. That top one's still available. And with this bottom one going down, it's such a key inhibitor, because it allows the bot lane to keep pushing against Giants, and they have to send someone completely over there. So Exter has to be the one to keep that lane pushed out, and then has to be the one to teleport into Baron if EG does want to pressure that.
Ain't nobody got time for this.
Yeah,
I think that's what you were going with. Sweet Brown right there, heading towards it. Anyway, Dragon is being picked up. It's 8-0 currently for the Evil Geniuses, and they are 14,000 gold in the lead. It is a huge gold differential.
And there's a lot of gold to currently spend on EG's side. I mean, we have Snoopy backing with 2,000, Froggen backed with about 1,800. Even Yellow Pete has 1,700 spent, and Wicked with another 1,800. So that Random Wind's Omen could be coming out very soon, which is going to completely just pretty much eliminate any mobility that Giants has. Obviously, Morden's not going to care too much about that. He's Mundo. He goes where he pleases. But still, it's a lot of cash to spend. We do have Froggen picking up a nasty large rod. And if he wasn't doing enough damage already, that's just going to add even more to it. It really allows him to apply more pressure around the map and even more Baron pressure to Giants.
And we're seeing another Twin Shadows coming out here from EG. I think Ghostbusters could well happen here from Evil Geniuses. I'm sure you've all seen that video. It's quite fun. But there's Froggen throwing out that Twin Shadows, keeping... It's actually very clever, because it just shows you exactly where they are, and Samux just gets tracked down and says, well, there he is. I'm safe. I'm going to continue on farming.
Not to mention, it helps him when he's trying to chase someone down or try to go for some sort of engage. He still is pushing that top side, trying to keep Samix, just there. He's just trying to keep him out of these fights. He's doing a really good job of that so far. And Samix still falling further behind, but luckily for him, he is playing that champion that has that percent damage. We do have Zyra luckily to actually check that Baron with those plants if they don't have any more wards left. But EG playing this very cautiously. I mean, they're in the driver's seat right now, and it's up to them to pretty much win or lose this game at this point. For Giants, they easily do have the opportunity to turn this game around if they can get a nice engage. We have Frog going in the mid lane.
Froggen's going to go in there. The Zyra ultimate will pop him up. You can see immediately he reacted there, and Jim Bones goes down because he was caught out by Yellow Pete's ultimate. Oh, Babetta just dropped where he stood. Didn't even get a chance to come out of the crescendo. The Crepo landed on him, and Evil Geniuses are driving home the victory here as they just push the Giants down. It should well be be 5-1 for Evil Geniuses as they drive in through the middle. You can see the bottom inhibitor is already down. Top inhibitor is exposed. The middle inhibitor is going down here. And Evil Geniuses, they didn't need the Baron. They didn't need any more excuses. They will finish the game out in record speed, I might add, for Evil Geniuses. A 35-minute game is unheard of. And knowing them, by the time we start playing the victory music, they're going to back out. I knew it! I knew it! I knew they'd back out here. I just knew that was going to happen, because why would they finish it with 3 Barons down? Let's just go get Baron anyway.
I'm pretty sure if they can hear you, Doom, they're saying, whoa, Demon, calm down. We still have another 20 minutes to go, you know? They still could come back, and Giants definitely could.
They've done this on purpose. I know it.
Yeah. We'll have to talk to them after today to see why they're doing that. But, you know, Giants, even though they're still down 10 kills, they're still down 15,000 gold, they have the burst potential to easily take someone from EG down. But the thing is, Jimbones, he has to position a little bit better in these fights. He's been caught a couple of times so far. We even have Babetta, who got caught by Frog and flashing over that Wraith Wall with that gold card to lock him down. As long as Giants can position, you know, perfectly and hold off these, 3 super minion push, then they can, get back in the game. They get in free farm because of it. But it's all up to EG if they want to finish this game, as they are going to push all these lanes in, and they're going to try to go for these Nexus turrets.
Well, finish the damn game already, EG. That's all I'll say. Here goes the Ghosts going out. The Twin Shadows being launched out from Evil Geniuses. They have the Baron buff. They have all 3 inhibitors down. Super minions closing in from every direction on towards the Giants. There is not a lot they can do to prevent this one. They're just throwing out the grasping roots, desperately keeping them at bay. Extermin comes out. The Zyra ultimate pops out, but Samux is taken so low. He's going to drop where he stands before he comes out. And there goes the big alligator diving in. And that's going to be Extermin being taken down by Krepos Crescendo. Morden stunned on towards the fountain. Babetta doesn't make it to the fountain. He gets dropped. Jimbones on the fountain. Dodges out of the wildcard. Yellow Pete sniping them out. They're just having fun right now. They're not even shooting the Nexus turret. Now they take it down. It's 5-1 to Evil Geniuses.
And such a great overall game played by them. They brought their own style to the entire thing. They had that KO jungle, which they haven't been running too much. They did run once last week. Giants, I mean, they had a good composition. They had a good potential to win these fights, but they kind of just misplayed it a little bit.
Yeah, they misplayed it a little bit, and well, fantastically played by Evil Genius. They drove it home. 13-0 kills, 11-3 turrets. Pretty much perfectly played by them, and you can see them congratulating each other. So, Evil Geniuses top the league, and now let's get over towards our analyst desk, who are ready and waiting to take us through that one, and they have themselves a special guest.
Thanks a lot, Demon. We do, in fact, have a special guest here today. XPK is joining us. Obviously, you guys got a week off, a much-earned break after last week. What can we say about that one? It's a tough one to analyze. 13-0. Give us your thoughts on it, XPK. I mean, what happened?
Wow. That game, I don't know. I think they did everything wrong. Giants they had a good chance of picking up people, and they just didn't. They got scared in situations they had to go in, and when, I don't know, they just they made every choice was the bad one.
Every choice was a bad one. We've prepared some replays for you, actually, so Quick Shot's going to bring us through that one. We've got a couple for you from this game.
Yeah, well, leading through the game, exactly like Pekka was saying, it's just mistake after mistake after mistake. And about 26 minutes into the matchup, Giants, they're 7k goal behind. They're down 2 kills. They start pushing this middle lane. Pekka, talk us through the replay. What did they do wrong here? What happened?
Yeah, there we see it. Like, they go on Snoopy too aggressive, knowing he has ultimate, and now he pops it, and they cannot keep following. They will all die if they do it. And they try to back way too late. Froggen just cuts Rise, and Kog'Maw fails the cleanse, actually.
Yeah, he thought the gold card was going to land on him. It didn't, and now his cleanse isn't important when Froggen jumps onto him.
No, it's even worse. Now he has no cleanse, no flash, so he just gets followed by Froggen and dies. So yeah, they should have just not go at all there.
So, completely got shut down. They completely picked up a kill. A little bit later in the game, Evil Geniuses, they were putting on a lot of pressure towards the bottom lane as I just get this ready. And they managed to secure themselves a few kills in this particular setup. So let's pull ourselves back up into this particular matchup. And Peke, what was happening through here now?
Yeah, at this point, Giants is really behind, and they cannot afford to get caught like that. Like, Rise just go in front and get hit by everything. I don't know, so when they are so behind, that's not something you can afford. That mistake is going to cost you the whole fight.
What would they have needed to have done in this position, Peke, when they're that far behind?
I think they just needed to I don't know if he had flash up the Rise, but they should have maybe even give up that turret and try to catch Froggen on top as 2 guys, and then after they kill him, try to push something because they were really behind at that point.
And that was one of the problems that Froggen this entire time was pulling Samox away from it. I mean, you've got Rise there with teleport. Surely he's the person that should be away from the team in that position.
Yeah, he should have been the one facing TF and just trying to fight him, but not Samox, because now what happened is after that TF even ports and gets 2 more kills, so...
So I think what we're going to do now then is head over to the stage. Shox is ready, this time with Froggen.
Yes, Froggen. Now, I have to start off by asking you, there was an interesting moment when your team was fighting in mid and you decided to teleport near Baron to the top lane. What was behind that strategy?
It's not really a strategy. I just misclicked on the minimap, so I went to top lane. I actually had no clue where I were on the map, so...
All right, but you're playing Twisted Fate. Can you elaborate a little bit about your build? We saw you using Twin Shadows.
Basically, my build is about getting as much movement speed as possible. That's why I'm running the Ghost as summoner as well, Flash Ghost. Basically, if you can outrun the enemy and just keep locking gold cards on them, they won't have a way to shut you down, and it's really good build.
All right. Now, in the pre-game interview, Samox said, well, it's simple. If you want to beat EG, you got to shut down Froggen. Couldn't that be considered as a weakness for your team?
I don't think it's a weakness, because a lot of teams are putting a lot of resources in and shutting me down, and that allows my team to do whatever they want. And as you can see, they're doing whatever they want, and we're winning the games anyway.
All right, indeed, you are winning the games. You are ahead in the rankings now. The only team that you lost against is SK. Can we say that they're your main competitors for this season?
I think in all the offline tournaments we've been playing against SK, we've always been having a tough time beating them. I think it's just the way they're playing the game against us is like a good way to counter us.
Thank you very much, Froggen. Now, EG closed out the first match of the day in their favor, but what will the Dragonborns pull out of their hat against SK Gaming? When we come back, SK Gaming versus Dragonborns.
So welcome back, guys, here to the analysis desk. Joining us as per usual is XPK. We actually had a question for you. How did you get in here? Did you use the back door?
It's right there, yeah. I just came over here.
So a bit of a one-sided game there. I think we can agree on it. And we've got obviously a bit of time to kill, so maybe the perfect person to have to help us do that. Talk us through the style of games that we're seeing here at the LCS. Obviously, even these one-sided games have been going a lot longer. Is that just the whole league system? Is that people just wanting to start off well and not throw anything away?
Yeah, I hope it's just going to be at the beginning. Like, people is really scared of losing a few games at the beginning, so everyone's really careful. And it's going to be the same at the end, probably. But I hope after a week or two, teams are just going to grow some balls and just go and just go and fight. Like, I see, like, Giants had 2 chances of fighting them. One at Drake, Barrows was out of position, and what I would have done is just flash as Rise and snare him, but instead they choose to run and they got caught.
Was that the reason why this was so one-sided, because they were playing too cautiously and thinking that they could almost play EG at their own game, being behind, but then not engaging when they probably should? Yeah,
they tried to do that when they got scared after losing 1 kill or 2, I think, and after that they were just not doing anything, just waiting for EG to do everything and waiting and failing and waiting and failing.
So this week actually is our first week on the, not quite the latest patch, we can't call it that. I say we can patch -1 right now. What's the difference here? What, you know, for the people out there that aren't quite sure how this is going to affect the picks, obviously in week 1, Olaf was a massive, it was a beast, like we can call him that, I think, in those teams. Obviously, he's had a nerf in this patch. Talk us through that Olaf change a little bit and how it affects the teams and some other changes there in that patch.
Well, for Olaf jungle, I think it's going to be almost the same, because every time you gank, you pop the ultimate, so you're going to get the armor pen. But it's going to affect the top lane Olaf a lot. You're not going to be able to stay on top, farming all game and being so strong even during a small trade. So I think Olaf is going to be a good pick still, but not like first pick worth it.
Well, today and this weekend we've been playing on 3.01. You guys have had a bye this week, so you haven't needed to play for this one. Next week we're going to be up to 3.02. Thresh is going to be available. Yeah. So what's going to be different now from this week's games to next week's games? And let's say Thresh. I mean, is he going to be
so
picked?
Much fun. Yeah, he's going to be picked, I think, like every game, or pick or ban, because it's a lot of fun and it makes a lot of game. Like, you can put the lantern anywhere, make easy ganks, save someone, move around the map, and it's really fun to watch, actually.
Has Fnatic or any of your scrim partners been using Thresh online at the moment?
Not in the scrims, because we wanted to practice for these days, but I have seen some people practicing in solo queue, and it's really annoying to play against.
Thresh OP.
Probably people will cry about it.
Okay, so talk to us now about some of the teams. You know, we've talked about the playstyle and how the games are a little bit slower. We've seen against Full Authority yesterday. We've seen Dragonborns. We'll see Dragonborns a little later today as well. Copenhagen Wolves, obviously, you know, they're 0-2, I think, at the moment. What do you think of these new up-and-coming teams trying to challenge the old guys?
I think you can see that they are not experienced as others in offline. They tend to get more nervous and do weird stuff that they normally wouldn't do in online tournaments. And I think it's just about time. At some point, they will just be like, let's not care that much about it. We already lost a lot, so let's just play our game, and they will start becoming better confident at it.
Do you think either of those teams, I'm going to say 3 teams, I'm going to include Copenhagen Wolves in that, along with Against All Authority and Dragonborns. Do you think that realistically, by the end of this first half season, after the 28 games, do you think they can be up there in those playoff spots?
Not sure. Like Copenhagen Wolves, for example, has one player that is not playing yet. I don't know how much they are going to improve, but if they don't improve enough, that I don't think so. And the same for the others. They play. You can see that they don't play as a top team. They make a lot of mistakes.
And what about your living situation here? Because a lot of teams, you know, some teams are flying in every single play day, which is, I hate flying, even though I have to do it a lot. Like, I don't hate flying itself. I hate sitting in an airport before I have to fly, which is the most annoying thing ever. You guys, on the other hand, have got somewhere around here. Did you already move in there yet?
Yeah, we are there already. I hate flying as well, so it's perfect for me. I hate to be, like you say, waiting 5 hours, then playing, then waiting again to take another plane. So yeah, we moved into a city next to Cologne. I don't really know the name right now. Some German.
You should probably learn that.
Yeah, I should probably learn that. But I know what train to take, so it's fine.
Just get on the train. Don't know where I've come from, but I'm here. I'm sound.
Well, talk to us about now living in the house. You guys moved in what, last week, I think?
Yeah, during the last week we moved. We've been preparing everything, the tables, the beds, the PCs. We don't have internet until Tuesday.
Okay.
And yeah, everything is almost ready. We're just missing a bit of monitors, and once we have everything Tuesday, we'll be practicing from there.
What's a day in the life of Fnatic Xpeke? How does it run? How's the training regime? How are you guys living it at the moment?
Right now, it's like we wake up at any time, pretty much, since we have nothing to do. We just we don't have curtains, so the sun wakes up. We just get awake when the sun comes at 8 or 9. Then we sleep until 1, and that's it. We have nothing to do, so we shower, we talk about, and pretty much we cook for 2 hours or something because we had nothing to do.
Cooking with Xpeke.
So we're just there cooking. Like today, I bought a chicken and I was just cutting it in pieces. And I was there for 1 hour doing that because we had nothing else to do.
So coming to a YouTube channel near you soon, Cooking with Xpeke.
Episode 2. Episode 1 was fantastic. So you guys are playing again next week.
Mm-hmm.
Talk us through how are you prepping, how are you planning?
Well, we haven't prepared much yet, only solo queue style.
Okay.
We have been playing solo queue since we didn't have the house ready, but I hope we can get it in Tuesday, the internet, and just play 8 hours every day to get ready for the next weekend. I want to do good there.
I mentioned this yesterday about the management situation, obviously. I was talking about Gambit mainly with Groove there, who is not the biggest League of Legends professional, I guess we can say. Obviously, he comes from other games, but has a strong management background. You guys have got Harry. What role does that manager play in? I mean, it's probably going to play more of a role in the future, right? Getting you guys to actually wake up at a certain time and do your practice regime or what have you. But how much of a role does having a manager around play for you guys?
Well, yes, you don't have to worry about anything. It's really good because you are just playing and he tells you have to do this. At this time, we have to do this. We have scrims at this time. We have to go there at this time. You want to do this or that. So it's pretty much like, like you said, he take care of everything. And at some point, it's going to be like a mom waking us up and making sure we don't go to sleep too late.
Daddy carry the mom. I like it. Okay, so I asked you just before we came into this if you've had a chance to watch a couple of the NA matches, and you said you've watched a few of them. What are some of the big differences between the North American LCS games that you've watched and the European LCS matches?
Well, I was going to say that most of their matches look like stumps, but after this game, I don't know. I guess it's pretty much the same now. But yeah, it's just, you can see a difference there. Like there are 1-2 teams and the others are not at their level.
Where's the problem there, though? I mean, in Europe, we have 8 teams in the LCS, and we've already seen that at least some of them, right now at least, can beat each other. Hopefully by the end of this first half, all 8 teams can be upsetting each other. But what's the main difference? Why is it that way that you have such a segregated amount of teams in the US compared to here in Europe?
Well, I don't know how they do there, but I know here we're really competitive. Like, at least I am. I don't want to lose to a team certain amount of times. So when I lose, I want to practice harder against another team and then scrim them later and beat them. So I think that's what we do. We scrim a lot against other teams, and when we lose, we don't get mad. We try to improve and then beat them later.
How is it with your scrim partners? I mean, coming into LCS, you've got to play everyone 4 times, so whoever you scrim with, in a way, you're going to be showing them stuff. Do you have any scrim partners that aren't in the LCS? I mean, Meet Your Makers, for example, would be a prime example. I'm sure they're in real high demand right now because they're a team that aren't involved in LCS but are also, at the level where they definitely could have been.
Yeah, for sure that MYN is a good team to practice against, but I think you need to practice against everyone. Maybe not hardcore, but at least a couple of games to get used to their playstyle is really good.
Talking about playstyles, taking a question from Twitter actually, from Black Fiskin Paul. He asks, against a team that you haven't researched for, against a team that you maybe don't know so much about, for example, I think we heard Alexis yesterday saying, we don't really know how to play against All Authority. How do you prepare for the match? What's the decision within the team? Do you play something a bit strange and new, or do you play something that you're comfortable and confident on?
No, you play where you're comfortable on. It's the best. If you're afraid against them, not afraid, but if you don't know what they're going to do, you just do a bit of research, try to ban their most comfortable champions and what could annoy you, and you just pick what you play best, because then they will be scared as well of you, and even if they know what you're gonna play, they won't be able to do anything if you play your best.
So before we get into this next game then, I think we should get down to some little predictions, because we're going to go over to the casters here in a little while. SK versus Dragonborns is our next game coming up. What are your thoughts about this one?
I think SK plays better overall and probably will win. But I don't know, Dragonborns can surprise. Like Hosan is really good, and maybe he can get the carry out and pull the team.
Well, thanks a lot, XPK, for answering some questions. You're going to be with us all day long here. We're going to throw it over, though, to the casters, and they're going to bring you all the action from our next games between Dragonborns and SK Gaming.
Yes, thank you very much. So, as you can see, the teams are getting themselves prepared. Focus on Shushe's face there as he holds onto that. And it's Husan right there, the man that Peke just talked about. How can he carry his team? That's the question. We saw him getting chest bumped off the stage the other day. He wasn't quite carrying so well there. He needed carrying himself. But there is SK Gaming. Some would say the most prettiest team in League of Legends currently. There's a very, very handsome lineup right there.
I think a couple of people got pregnant when Hercubot winked at him.
And Ocelot, well, he had a good wink of his own there. And there's Minzik. Minzik's just stepping in for the team. I don't think he's going to be playing, but Candy Panda is going to take his role. Of course, we saw them playing Annie Jungle earlier on in the day. I don't think Candy Panda's going to go with that one this time around. Yes, you can hear me. It was he heard us in the warm-up rehearsals as well. But SK Gaming Dragonborns, this actually, to me, is probably the best game of the day, I think. This is the most fascinating game for me. I think this could be a very close matchup.
Yeah, I mean, we have two AD carries that play things that are kind of out of the norm. We have Hosan, who plays Draven, which we saw yesterday. Didn't work out well for him, unfortunately, that day. And then we saw also Candy Panda playing Twitch, which, you know, when they go head-to-head, there's going to be a lot of action, a lot of fights breaking out down there. And also, I mean, Shushe, he's well known from Season 1. He plays a lot of different champions. He's even an innovator in the mid lane. Could whip out something kind of new here. And then you have Ocelot, who, you know, is so passionate. His passion flows through his team. He really wants to win these games. And I know after the loss yesterday versus EG, he was, you know, kind of upset, but, you know, he's kind of pumped at the same time, showing that we still have room to improve.
Yeah, well, you talk about head-to-head. Let's check them out. You can see them on your screen. They're very want to get in your face. As you can see Ocelot there. It's going to be Kevin in the top lane. Ocelot, of course, he is the mid laner. Candy Panda, Nif, and Hercubot with a little backward shot there.
I think he's the only one to actually have that kind of mug shot right there. But over on Dragonboard side, Spontex, Shushe, Hosan, Mover, and Maluno. And Maluno is the new jungler picking up for Broken Shard. He backed out and is the manager now. And he didn't, unfortunately, have an amazing game yesterday. He wasn't terrible, but he played Shen in the jungle. Didn't really seem to have much ganks or anything like that. But we'll get into that in a little bit.
Well, earlier on in the week, we had a chance to get a sneak peek into how SK Gaming are preparing for Season 3's League Championship Series.
This bootcamp is made to be prepared, you know, to invest as much time as possible in training, basically. Like, everything is around training.
We're in the bootcamp right now to train, obviously. And then we're gonna do it like this. Every day we wake up, we eat together, we train together, we do everything together as a team.
It's pretty cool to play more in the team than playing alone solo queue at home. Because the LCS is just about team play, and that's what you train here.
At around 10:30, everybody's already awake, and some of us go to gym, some of us decide to watch series, or, you know.
Then we start scrimming at 5 until 11, and then we can go solo queue or watch series. It's like free time after, and every day we do it. And every day we improve and get better.
It's awesome here in this bootcamp, in Girata bootcamp, basically because all of us like eating good, okay, eating proper food, and right here they got, like, it's insane. Like, they got the best food you can ever have.
We got time in between the training and our free time to go fitness and stuff like that, into the city, relax a bit, just calm down. The special mindset is, of course, to improve the mistakes we do, to do every game perfectly. to just kind of destroy the enemy, to don't give him a chance.
We have really no pressure here. It's like we just do it because we want to do it. Nobody say you have to do this or this. We just put our rules and live together and have fun. And we all have the same goal, which is win season 3.
So there it is, ladies and gentlemen. They are the keys to victory. How you win Season 3. You need to wear your jeans when you're on the treadmill. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are unsure of your fitness regime, that is how you do it. You need SK on every single key of the keyboard. That's how you manage to hit those skills. Those ultimates, they will land perfectly, and you need to get the focus.
And I'm really wondering, after seeing Ocelot work out with the scarf, does he also wear that in other places?
He wears that scarf everywhere.
Yeah.
He goes
to sleep with it?
He's in the bath. He's just lying there, and he's got this drape around him. He just wears it everywhere. We're going to check out the team sheets of SK Gaming. You can see them on your screen, and there he is in your face. It is Ocelot, and well, he is certainly the main man. Of course, he's been learning off Peke how to play Kassadin. I'm sure you've all seen the graphic of he's got his playbook of how exactly to play that Kassadin. So maybe Kassadin is something we will see in this game.
May happen indeed. We did see him on Italy yesterday. Unfortunately, he got shut down quite hard by EG because they kept taking away that blue buff. He couldn't throw the spears over and over. And it seems when he has a bad game or shut down, the entire lineup of SK gets shut down.
Well, I mean, I spoke to Ocelot earlier on, and he said to himself, he's like, I'm an idiot. It's that I made such a stupid pick, that last pick, and everybody else has been saying it, but he said it himself. He's like, I couldn't sleep. I was kept awake, and I just couldn't get to sleep. He had a meeting at 10 a.m. He's like, no, you're going to have to cancel it because he's not been able to sleep all night. So that last pick against EG really kept him awake. But let's have a look at his opposition. You can see the Team 4 Dragonborns. It is going to be Spontex who we've picked out for this one. And really, he played immaculately in the live qualifiers in Warsaw.
Yeah, he did. He even had a game against, I think it was against All Authority, the first game where he didn't die at all. And then ended up being very cocky in the interview, and then ended up losing 2 straight to them and allowing AA to get into LCS. But he plays quite a bit of different champions in that top lane. I mean, he played Olaf, Darius, Evelyn, Lisa, and even Akali yesterday. So he has a huge champion pool. He's definitely a person to look out for.
And to me, Dragonborns, they are probably one of the teams that actually throw out the most of that are out there. They'll throw out something pretty wild, I'm expecting from these guys. And
that's honestly something you love seeing as a spectator and even a caster, because that can really catch teams off guard. It can really help define you as a team. And especially a Shushay, I mean, we saw at Gamescom, the Season 2 regional qualifiers, he played that Evelyn middle. It kind of expected it, but he was one of the first to play that champion there.
Well, you've heard what we expect. Let's see what the teams are expecting from one another.
Or Dragonborns!
Dragonborns, we played against them. At the beginning, we were like, holy moly, man, these guys are very good. And I told the guys, hey, look at this. What is he doing? We played more games against them and it went pretty much better.
Holy moly, man. Holy moly. It's New York. Sorry, Ocelot. SK Gaming versus Dragonborns, and it's going to be a lively game. I hope. I'm hopeful. As well as you guys at home, I'm hopeful that this is going to get... Maybe the teams are going to grow some balls, like Peke has said. Maybe they're going to get aggressive, and I think the hairy monsters that are Dragonborns are the team that could grow them balls.
And I think if they pull a win here, you might see another chest bump happen again. I'm kind of excited, but kind of afraid.
They actually said they've got something else they're going to pull out, which I'm intrigued to see if they pull out the win, that they do manage to get something. What are we expecting from these bans, from these two teams?
Well, I wouldn't be too surprised to see a lot of bans target at Shushay. He's kind of their crazy factor of their team, because he can get their team pumped up, he can get their team going and pretty much their head into the game. We do see Kale, Anivia, Zin's out, and Vi banned out. And Vi, if we played by both teams, I was actually a ban I was expecting, because we saw Shushay player mid lane, we saw Hercubot player in the jungle, did very well in both of those games. So I was going to be taking that out of the entire pool. But these last 2 bans, I'm not exactly sure what they want to take away from each team. I mean, we still haven't really seen Olaf this week because he has been nerfed slightly. We heard Expect talking about him. He's more useful in the jungle now, it seems. And Akazik's actually banned out.
And there goes Renekton. So what is available? What would they go with? It is, of course, Shen going to be out there, and Kevin's going to be playing it. He had a boring time of it, I think he said, against the Nidalee last time in that top lane. But immediately, Dragonborns looking like they're going to lock in Taric and Jarvan. And Jarvan, of course, is an interesting one for 3.01.
Yeah, he's one of those champions where he excels early game because of his ganks, because of that disruption he has, not to mention the Cataclysm, the whole famous thing of, I'm Jarvan, I'm helping kind of thing. If you get a nice ultimate late game, I mean, it can really set you up. But the Taric pick is actually one that's kind of intriguing to me. I mean, we could potentially see an Urgot actually comboed with them.
Exactly what I was thinking. Is there going to be an Urgot coming alongside, and are SK going to prepare for that? What would you counter pick if you were expecting that Urgot?
Well, you can go with Twitch. I mean, just someone who can match his power early game. Oh. Go for someone like Caitlyn with range. I wasn't even looking at the screen when that happened, I swear. So you can go with Caitlyn with the range. You have the nice CC out of Zyra as well. Obviously could be played in the mid lane, but I don't think Ocelot plays her too much there, so most likely Nif will be taking that. And now over to Dragonborns, what they want to pick up here. I mean, Shushay, we've seen him play Jace. He played that yesterday. Could pick that up yet again. Nice amount of damage, nice amount of harass in that middle lane. But I think Ocelot this time, after when he played against Fnatic with his Anivia versus Caitlyn, was having a hard time.
Okay, we're having a little switch around. It could be Draven.
Yeah,
Hecarim we saw actually from the North American scene. St. Vicious has been running that one. Caitlyn Panda kind of expected that one. It's been his champion of choice since pretty much season 1. I wouldn't say season 2, it's season 1 in fact.
Well, Caitlyn's a very safe pick against Taric because you have the traps and you have your 90 caliber net to get away if you really need to. Spontex actually can play Darius in the top lane. First time I think we've actually seen him.
Look at that.
In the EU LCS
it's
and the
Draven and Darius all in one game.
Oh, that's going to get hard to say.
Yes, that's going to keep me on my toes. What are we thinking here? What is going to be the mid lane, or will it be Zyra as the mid lane? I'm expecting that to be Nif.
Yeah, I really don't think that's going to be Zyra in the mid lane, though. If we see a Sona picked up, obviously it will be that. Ocelot, what he wants to kind of play here, I mean, you need someone with a little bit of disruption in terms of maybe a Nivea, maybe even... Kassadin could be a potential to silence Darius when he goes in, but I think someone who's very mobile, which, you know, Kassadin is very well, could be a very potential pick, but then as well as an Anivia. I mean, the wall off you can do can really separate the teams depending on where you fight. Oh, sorry, Anivia's banned. Sorry about that.
That's okay, man. just.
But if she wasn't,
I didn't want to stop you going. You had a good flow going there, so you felt pretty comfortable. But Anivia definitely is banned out there. So Hecarim now, they're just going to troll us, and yeah, you're not picking that.
Okay, so Orianna is also a very solid pickup as well. I mean, you have that Jarvan ultimate, you can kind of disrupt that completely, like I was trying to mention. With that ultimate, you can pull them all apart, and wow, we actually will see.
So we're going to get the horse. Hecarim. I am a horse. The horse is amazing.
Well, not the meat, apparently. Not lately.
It's not the meat. If you're in the UK, you'll know what we're getting at. The rest of the world probably won't have a clue what we're talking about, but every little helps.
Gosh. But Dragonborn's last pick, they have no AP currently, so this really wants me to believe that they're going to run another AD champion, maybe that Jace in the mid lane, because there's no point in picking up... I mean, there is a point to pick up an AP now, but if you run an AD, you have that true damage coming out of Darius in his ultimate, you have the armor shred out of Taric, you have the armor stacking of Taric's W, and Jarvan's flag gives you, I think it's 55 or 52 total armor, which is ridiculous when you're going up against that. And we'll see what they're going to pick up here. Actually, wow, sitting on a Lux.
Actually, if I remember well that many people saying Shushay's Lux is actually pretty legit. It's a very strong champion choice for him. I'm not getting any nods from Pekka. He's just giving me a blank expression. So nothing coming out from him. So what are we expecting from these two team lineups?
Well, Dragonborns, as you can see, with the Darius, with the Lux, with the Draven, they want to go for that instant burst. They want to land a light binding and a stun right after that and just kill that person ASAP. Then you have a 5-on-4 kind of fight. Looking over at SK, they have a very tanky lineup with that Hecarim, with the Shen. I mean, Hecarim, he builds tanky, but his W is what really gives him that extra oomph in when it comes to team fights, because you heal off of that when your teammates do damage. They have a lot of control with the Caitlyn traps, with Zyra, and even the Orianna top it, who, running that Ghost Flash on Ocelot's going to help him get in position, which he really is going to need to if they want to win these fights.
Well, you see the teams on your sheets. I'm not too sure which way this one could go.
Yeah, it's really iffy.
3 wins against 2 losses for SK Gaming currently. This would, of course, keep them in that second place. They are in there at the moment. They did manage to get that win against EG last weekend, but they lost to them this weekend. Will that be playing on their minds? Ocelot mentioned the fact that it has played on his mind. Will that keep them distracted, though? Will they just be focused on this game? Will that still be in the back of their heads?
I definitely think it's going to be in their heads, because Candy Panda, he's playing against another Lux, and we saw when they played against EG that he got caught by Frog and Snare, and he got blown up completely. He was very cautious the rest of that game because of that. I think with the protection he's going to have now, with the Shen ultimate, with the Command Protect out of Orianna, he can be a little more safe, but it's going to come up to him to play smart, to not get caught anywhere.
Well, you see, and you can hear, in fact, Dragonborns and SK keeping on your screens. They are loading into the game. We are loading into the game. And, well, you immediately see the buys coming out. Lots of wards being picked up by Nif there. And you would expect between the teams kind of nothing surprising really coming out from the support players. They're buying wards. Shock, horror, ladies and gentlemen. Here we are. It's SK Gaming as the blue team. Dragonborn's on your screen as the red team as we switch and troll me down to the blue. But it is going to be the second match of the day. We are in week 2 here in the League of Legends Championship Series. And it is going to get an interesting match. Hopefully, we will see an aggressive game coming out level 1.
Yeah, you were mentioning Nif picking up all those wards. I was going to say he definitely wants to go for some aggressive wards here just to kind of prevent any sort of engage because Dragonborns have such a strong level 1 team. They have the snares out of 2 people. They even have the apprehend if they want to use that as well. And Draven, who just does so much damage early on. We do have Nif running around and putting another ward down. So he's doing exactly what we're mentioning. He's trying to make sure that they don't get invaded upon, but our pink ward does go down out of Dragonborns, and this really applies a lot of pressure to SK.
And I wasn't sure whether Nif was going to go hunting for that one, but instead we see the pink ward going down. There wasn't a full ward. It wasn't the Explorer ward put out there. I wasn't sure if they were going to bait it with the Explorer. It was a proper ward put down. So the pings continuing to go down. SK well aware of the position of Dragonborns, and they do put the ward in the bush. That ball keeping the position to make sure it was cleared, make sure it was safe for Nif. And there's a lot of ward placement early on. We've seen this from a few teams in America as well. A lot of early wards. I specifically remember CLG. They placed about 6 wards against Team Solo Mid in the game 1.
Yeah, because they really want to make it so their jungler can get an easy route. You don't want to get invaded upon it anyway. I mean, we have Maluna on the Jarvan. He's so strong early on. They actually are going to invade on that top side. Looks like they will be able to steal away that blue. As Hosan and Mover, they push up here.
Straight onto a trap.
Yeah, straight onto a trap. And actually might get caught here as they run around the side, and they do engage.
Oh, and you can see immediately Nif's going to go out, puts the grasping root down, puts a lot of damage down towards Mover, and that's going to force them away. They can't get around the backside to get those golems, and SK Gaming being very defensive there, and that trap be working its wonders. We do see Kevin coming around and realizes immediately the blue buff is gone.
Yep, he steals away perfectly. Ended up not using that smite, so he still has available. Could see some very early ganks, but what he needs to do now is make sure that his own blue doesn't get taken away. They have really good ward coverage to prevent that. And Damon, looking at what's going to happen here with the action, you're seeing it happen right now. Dragonborns, they're going to be zoning out SK here. Obviously, Candy Panda does have the range to really, get that CS, but Draven does so much damage. You saw right there, 1 hit took away 1 complete bar, plus the bleed on top of that. And Hosan, as we saw in the LCS qualifiers, is an exceptional Draven.
Yeah, unlike the rest of us mere mortals, when we follow those axes, we just look at them and we get pretty much tunnel visions. We see the axe is going to land over here and we just go into it like a sheep. He seems to have great controls, great micromanagement, and you can see he's keeping the pressure down towards Candy Panda. It's the stun axe. He's going for a different target. Is he going to be able to get it? There's a shot. Yes, he will. There's first blood for Hosan. The passive nearly caught him out there. Did have to use the barrier and just about keeps himself safe.
That's squeal, Demon. But yeah, great play by Dragonborns. I was totally expecting Mover to do that because they have that early game damage. They have a squishy Zyra to go up against. And as long as they land that stun, she's going to get blown up. And now without that flash, if they can land another stun or even have Maluna come down, it's going to really apply a lot of pressure to SK's AED support lane. And
we do see Hosan backing off, who's going to make use of that early gold. He's actually going to keep the pressure on down the bottom there now. I'll tell a lie. Just going to catch me out. I thought he was going to back off. Ocelot now in this mid lane versus Shushay. Light binding going out. Not going to catch him. We do see Maluna Dragon striking in there, but instead he just backs off. We do see down the bottom the horse is amazing and he's going in for the kill, but instead the ward is there and Dragonborn's back away.
Yeah, they clearly didn't want to give him a lick there as he had that good ward coverage, just prevent that from coming in. But still, looking at Maluna real quick, just onto Jarvan, since we talk about how strong and crucial he is early game. He's actually running some flat armor pen, sitting at 12 flat with 80% on top of that. So he wants to get even a little bit of more damage, which we've seen a lot more people do now. Because they changed the way flat pen works with percent, it's obviously a lot more, it's a lot better to get some flat mixed in with some percent-wise now. But still, also, you shouldn't have too much of a hard time here in the mid lane, but we do have Urkibot coming in for a gank.
So we can see he's coming straight towards it, forces the flash away from Shushay there, and that does mean that flash is down, so potentially see a return gank on this one, as of course got that ghost, so that horse will be very speedy later on when he canters into battle.
Thoroughbred.
As it is right now, though, we see triple Doran's Blade from Hosan. That axe is going to hurt.
Yeah, it's a very ballsy play on his part because he wants to control that lane, and by doing by having those 3 Doran's Blades, the 15 health on hit, he's easing him out of control. He has that sustain to his counterpart who doesn't have that at all, just has the 2 Doran's Blades, needs the extra health to survive. They have complete control of this lane, and we have to see Hercubot come down here and help them, or they're going to keep struggling. But they are taking their double golems, trying to keep their farm up. And in the meantime, the top side, you're seeing Maluna, he's waiting in that bush, trying to make some sort of play on the Kevin because he knows his bot lane is fine.
Oh, you can see Spontex played a fantastic game in the live qualifiers. Played Darius in that. And it seems to be working out well for him again here, keeping the bleed on the minions, keeping them poked down. Maluna just lingers. He's been there for a long time, though, so he's losing out a lot. Also, we do see the horse making his way towards there. Oh, yes, Maluna is indeed stood on it. Dazzle on towards Candy Panda there. Damage goes down by that top lane. Maluna is stood there for a long, long time, but he's on top of a ward. And that's going to give his position away. Now he realizes it, yeah, and he backs away. Keeping himself busy. Hosan keeping the pressure on that bottom lane. There goes Maluna backing off. The mid lane, meanwhile, you can see the backing off. Ooh, Shushay trying to get away from that one. Very much even in the CS across the board. You can do see, though, the bottom lane is really where the difference is happening. Hosan just keeping up that pressure on that bot lane.
Yeah, great job on their part, knowing they have that early game lockdown. The CS lead is just getting bigger and bigger for them. And we even have Tarek, who's being very aggressive because they got that first blood. He had that early assist. He was able to get a couple of extra wards. He got a pink one just to make it so if Maluno does want to come down, he has an easy gank. And as well, it makes SK play very passive at the bottom.
So as it stands, we do see the pink ward being picked up, as well as that Fortitude pot and a double Doran's Blade now for Spontex. So we'll see what he does. Maluno, he's been looking for these ganks for a long, long time. Is he losing out too much?
Well, with that blue still and able to get the rest of his buffs, not too much because he's still doing decently well in levels. He's level 5 compared to his counterpart who still is level 4. Hercuback going in for a gank on the mid lane and actually might get countered by Maluno.
Well, we're seeing him poking around, but again, not going for it though. Just sniffing around there. Massive creep wave being cleared out by Spontex. That's going to give him a good chunk of gold. As it stands, Giant's Belt and Fortitude Pot. So both top laners keeping that Fortitude Pot now in their bag, should they have any late ganks coming in. Shushay very low on hit points and mana right now. Gonna get forced to go back.
Yeah, they get some free farm over to Maluno for that, though. I mean, we were talking about earlier if he's falling behind, but he was in the top lane for quite a bit, soaked up some XP. And something that's really interesting is that we saw SK, we saw Hercuback running Jarvan yesterday. We saw him at the Dragon Pit going over the wall to get into the backside to go for some ganks. We haven't really seen that happen just yet for Maluno this time, but still, he's keeping up in levels. So he'll be 6 fairly soon. His gank's going to get that much more deadly on any lane that doesn't have some sort of flash. Blue buff here, going to go over to Asa, much needed, as he will. I'm assuming he's going to be going for that challenge as he's sitting on 1,600 gold for that extra magic resist so he cannot get blown up by Shushay.
You see the advantage in their bot lane now is being continued on there as Hosan comes back in. He's got the Berserker Greaves now. Candy Panda hasn't even got any boots, so he's got to be very careful now with Mover coming back down there. One Dazzle would certainly be the end of him if Hosan were to lock onto him. The question is, has he wasted too much, or will that pressure be enough from Bino's triple Doran's Blade? Would he have been better off maybe saving up that gold, maybe going towards early BF sword?
Well, it just really depends on how much of an advantage he gets over Caitlyn in CS. He's sitting at 16 right now, 17, still keeping Caitlyn zoned off of all these minions.
That. Double axes, he's flying them now.
It's beautiful. It really is.
It's just, I mean, I can't do that.
I'm just always
not gonna lie. Oh, he's throwing his ultimate out there, actually trying to steal away the golems. Didn't manage to get there though.
I'm just looking at him juggling those two axes, and I'm just like, I would totally mess that up if that was me.
I completely would screw that up, no problem at all. But as it stands, he has managed to keep up the pressure. 63 to 44 CS, a big advantage being gained there. Meanwhile, in this top lane, we do see Kevin against Spontex, and well, we see Maluna coming in, but a shadow dash away will get slowed down from Maluna there. Oh, and just gets flashes away from the apprehend from Spontex.
And we see a kind of an interesting pickup over to Oslo right now. He has a Seeker's Arm Guard, so he's going to be going for that Zonias eventually, and it's not a bad item. It gives it some extra armor when he's against such a heavy AD team and such a heavy shred team when you have Tarek on it. And this bot lane still being very aggressive, but the thing is, I mean, he's not really zoning much. He's just forcing the mini wave into the turret, and Candy Pen is doing a great job of keeping all that CS.
Well, Move is taking a lot of damage there, a lot of pressure from the double plant down from Nif, but of course, the more plants he puts down, Hosan just says, thanks, I'll have a few more gold if you don't mind. Because they are giving him gold every time he clears them out, and he just throws multiple axes on the go. He's clearing it, no problem.
And he has a 700 gold over Candy Pen. You see one hit right there with that bleed. It just really chips away at his health. As long as he can keep landing a couple more of those, and we see some sort of a stun. I mean, it doesn't matter who it's really on. If you can land on Nip, it's obviously going to be better since Candy Panda does have that cleanse. But if Maluno's just involved in this bot lane at all, I mean, they have some guaranteed kills.
Well, the thing is, I was actually sat with Candy Panda earlier on, and they were talking about, the AD carries, and he's like, oh, I'm so bored, I'm always playing Caitlyn. And they were talking, well, they said, well, Draven is a possibility. And they were basically talking about, well, if you play Draven, you automatically know where you're going to be stood. You can predict where they're going to go to, but that's all well and good, but you can't seem to stand and trade against them.
Oh yeah, there's just no way. I mean, he's one of those AD carries that is just like an Urgot or Twitch. Has that he excels at that early game. You can't trade with him in any way. Any sort of sustain would be pretty good against him. I mean, Soraka wouldn't be terrible because you can silence him, you can heal up and prevent that damage. But then against Sona as well. I mean, the only thing is that she's very squishy. So when you're against a Taric, you have to be very careful, very cautious, and that is what makes that such a deadly combo. We do actually have looks like a lane switch here, so they want to punish Ocelot as Hosan and Move are going to sit in this middle lane, and Shusei's going to head down towards the bottom.
Oh, and you can see the pressure being put on towards Ocelot, having to pop out that shield onto himself as well, get defensive. And as it is, it may mean he misses out on that siege winning. Let's see if he can pick it up. That's what he's going to be wanting to do. Yes, he does get it, which I didn't see whether Ocelot took that or whether Hecarim did.
We've seen this happen before, actually, against Ocelot, where it was against EG versus them in the first game, where they shut him down by forcing the AD carry and support there. Actually, no, sorry, they had Crepo roaming around with Lulu, which really shut him down when he was playing his Cassin. So they're trying to do that again, shut him down. And if you shut him down, you're going to pretty much create a really easy opportunity for you mid-game to take an advantage.
Well, and also Shusei going down that bottom lane, he's going to be farming out those waves. Maluna again sitting around, see if he can land any ganks, but we do see Ocelot backing off this time, and the pressure on towards his top lane. This time Kevin, though, on the turret, is going to get pressured in. He's going to have to Shadow Dash and catch himself at the right time. Shadow Dashes. Maluna's taking a lot of turret damage here. Is it going to be 2 enough? The Ignite comes in, doesn't manage to get the slam down. Is the bleed enough? Spontex does finish it off. There's the kill. Kevin goes down. You see Hercubot trying to get back in, but it's too late.
And unfortunately, Spontex wasn't able to go Space Jam on his backside right there because he didn't get the reset, but still, great job by them. They're shutting down Kevin right now. Obviously, he's keeping up in CS pretty well. And as the game does progress, it's going to be hard for Spontex to kill him,
Ocelot.
but still.
Ocelot caught out there. The dazzle comes through, but you can see immediately responses, and they do manage to catch the shockwave. Pulls move there back in, but it's not going to be enough. And now Hosan keeping the aggression down on towards Nif. Is it going to be enough pressure? You can see every time one of those axes land, it does a big chunk of damage, but he's got no mana left. He's just got to keep the auto damage of those axes flying.
Hercubot coming in from the side. They might be able to create a play here with no flash currently up on Hosan.
He's going to be coming around the side there. He has got Ghost available. Will he come around? Yes. He's not going to pop the ultimate, though. He's not going to keep them back. And, well, they managed to defend away.
And one thing we should kind of mention about Hecarim, since we don't see him much in Europe, but we see him in North America, and I think Kobe was touching on this. Oh, Candy Panda getting very low right there, but we see, we had Kobe talking about it, is that Hecarim has that ability to not be stopped when going to the back line of the enemy team. That ultimate with the fear is just so devastating. It creates an opportunity for you to get towards the back, which will be very hard for Draven.
They're going down in towards the bottom here. You can see Maluna coming around the side now. Hercubot's going to have to do some great work here to keep them away from Candy Panda. Maluna thought about tower diving. That turret is very, very low, but they're not going to go for it. They're not going to flick the switch and go. That's interesting because that turret could have gone in one hit.
Yeah, and that's very true. And that might have been a play that might come back to bite them because, as you were mentioning, the turret very low, 1 hit or 2 hurts and it's going to be down. Candy Panda very low. You're going to be able to shut him down even further. Instead, they back off, going to play a little bit safe here because they do have a nice lead. They are up 1,700 gold at this point. They are winning pretty much every lane as well.
So, as it is, Dragonborn's in the lead. You mentioned the gold. It is 1,500 in the lead currently for the Dragonborns. 116, 103 in that top lane. You can see the mid lane's actually pretty even, although the mid lane is not facing off against each other because we do see the spinning axes of Hosan. 114 CS to 96 of Candy Panda's Caitlyn. So champion we're so used to seeing him on, but as it is, he's been out-jostled by Hosan as those axes flip back and forward. He's building up towards that Infinity Edge. Bloodthirster being built by Candy Panda. And how is this actually going to build in as we get towards the mid and the late game between these two AD carriers?
It's really just going to depend on who can get on top of who first. We do have Dragon potentially being started, but going back to what you're asking, if SK can get on top of Hosan, he's going to die. I mean, all he has that flash and barrier to get away. That's about it. He does have that E to pretty much separate the team. And then on the other side, Caitlyn has a cleanse, has a flash, has a 90 cabinet to get away. So it's really easy for SK to get on top of Hosan, and it's not really as easy the other way around. But you do have Maluna to get in there to pop that ultimate, that Cataclysm. Then you do have the apprehend out of Darius, and you do have the stun out of Mover, and also the snare out of Shusei. So it really just depends on who's better and who can excel at catching the other team's AD carry.
Well, the team kill there for Dragonborns. They do manage to get
I'm never going to let that one go.
You are never going to let that one down. No, not a chance. That is for damn sure. We see the ultimate coming out from Shusei, just keeping that wave clearance down. And, it's important with it actually for Lux. You just keep that cooldown on constantly usage. It will get limited down to about 25 seconds towards the end. You just keep on zapping away, clearing those waves. Use it every possible moment. And actually saw Froggen saying earlier on, people will never understand when he uses it purely at random locations, just points it at random things and just making pure sight. It's also, as well as seen, purely if you manage to just get something by luck now and again, it's available, so why not use it?
Yeah, exactly. It's such a low cooldown. You can pretty much use it twice in a team fight. And, you know, changing the topic just a little bit, because we've seen this, we talked about before at the analysis desk. We never mentioned it actually on camera, which is kind of surprising myself. Oh, Kenny Pan actually getting caught here with the light binding.
He's going to get caught out with the light binding. Will they follow it up? The dazzle does come through. Shisha is going to throw out the shield and just scare him. I'm not sure. Oh, have a shield.
But going back to what I was trying to mention is that Hosan and Candy Panda are both running 1% crit. And it's because in that lane phase, if you get that one lucky crit back in Season 2 when you actually had crit from your mastery tree, it could really swing the lane in your own favor. So I don't think we've actually seen one crit happen during that lane phase, but still, it's kind of cool to see how the AD carries are evolving with the way the meta is changing. We've seen a lot more armor pen built up flat-wise, and the crit. We do have Hercubot coming in from the bottom, but I don't think he's actually going to be able to create an opportunity here.
Well, the slow gets thrown down. He's not going to be able to create the opportunity. They do back off, light binding thrown back out, and well, using the luminescence to just keep him away as it is in towards the top lane. Kevin's going to get apprehended. Is it going to be enough? A bleed full on stacks there. Spontex will keep the pressure down. The turret is pretty low, but he isn't going to be enough to dive on towards him. And where you can see Kevin is tanky enough now. He has that Sunfire Cape.
And it's still really interesting to see Dragonborns, the way they're changing their strategy up. That turret so low. But you see the support and the AP carry at the bottom lane right now. You see Hosan in mid. He's getting his race pretty much every time they're up, and he's also applying a lot of pressure to Ocelot. So he's trying to take that advantage that he had early on and apply it into these other lanes. We do have Maluno coming into the top, so trying to go for a gank on Kevin, but he still has that flash available, and obviously that taunt.
Wave Spontex maybe trying to bait him in there. We do see him once again catching the hooks, getting the slow down. Is he going to apprehend him? We will do it at the last minute, keeping that bleed fully on Kevin there. The top lane, of course, is where the focus is at the moment. Kevin is just going to clear out those waves, and they're all going to back away.
And I have to say, we saw the same kind of play out of Maluno in the first game of the season. He wasn't really too effective in terms of his ganks. He was playing Shen that time, didn't really get around the map. I mean, he was there, but he never actually got a gank off. And the same thing's been happening with Jarvan, which you can't really afford to do because you're so strong early on with your ganks, and you tend to fall off a little bit as the game does progress. But obviously, if you can use that Cataclysm perfectly, it won't matter how many ganks you didn't do in the beginning because it all comes down to that one fight.
Well, it's now 162 CS to 125 between the two AD carries. And as it stands, we see a little bit of a dive in there on towards Kevin. Not too sure what Maluno is really planning on there, trying to bait them in. Don't think he's going to be able to put damage down, but Move's going to get caught out in this mid lane. He gets dropped by SK Gaming, and Hercubot does manage to take the kill. They turn and burn. They're running towards the top. They realize there's a three-man stack coming up there. They're not going to make it in time, though. So that will be the top turret going to Dragonborns.
It's a great play by SK there to get that one kill. And even though they weren't able to save that top tower, they have Candy Panda pushing the bottom turret right now. He's been by himself for quite a while. He's behind quite a bit in CS, but it doesn't matter at this point because he will be catching up. And we still have Dragonborns with a three-man push on this top side. Hercubot finally going to be coming around the mid lane, though. It is a 1v2 right now.
Yeah, we saw Hosan throwing that ultimate down the bottom, trying to clear out. Meanwhile, down the bottom here, you can see the top lane dive. Cataclysm being jumped on towards them, and Kevin just being dropped in the middle of it, just absolutely decimated.
Ocelot's ghosting in.
Ocelot is going to ghost him, but it's a 3v1. Are you insane, Ocelot? This crazy Spaniard going to go continuing through. He's not going to have the damage. Instead, the light bind is going to get thrown out. Now you see the bottom two does get taken down by Candy Panda, and they are forced to back away.
Gotta give him credit, though. He tried to create a play there, and if it worked out for them, it would have been amazing, maybe picking up those 3 kills. They got that bot turret by keeping that aggression, not letting Dragonborns back out any sooner. They were able to keep their second tier 2, or the tier 2 turret alive at the top side. And still, Hosan, I mean, look at his farm. It's just getting leaps and bounds beyond Candy Panda, and that's really going to create a problem because if he can keep that early advantage as the game progresses, he will be able to go head-to-head against Candy Panda. He can definitely take him on in a 1v1. But then again, it still comes down to his position in the late game and how well each team can jump on those AD carries.
Well, now he has that Infinity Edge completed, of course, as well. It's going to be that much more damage coming out. So it's 2-1 in terms of turrets. First turret finally went down. SK Gaming picking that one up in the bottom while all that play happened. 3,000 gold advantage to Dragonborns, though. And 3-1 in kills. 19 minutes gone in this game. Still a slow kill game, but definitely a little bit more lively than the games we've seen so far. Spontex looking to create a play here, but the blue buff taken away by Ocelot. They were a little bit too late from that one. And I think Shushe was ready and waiting to maybe try and snipe that away. Instead, throws out the light binding, tries to catch something from it. Nothing going to come, though. Dragon is up in 30 seconds, and Dragonborns are maneuvering into position.
Yeah, it looks like they want to try to make a big play here on this next Dragon. I mean, Shushay, his ultimate cooldown is not too long. It's sitting at 48 seconds, so it would have been back up about 20 seconds after the Dragon came back up. Still a good, you know, it's a smart plan of him to not use it right there. If they can burst this Dragon down, get it very quickly, they can extend their goal lead even further because they've kept this lead this entire game so far. But it's just going to depend on how well they can do that through the rest of the game. We still have Shen in the top lane pushing, and it's really going to create a problem for Dragonborn. They're going to have to react to that, or maybe just give up the Dragon. Depends on what they do here.
We can see.
Hercubot.
He's placing that ward out. Ward clears out. As it stands, Kevin's getting that free farm on the top. He has got Stan United, of course, to come in and get in there. Spontex going to clear out that turret. Ooh, that ward is going to get picked up. Nobody got any pink wards left at the moment, though. So every time that ward gets placed down, it does get cleared. And they have got full vision. Ocelot putting that ball in. On towards Shushay. Shushay trying to catch Ocelot with the light binding. Instead, the Dragon being taken down very low. Dragon Balls do pick up the kill. Are they going to turn it around, though? Hercubot's going to go aggressive. Gets in, gets the fear down. He does manage to catch on towards Maluna, but not enough. You can see the Lugeman Essence catching out there. Spontex diving on towards Nif as well. And now you can see Hercubot taking down very low. Cataclysm. Shockwave gets popped out. Spontex dives in towards Kevin. Spontex very low, but Hosan is just burning the damage from the side there. And everybody backs away. A 1-for-1. Hosan, do not carry on this foolish task. He's going to try and dive in. Ace in the hole comes out. He doesn't manage to get blocked off, but it doesn't matter because the SK Gaming, can they take an advantage from this one? Can they take the middle turret? Light binding comes flashing across there. The rest of Dragon Ball's reacting to it, and they should defend off this turret. Very close engagement and still no clear advantage.
Dragon Ball should engage right here. They have Shushay's ultimate back up again. They could completely blow up someone. Unfortunately, going to miss right there, but that was such an interesting fight because you saw Hercubot zone 4 members of Dragonborns. He had Spontex alone in that Dragon Pit, but even with 4 members of SK hitting him, he didn't die from it. I mean, he was completely healthy, has a Giants build, doesn't even have that tanky of items, but it just shows you, you know, kind of how far behind SK is in terms of damage. Obviously, they didn't use all their ultimates or anything like that to kind of burst him down, but still, great job by Dragonborns to turn that fight around. Shushay with that ultimate, it really scares you because that can really put down a lot of bursts that you're not expecting.
Well, there is a Zeal being picked up by Hosan, so there's axes are going to be a little bit quicker. Rabadon's Death Cap was picked up, of course, by Candy Pan. It's got a very, very quick cooldown, though. Shushay, of course, with that blue buff on him, and the Fiends and Holy Grail is definitely going to be clearing the waves as quick as possible. 4-2 in terms of kills. Currently, Dragonborns, of course, Dragonborns, this is their second game in the tournament. They are 0-1 currently, their first game against EG. So it's a little tricky for them. I mean, Dragonborns, their first few games in this tournament, coming up against first and second currently in the league. That's a big ask, and as it is, though, they are certainly facing up to the task in Season 3 League of Legends Championship Series.
Yeah, when they played against EG, they did a phenomenal job early game. It just started to slip away from as the game progressed. Right now, they're doing a great job early on yet again, and hopefully they worked out that kink and kind of take this advantage and roll with it. The thing is, the longer the game does progress, the more problems they're going to have with that because Lux obviously should quote-unquote fall off as long as the other team builds tanky and builds enough health to pretty much survive the burst that she can put out.
Well, we do see Dragonborns with this 4,000 gold lead. A little snipe off there, catching Nif, just catching him by a whisker. I didn't say whisker, a vine, I guess.
Yeah.
I think a weed or something like that, just coming off the side there. Whatever you'd like to call it as the plant. A root, maybe.
A root, yeah.
A root. We could go with a root. We do see the little cupcakes being put down by Caitlyn, being gratefully received by Mover as he goes around. As it stands, we do see Maluna and Spontex. They were trying to sneak around the back, trying to get a play here on towards SK Gaming. They need to be careful they don't completely cusp around them. Instead, they are not going to go for it. Now, Candy Panda, again, taking some damage from Mover there. Very risky play. Only one light binding that comes out there, but Shushay getting sniped on, using the ace in the hole, just as you would. That Shushay's ultimate, I can't even remember the name of it. Oh, quick shot, he's just going to be cussing my name later on, I tell you. Oh, it is Final Spark, of course. Thank you very much.
But right now, Dragonborns are kind of making a slight misstep. The aggression they're trying to put on this turret is kind of backfiring on them. As you see in the top lane, Kevin pushing by himself. His CS has gone beyond his counter-opponent Spontex, and he's getting so tanky that he's going to be really a menace to deal with, just like his Olaf when we saw versus EG.
They're going to collapse around him here. Maluna is coming around the backside. Oh, he's going to get spotted by the ward. He goes shadow dashes across. Maluna doesn't manage to land the slow instead. That actually may make an opening for SK Gaming in the mid lane.
Yep, it should, definitely. And this is the part where Dragonborns has to make a play. And the thing is, with this...
They're not going to make it.
Well, the thing is, with a Hecarim, you're really kind of hesitant to do that because he has that ultimate that you can't stop. It's basically an unstoppable force, and it fears you. So if he can separate your team and get that fear onto Hosan, force him to run away, not do so much damage, they can just keep putting the pressure on, and then Kevin, you can just teleport in if anyone even gets low on his team. So you have to send someone up there to kind of counter him, but you need Spontex in these fights. You need that burst out of his ultimate.
Tell you what, with those boots and mobility, he's definitely going to be setting a cantering record as he goes ploughing in there. But Dragonborns, they may well have spotted an opening here, and there's not a lot Ocelot can do. Cataclysm diving on towards him. The ultimate being thrown straight out there. They're going to force him away. They should potentially have focused on towards the turret, though. Hosan's in trouble now. He's going to get focused down, but the shield, the barrier is not going to be enough. He's just one more hit, and Hercubot manages to pick up the kill. Now they're going to turn it on towards Moveair. Moveair flashes away. They're going on towards Maluna. Maluna bashes away as well, and the damage from Dragonborns was non-existent because they should have just surely focused on the turret. Instead, they went and got greedy and went for the kill.
They ain't got time for that, Demon.
Nobody got time for
that. Exactly. But still, that just shows the power of Hecarim because he had Hosan locked up right there. We saw Caitlyn falling up with the Piltover Peacemaker, and just they piled all that damage just to erase him from this battle. And if they can keep doing that, they will have this lead that they need, and they will be able to apply a lot of pressure around the map. We saw Kevin pretty much going head-to-head against Spontex in the top side. It didn't allow him to get there, and if he was there, if we did see Darius there, it would have been a completely different fight.
Well, Jason, we've seen this many times from the up-and-coming teams. They had this advantage in the lane phase, but they can't turn it into their advantage as the team fights begin. And now, slowly but surely, we see that gold lead is starting to disappear. We're 20 seconds away from the next Dragon fight. Are SK Gaming in the position where they want to fight this one?
Yeah, I mean, they're building tank enough to do that. The thing is, if you look at what happened so far, Dragonborns, they got 2 turrets first, they got 2 dragons, and yet they're still not really winning the fights. They haven't taken that advantage, like you were saying, and used it. SK, as long as they keep stalling the game out, they're building tanky enough. We have a lot of damage building up on Ocelot. He has a Death Cap, Seeker's Arm Guard, almost has an Archangel Staff if he decides to build that up next. And they have the tankiness on Kevin, they have the tankiness on Hercubot to really kind of counter any burst that Dragonborns is going to put out onto him. It's just really all about controlling Spontex and controlling Shushei, not allowing them to get their ultimates on the same target. And that is the third dragon of the game going over to Dragonborns.
Yeah, SK Gaming definitely not going to fight for it because they were not in position anywhere near quick enough. Dragonborns had that one locked down and got straight in. Kevin, meanwhile, farming out in that top lane. He's going to keep the pressure on towards that top turret, and they're going to have to do something about this one. He's going to start putting damage down onto it. Are Dragonborns going to keep pressuring this middle turret, or will they get rotated round? Looks like they're going to have to focus on him.
That's what's so dangerous about Shen, because he can just keep split pushing that entire time, and it forces the other team to react. And even if you do react, you don't have someone that can stop him directly. He'll just ult into his team. So it pretty much creates a lot of confusion, a lot of decision-making that can always go wrong for you as a team trying to figure out what to do against a split-pushing Shen.
A lot of distraction, I believe, is the word you were grasping for, I think, there. But as it stands, it is still Dragonborns with the lead. It's only ever so slightly, but it's a 3,000 gold lead nonetheless. And we do see the defensive line. This mid lane, this mid 2 turrets have been very hard fought over. Nobody really wants to give them up. Kevin continuing that split push, like you mentioned. He's got to be getting very close to getting that Warmogs completed now. And this is the role we've seen Kevin doing so often. He's just constantly keeping that split push going, keeping that pressure on towards that top turret. And not many teams have really reacted to it. It's a slow grinding process of a tactic. I'm not going to lie, I absolutely hate the split push when I watch it. It is definitely a boring thing to cast, but it does work.
It's effective, and that's what teams are going for. They want to get that early advantage in the lead. They want to get the early score, because SK, you know, they're 3-2 right now. They want to get that extra win to stay in the top 2. And the thing is, Dragonborns, they could pick up their first win here. They definitely have the opportunity to do it if they could just get that one catch onto SK and then open up that turret. We do have Maluno still waiting on the sideline in the middle lane, trying to make something happen, but Kevin and Spontex still just going head-to-head, butting heads constantly, and yet no one's really getting the advantage in that top lane.
Well, I think they're just lathering themselves up so they can rub back once to one another, because honestly, there's not a lot happening. There's no damage coming out, so I don't know what they're doing. They might be just
hugging it out.
Hugging it out right up that top lane. I think that's the safest word we can use probably on air. As it stands at the moment, though, the pressure in towards this mid-turret continues, and you know, that massive advantage that Hotan had built up, you can see is slowly but surely whittling away. Candy Panda, every time he gets a chance, he sneaks off, picks up a little bit more CS. It's down to a 40 CS gap right now. That was at 60 at one point, and still, Dragonborn's yet to get on towards this mid lane, despite the fact Shushe is wave clearing every single chance, which is obviously where the CS advantage is being gathered up, because Candy Panda is picking him up every time they push on towards this turret.
Yeah, Candy Panda's been doing a great job of just getting back in this game. They're keeping that bot lane pushed up right now, as you do see Hosen over there try to fend it off. They keep Kevin pushing the top side, so they're really forcing Dragonborns to not be aggressive. They're forcing them to be defensive, because that gives SK the ability to be in the driver's seat here, and that's exactly what they want, and that's what they're pulling off, and it's such a great job by them.
Did you see that? Did you see that?
I did not.
I saw it. 666, the number of Hosan, as every time his crit lands, that's what it was. He is actually the devil incarnate, Hosan, now. Those chest bumps of the Satan are going to come out soon, but as it stands at the moment, they are returning, and he's gone back to buy. What has Satan bought? He's bought himself a Phantom Dancer.
Perfect item, actually, for him, because those axes, like we were mentioning, it's so easy to predict where it's going to be, and if there's minions there to block you, it's going to give you a tough time to actually pick it up. But with that Phantom Dancer, you can run through them and just grab his axe, keep his damage up really high, keep that DPS as high as possible, because they're going to need that. Shusha, yet again, using that ultimate just to clear the wave out. And still, Kevin being aggressive in that top lane. The bot lane's being pushed up again, up against SK, but obviously Candy Panda will go down there in a second just to push it back out.
Hosan actually trying to pull that Ace in the hole onto Shusha there. And Shusha was backing off. He's like, seriously, dude, just leave me alone. I wanted to go back and buy, but instead he was not allowed, and now we see SK Gaming starting to put the pressure on. Meanwhile, in the top lane, they just keep lathering themselves up, rolling around in the grease. I don't know what they are. It's oiled up fat ladies fighting. I don't even know where I'm going with this one, but as it stands, they're not doing a great deal back and forth. Let's put it this way, it's pretty damn boring watching these teams just go back and forth. We want some action right now.
I just got a disgusting image in my head when you were talking about that. Just like oil wrestling. Anyways, though, we do see blue buff picked up by Shusha right there, giving an extra cooldown reduction. But, you know, it's a dam that has a crack in it, and it has to break at some point for either team. It's going to happen. It's going to be very explosive, and it's really going to go pretty much from there to what you want to see. You want to see these fights break out, and I feel like it's going to happen very shortly. The dragon will be up in a minute. We have 3 dragons currently for Dragonborns. SK, they're in a position to stop it. They're in a position to say, hey, stop doing that. Stop taking the dragons. We want our own, and we want to push some sort of advantage.
Stop indeed. And well, look at that. Look, the dragon timer is back up again. I feel I've seen this dragon timer pop up a few times now, and every single time I think, right, okay, the fight's gonna happen. But no, it doesn't. It's 31 minutes. It's 41,000 to 45,000. We're 7 kills in the entire game. Right now, Monte Cristo is getting his playbook out. He's just comparing this to Korea, and he's like, what is going on right now in the EU scene? We want to know as well. Peke talked about it earlier. People need to grow some big balls, and as it is at the moment, they don't seem to have them. They don't want to fight. They don't want to risk anything, and it's understandable, I guess. We are in week 2. Things are getting serious, and you know, when the playoffs start to happen, it's going to happen later on in the team. But sooner or later, one of these teams is going to have to take the stand. They're going to have to go aggressive and just catch people out.
And it's coming to that point where you have the items you need. It's just all about your synergy as a team, because the gold lead isn't too heavily in favor of either team right now. We still have Kevin and the top lane yet again
he's going to get his turret.
Yeah, he's going to get it this time.
He's now that strong, that tanky, that he doesn't give a monkeys that the actual turret's shooting him. And finally, oh my lord! Shushe finally catches 2 people out there. And Ocelot and Nif just removed from the map. That's what we were waiting for. Finally, that final spark does land, find its home, and that's going to be the middle turret gone. And now Hosan actually going 1-to-1 with Kevin in that top lane. It is going to be the dragon also being soloed by Maluna. Suddenly, everything happens at once.
And that is the dam breaking right there. And I was trying to find, actually in the mid lane, we do see engage on a Candy Panda again. Shed ulting in though.
Bontek's trying to get the apprehend on towards Candy Panda. He's got him fully bleeding. He can't get the dunk though, because he manages to get away with that 90 caliber net. Now Hercubot's going to get dunked on. It's not enough. He ults away. The bleed is on. Will he go down? No, he will. Yes, he will. The horse is down. He's now a burger.
Oh, God. And the dam completely just broke. All the fights breaking out everywhere. And Dragonborn's coming out ahead with this 8-3 now. They have such a huge gold advantage, and they're pushing this aggression really hard. They're going to get this inhibitor turret, and this game is looking very good for Dragonborns.
Finally, the inhibitor is going to fall. Everything suddenly collapsing at once, and Dragonborns grew some big hairy Malonies. I don't know what to call them. But my God, suddenly they did get it. Maluna goes aggressive. There goes the laser. The final spark once again. The Zyra ultimate catches the shockwave, pulls in the Dragonborns though. But a Cataclysm goes diving in. Nif is going to get dunked down. He hasn't got it available. Instead, Spontex picks up the kill. The inhibitor goes down. And Mover backs away, just going to keep themselves defensive. It's 9-3. I've been waiting for the kills to happen, and they've all come in the last minute. Fantastic performance. Dragonborns keeping the pressure on towards SK Gaming.
And we saw this exact same thing happen with Giants versus Gambit Gaming. Giants had some sort of advantage in the beginning. It started to slip a little bit out of their hands, but out of nowhere, they just created so much confusion around the map. They created so many kills for themselves. Dragonborns following the same suit, playing very well right now. And Hosan was even there for that fight. I mean, he was in base, buying, pushing his lane. So just think of how much different it would be, well, how much even more one-sided it would be for Dragonborns if he was there. But they're looking very solid to close this game out. I mean, could see a potential Baron coming right now. It turned from a 4,000 gold lead to a 10,000 gold lead almost, and that is just insane.
And we talked about how long, that 20-minute period where Candy Panda slowly clawed that advantage back. Look at it.
It's gone.
60 CS, gone completely, disappeared. So we're going to check out a replay here of what exactly happened. I don't even know where the replay will be. Let's have a look.
That's what happened.
That is what happened. That really was the turning point right there. One, they got caught out. They both got caught in that light binding. Absolutely decimated there from Shushe. Fantastic. And this is what we talked about actually yesterday. That final spark, it's what took Candy Panda out yesterday, and really what was the big turning point for Froggen.
Yeah, I mean, you have to build some health to kind of counter that. And I remember looking at that fight and trying to see what happened to Oslo, like where was his body? And you saw him and Nif were pretty much standing right next to each other, lined up perfectly for the entire combo, and Shushe took advantage of that and just bursted them both down.
Well, Dragonborns now position themselves. Will they go for that Baron? There's not really a great deal of wards from SK Gaming. They've just been caught on the trot, as it were. And now you can see the axes are flying and the hair is everywhere. And they are keeping the pressure on towards the Baron. They're going to see if they can plug that hole. And SK Gaming trying to maybe get caught in there. That's going to be a great caught out. Oh, and the axe is flying, and that damage is just chipping SK down completely. Burning all that damage down. They just health bars just melting again. Candy Panda caught out there. Uses ace in the hole, but he just shields it completely off there. Shushe is protected from all the damage so far.
The thing is, though, Dragonborns now knows that cleanse is no longer up. We do see Hercubag trying to go for engage, but he misses that ultimate.
That is surely going to be fatal. The ultimate missing out. And that is just taking away any big chance they had, surely, of fighting for the Baron. Surely they're just going to have to back off and let this one go.
And the thing is that the mid lane is pushing with super minions. The bot lane is pushing right now. Dragonborns has so many cooldowns down for SK that they know they have free reign over this Baron. It's just a matter of time. And just like you said, they're going to take it on their own terms, and this gives them such a huge advantage right now. We could see the game closing out in about 5 minutes if Dragonborns can keep this aggression up. However, if they make that one slip up, that one mistake that even Oslet said he's done multiple times against Fnatic, SK can and will get back in the game.
Yep, and here's the 40-minute mark. Remember, any big turnaround in kills could certainly lead to an inhibitor, at the very least, being taken down. But Dragonborns with that huge advantage now. And Hosan, with the Infinity Edge, the Bloodthirst, the Phantom Dancer, he's actually the Devil incarnate right now in this game, and he is doing a great chunk of damage. That Draven Mask. Everybody wearing them right now on the Dragonborn team, honestly. He has got his brother of axes in there, Darius, and Spontex is backing off. And just look at Spontex. I mean, how tanky is he right now? More of the Malmortius, Randy and Zoman, and the Warmogs. My word, that guy is not going to die anytime soon.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about Darius. You don't really need to build damage on him. You can, obviously, with the, wow, I forgot the name, with the Malmortius. But as long as you build tanky, you survive long enough for your team to pretty much get someone low that you dunk them, and then you just pretty much get your reset. That's the whole thing, getting the resets over and over and over again. We do look at Shushe right now. He has a Leandri's Torment, which is kind of an interesting pickup on his part. Gives him a little bit of extra health, gives him some more AP. And it gives him, obviously that magic pen, but the dot from that doesn't seem like something that really will benefit him in the long run, because they're all about bursting you down. They're not about doing sustained damage. They just want to blow you up. But the Void Staff, such a perfect item for him to have. Any magic resist that SK gets pretty much is fueled out right now, and they need to build health to counter this. However, Candy Panda, even though he's been keeping up in farm, he's 0-0-2. Only has 11,000 gold compared to his counterpart at 13.7 thousand. He can't afford to pick up the health he needs to get.
Well, what do SK Gaming need to do? Look at that, 1,000 that just hit for crit there. That is a lot of damage now that Spontex has. Hosan has. And SK Gaming, I'm not sure they want to defend this one. They are actually 4v3, so it's a potential chance that they can do. But we can see coming around the side there, it is going to be Shushe. Is going to back up towards the side. We do have Maluna as well. They are walking past the ward, so they're being spotted. And SK Gaming very much aware of the situation. They do back away. Their inhibitor has respawned, but they are going to lose out in this inner turret.
The thing is, SK, yes, they are on the back foot right now. However, look at their composition. They have the ability to easily win these fights. It's all about just synergizing their ultimates together. If you have Hercubot going, get a nice fear onto as many members as possible. Then you have, the AoE knockup from Zyra. You have the taunt from Kevin if you can land onto multiple targets. You have the pull-in from Ocelot. They can completely destroy Dragonborns. But with this Baron buff, it might just be a little bit too difficult. They need to kind of last it out. As you see right now, they're going to barely keep that inhibitor alive, it looks like. And that would be perfect if they can actually do that and defend it. But they're going to have to get up if Dragonborn makes any sort of push for it.
The last range minion, he can't quite get the hit on it. The range minion, they're just keeping it hanging on there. And the inhibitor has managed to stay in there. One more shot, one more axe, anything at all. That's all the Dragonborns need to land on it. Come on, Hosan, you can do it. Throw an axe at it. Just walk in there. He's going to stun on the trap. No, he doesn't need to because Shushe comes in and does it for him.
So I was waiting to hear you say, hit the damn inhibitor, as your signature phrase. But the bot lane is pushing up very heavily right now. That turret's going to go down. And they're going to get even more gold. I mean, it's almost at 10,000 with this turret. It easily will be. They don't have a lot of gold to spend because they bought right after that Baron, but they're going for the heavy push. They're going for the win right now.
They're making use of the Baron buff, and this is what we like to see. A team getting aggressive once they finally get it. Hosan puts the hurt down on towards the turret, and you can see just burning it down. Their max is flying. Then the final spark whipping off there, and Hosan, Hercubot, trying his best to find an opportunity to get that fear across the whole team. But Dragonborns, they separate the moment he comes near.
And that's exactly what they need to do. If they can prevent that fear from being the initiate for SK, they will win the fight. But SK, they have to hold on to this turret. They can't let another inhibitor fall. Hercubot coming in, those boots mobility and home guard. I mean, he's fast enough. He gets extra attack damage from his speed. But the thing is that Kevin, the ultimate, it's perfect to have, but it takes a while for you to actually get in there and make some sort of impact. And with the burst that Dragonborn has, it's going to be too late before someone dies.
They're going for it. Looks like they're going to try and pick anything out here. No, they can't manage to get them as they back off. And instead, Shushe does come off. He's going to throw out that final spark. He's just holding it off. Instead, they're going to clear the waves. Baron has worn off. That was the opportunity that SK were waiting for. They were trying to catch them the moment that Baron buff did wear out. Instead, Dragonborns are going to clear out all the resources on the map and back off and buy. And, well, they have a big chunk of gold to go and spend. Oh, they're going to dive in. Hosan's going to be the target. Oh, and he gets away. Beautifully done. Flashes just at the right moment from Hercubot.
And even with all that, still, SK played that flawlessly right there. They let the middle inhibitor go down again, which obviously you cannot afford to fight against a Baron up team, but they kept the bomb turret alive. They kept their other inhibitors free of being taken down. And with that, as long as they pick up like an Oracle or get some wards to put up their own jungle, they can create an opportunity to fight there where they will have the advantage. Shushe now, he's pushing up middle. He's 5 out of his 6 items right now. And how do you really stop a Lux in terms of the burst when she gets that final item sitting on that Doran's ring at the moment? Maluna picked up another dragon for his team, and they are just looking just so tanky and so strong.
15,000 gold for Hosan, 14,000, almost 15,000 for Shushe. They are way ahead in terms of gold and way ahead in terms of items. They have a big lead gouged out here from SK Gaming. It is 11,000 gold. 9-3 in kills, 7-3 in turrets. The inhibitor down, and it's SK Gaming's to try and win. The question is, can they do it? Or will they last it and drag it out any bit longer that SK Gaming can claw the way back into this game? As it is, Hercubot, we've still not seen him land that ultimate in the right spot. He's tried it a few times, and it's been flashed out of.
That's the thing, though. They haven't had a straight 5-on-5 team fight yet. I mean, if you look, SK was in the driving seat because they were forcing Dragonborn back with the split pushing they were doing, but they've never had that solid 5-on-5 initiate where SK can use all their abilities together and really take someone out from Dragonborn. So if they get a strong engage here, this still is anyone's game.
And that's surely a credit to Dragonborns. They don't want that 5v5 fight. They've avoided it. And when the action actually happened, it was simply down to getting 2 people getting caught out by that light binding and final spark.
And that's what set off the entire game for Dragonborns to get this big of a lead. So as long as they can keep holding on and create that opportunity, maybe even a 5-on-3 or 5-on-4, which we are seeing Swantex in the topside push, they will win that fight. It's just all about that one moment. I mean, against Copenhagen Wolves, when they were being pushed back the entire time, they got Cho'Gath down about half health, and because of that, Sven Skersen ended up having to run away. His entire team had to fall back, but SK with that one moment, that one yell of go, engage, they turned that game completely around, and that could happen yet again.
So as it is, Dragonborn set themselves up, Baron up in 18 seconds time. Hercubot taking a look around. Got to be careful. We don't see Maluna coming across. He did try and come through, and he's actually trying to keep the pressure on towards Hercubot. He would be a nice, juicy target for them. The final spark does come across, and Candy Panda taking half health already. And now you can see the bleed actually on towards him. The apprehend, the dunk on Ocelot. The dunk comes in, and now Spontex turns toward Candy Panda. The second dunk comes down. Draven gets a third dunk now, and he's just ripping the Scare Gaming apart. They're flashing away. Candy Panda saying, I don't want none of this. I'm going to get away. But it doesn't matter because it's going to be Maluna that picks up the kill, and they're gonna drive it home. It's the Dragomons. They are gonna pick SK Gaming apart, and you can see Muvard. He's heading straight in towards the turret. Shushae's coming with him. They're gonna tank this one up, and there's gonna be the Dragomons taking down SK Gaming, going 2-1 in the League of Legends Championship Series. Fantastically fought out by the Dragomons.
Great game overall by them. They took that advantage early on with that double kill out of Lux to pretty much get the advantage in the game, to get their foot back in the game. SK unfortunately wasn't able to get that strong fight they wanted to. The final spark coming out of Shushae in that last team fight got Ocelot so low that he immediately had to run away, and that's what you saw the resets happen from Darius.
Beautiful flash apprehend there. Very well played by Dragonborns. It took them a while to get going, and we thought that SK Gaming maybe had to claw their way back into it, but it wasn't to be. To take us through all of the action, and well, there was a little bit of a drawn-out period in there. We are going to pass over to our expert analyst desk, and it is, of course, manned with Peke.
Thanks a lot, Demon, and what an amazing game in the end. There was that really stale period, just in there in the middle, but my God, did it get turned, and that was just a brilliant ending to it.
Yeah, it's so true. You know, right at the beginning of the game, I was talking about the bottom lanes of Peke, and I said, well, tell me about this. Which matchup do you prefer? You know, this Zyra Caitlyn, or of course the Taric and Darius combo?
Draven,
thank you. Darius is in the top lane. Yeah, there we go. And Peke's like, yeah, well, at level 3, you know, that's it. They're just going to one-shot Nif's Zyra, but they did it at level 2.
Yeah.
And what do you think of the combo? What do you think of the champions?
Well, I knew they will probably destroy their bottom lane. What I didn't expect them at level 2 to almost get a double kill. I didn't expect that. I thought level 3 they will go for a safe kill on Zyra, and then Caitlyn will farm less, and that would be enough. But they just one balls deep and destroy their bottom.
So to break that whole stale point, we had Shushae really, when he really rocketed himself to fame. Obviously, you know as well as maybe anyone else here that that was in the Season 1 World Championships, which you guys won, playing his Gragas, doing the cosplay thing as he went. That's the kind of stuff that made Shushae such a big celebrity in the League of Legends scene, that made everyone love him. That kind of amazing play.
Yeah, it was like I don't know, I didn't expect it myself. When I was not looking for a second, and suddenly I saw he did a double kill. I didn't expect him to just one-shot them both with that combo. I don't know, that was really sick.
We're going to show you one of the combos here in the replay in just a second. It's not the one that we did the replay of at, the 31 minutes mark. It's a little bit later in the matchup. This is after the Baron had been taken, the second Baron had respawned, and Dragonborns, they pretty much just collapsed on SK in this matchup. Peke, talk us through the fight, and specifically the laser.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, what Dragonborn does here is kind of smart, because SK is prepared for them to go to Baron and then just decide to go on them. They're not really prepared to face them in a fight.
So one of the things I just want to point out, just as we're moving into this, just at the top of your screen here, you can see there is Shushae's Lux with, crazy millions of items, and Maluna and Spontex pick a fight here with Hercubot. Ocelot has a fair amount of HP, and your jaw hit the floor when the final spark hits. Why were you so surprised by the amount of damage?
Like, look at that Lux ultimate. When see ultimates, I was like, well, it's a good ultimate, you hit a lot of people, but then I see the HP of the Orianna. Look at that.
Just completely melted.
If you can do that damage, the fight is won.
And of course, Hercubot, he tanked a long time there. We do then go through Spontex. He gets the first slam dunk. And about this point, D-Man's lung capacity starts to shrink as Candy Panda gets the next dunk. Talk us about Darius's build here.
Yeah, he was full Darius. He's really tanky, but he still does a lot with the ultimate. And that was the perfect fight for him. Everyone really low with the ultimate. He just went in, ultimate, 1 kill, double kill, triple kill, and almost quadra kill if Kevin didn't flash.
Was it a bit of a mean thing by Kevin flashing away, taking the quadra away?
No, it wasn't mean. It was a bit mean, but...
From the start, Dragonborn seemed to be in control of the matchup, and right at the beginning you said you liked their picks. What can teams do to, stop them, getting away?
Well, I don't know, they had really good picks. Like I said, in team fights, it's going to be really nice if they can do it good. They can kill one guy with a stun. If they kill the guy, they're going to win the fight. If they don't, they might have some troubles, but they did it. Every fight they won is because they pick up one guy, either with Lux combo or with Tariq stun and Draven throwing some access non-stop. And yeah, that's what they did. They did really good all the time. They did only one mistake on mid lane, where they lost Hosan, I think. But that was about it. Besides that, they didn't do big mistakes.
Well, brilliant victory there for Dragonborns over an amazing team in the form of SK Gaming, who have done well up until now here in the European LCS. We're going to throw it over to the stage. Shox is up there with the man himself, Shushe.
Absolutely, Shushe. First off, congratulations on this first victory. Now, what were you afraid of going into this matchup? A specific lane or a specific player?
I think a bit, yes, but we screamed SK a lot, and actually we lost, like, I think out of 10 games against them. But we knew what they are playing, and I think we were prepared against them, at least better than against EG. So.
All right. Now you were up against Ocelot in that mid lane, Orianna versus Lux. Can you take us through that matchup?
Yeah, from my experience, it's kind of a balanced matchup, because both of the champions have like long range, they can poke, and they have good damage, but both also have skill shots, so you can dodge like enemy. And I missed some last hits at start, but I think the lane went pretty even there. Like it was 57 to 50 at some point, and then it kept like that.
Yeah, the matchup was pretty even. It wasn't a bot lane that you made a huge advantage in the beginning of the game. Kind of normalized, but then there was that double kill from you in mid lane. Can you take us through what happened from that point on?
That was a bit lucky. I mean, they didn't have vision on us. They didn't know where we are, and they pushed forward while we had vision on them. So I see two people going next to each other in my range. Of course, I'm gonna use my skills. I hit all three of them, and I didn't expect that Orianna would die with Zyra as well, but I guess I just took them by surprise, and yeah, that was double one-shot.
All right, now you came into this LCS maybe kind of an underdog, being the last ones to qualify. Do you feel that way?
I certainly don't feel like underdog. Well, maybe a bit, because like other teams are more experienced playing together, and we are a really young team. But I think we're gonna, like, playing here, gonna make us stronger, and each week we're just gonna have more and more teamwork, and we will stand up to the teams and to the task.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Shushe. Now, we're going to a short break in just a second, but I'd like to remind you of our Twitter question for today. It is, what has been your favorite change in Season 3 so far? You can tweet us your answer at LOL eSports, #LCS. Of course, if you've got any questions for any of us here in the studio, or XPeke, who has joined us at the analysis desk, you can tweet that at LOL eSports, #LCS, and you will answer them for you. We're going to take a short break, but when we come back, it's Gambit Gaming versus the Copenhagen Wolves. Can the Wolves put their paws on a victory, or are Gambit going 3-2 in the LCS? We'll find out in a second.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are on the analyst desk, and we've had a switch around, and we are now joining Peke. We're not joined by Peke, we're joining him, because this is his desk now. He is actually taking it over. He is now the actual cool kid. So, unlike before when we were on the cool kid's desk, this time we did get Peke. He was our number one choice. Of course, we had Ocelot, and unfortunately, we had Aaron. So,
yeah, it was unfortunate.
Sorry, Alvar, sorry.
So mean with him.
Someone had to have him.
We've got to be mean with Alvar. We know he's at home watching, so we had to get in there. But we've been asking questions back and forth across to Twitter, and Twitter have got questions for you. Who'd have thought it, hey?
I don't know.
Well, let's go and go to our first question then from @MadsBinder. I have seen Wukong getting banned sometimes. Why?
Well, Wukong is a strong hero. The thing he has is the ultimate gets tons of damage and CC at the same time after level 11. And I don't think he's worth a ban always, but only if you're planning to play some squeezes hero, because he can just do ultimate and kill you before you even touch the floor.
Okay, a little side question on top of that. If you were to run him, where does he run better, mid or top? Because we've seen him in both positions lately.
I think mid. Mid is really good. You can always farm freely and do even the wolves, but it depends. Like, you can play at top. It's almost the same, I think. You can always free farm. You only have troubles the first levels, and after 6 you're fine.
Yeah, okay. I mean, we saw you obviously running Wukong in Katowice as well. We've seen Giants running, I think, this tournament. Samux running in top
lane.
Yeah, I mean, is there anything particular? Because I think we saw him banned against Giants a few times now. I mean, is there any reason you would ever use a ban towards Wukong? I mean, he is a great initiator.
Yeah, that's the thing. They play with teleport, and it's really annoying when he has the home guards and just go base, teleport somewhere, and comes invisible with the ultimate. That's the best gank you can get.
The best gank you can get. You can't complain at that. Actually, I'm going to keep on to Giants, because I remember the Samux game, and it was against... who was it against? The one they lost at Samux. You ran it on the top lane. And they had such a great team comp. It was against you, of course it was. It was your game. Yeah. And they were actually ahead in that game. Quite a way ahead, in fact, for one point. I think it was like 4 or 5k ahead. And they had the perfect team comp team. And they never fought you as a team. I didn't understand why.
We had a kiting team and Nidalee. She's the best. A split push and throw spears. I got really lucky that I hit all my spears at some point. Like I remember I threw like 10 spears and I hit. I even killed Jimbo and me. Like
you did, yes.
2 spears in a row, like one and another one, and they couldn't control it. They were just lost. Wukong was trying to initiate, then just going to defend top, then moving around, and they couldn't get any engage at all. I think they didn't do any good team fight in that game.
We saw you in Katowice against, I believe it was a Zubu Frost, and you didn't miss very many spears that game on the Helis on his Amumu. Do you want to go ahead and go to another question? Morsum? Oh, that's the kind of, I can't read it. It's really interesting. But who's the strongest mid player in Europe and North America right now to you?
That's a tough question.
And I don't think you can include.
That's
you can probably include yourself.
Let's start from America. From America, it's hard to tell because I didn't watch it, but I guess like Curse are looking really good. And Wajaki is playing really good with the team. He does really good in the mid. Never lose her, at least. He's always equal or ahead. And then as a team player, he has a lot of coordination with his team. And from Europe, I will say Froggen. Froggen is always really hard to lane against. He always knows what to do. He always knows what to do. Except that misclick from TF, but besides that, he does. Except that, he does always fine.
And keeping on that same vein, how do you think the European and the North American mids compare to one another? Because I know it's always been said, Europe has a lot of strong mid laners.
Well, I don't really know the difference. I think Americans are more passive as well. They farm, they never try to take advantage, while we are more sneaky, like trying to get kills somehow, roaming around, and that's the only main difference I see.
But you could surely say the same with Froggen. He farms.
Yeah, he farms, but he's as well farming, but he's not gonna lose the chance of trying to get a kill or move around or trying. You see, he farms, but he's always trying to do something as well.
And throw in another question in there. What about the Asians?
The Asians. Well, the Asians mid, I don't think they are that great. They are good for sure. They farm, they do what they have to do, but it's mostly with the Asians. It's mostly a team play. They have 5 good team members on the team, and you cannot just beat one and the other fall will carry him. That's the thing. They're all good in the team.
They're all good team comps. So, Jason, I believe we have one more question.
Yeah, we do. It's from @Bexter_Hulkface. That is an interesting Twitter name. Probably a lot better than mine, though. Who's your favorite champion to commentate on or play?
To commentate on play? Well, I don't know right now, actually. I guess
probably Kassadin after that backdoor.
Yeah, like Kassadin for sure. It's really cool to watch him, but yeah, either Casadin or Lux or Nidalee, something like that can make big plays.
Something you like to hear, ooh, from the commentator's desk when something happens.
Saying, ooh, something like that.
Well, I mean, everybody likes seeing the big damage champions. Obviously, the Nidalee Spears always brings out the thing, and everybody goes, "Oh, I don't know why you're always so surprised by it." It's great to see the hit points just go.
Yeah, you never expect that when the guy's full HP and he just dies.
Yeah.
How could it happen? That shouldn't be possible.
It feels good as well when you hear that.
When you hear it, the best is when you don't see it, you throw the spear and then you hear the. You're like, okay. We won this fight. Let's go. We can fight now. We won it.
So, I mean, is there anything that you've really been surprised by in Season 3? Anything you'd like to see maybe changing in Season 3?
Yeah, I think after watching that game, the last game I was watching with Quickshot, the fight at top lane, and we're like, man, they are not losing any HP. They are hitting each other and they're both full HP.
Two greased up fat ladies, I believe they call them.
I think Warmog should be nerfed.
That's hot.
Like, it's not that it needs a nerf, but it makes the game really boring to see two guys with 4,000 HP not dying at all.
So do you think it needs, more gold put onto it? Because, I mean, they've obviously already added the regrowth pendant, one more in there. Do you think it needs something else? Maybe
reduce some HP or the health regen a bit or something.
Take it away from 1,000.
I believe they did nerf the regen. It was 1.5%, now it's down to 1, if I'm not mistaken.
It's 1 to 1. Okay, but they still need to nerf it a bit more. They just remove it. Will make the game more fun.
I mean, the fact that everybody's building it still is obviously saying, okay, it may need a little bit more. What do you think, knocking it down to 750 hit points, something like that? I mean, if you get, 700's the Frozen Mallet straight away.
Yeah, if you put it a bit lower, that at least people will think to get the Frozen Mallet instead of that. That's
just change it up a little bit.
Nerf it a bit, so people don't buy it first item on top laner. They do Warmogs on fire every game, so...
Actually, I think, Demon, I have one more Twitter question, actually. I was looking through it real quick, and it's actually really good, because you were mentioning it earlier, when you guys do scrims and you lose against a team, you don't get angry. You look at it and you try to learn from it. And it's a question from at the Eldest Hill, and it's, what's the best tip you have for non-pro players? Because, we have a lot of teams who are going to be coming in mid-season to try to fight for their own chance, and it's a good thing to give them some advice from a, professional player yourself.
Well, you got to enjoy the game a lot. Even when you lose, you got to try to not get mad and think, okay, I'm going to take the best from this and improve. Just got to try to enjoy everything. Even when you lose, got to try to think about why did you lose, what are you going to do better next game, and why you want to play more. So
okay.
I think that's the best. Just not going to get mad.
And one of the things that I always noticed, certainly in the live qualifiers, was you will see the top solo players, and I guess, we could talk about it with the Frellenlord, the king is back. The top solo players, that how they transcend into becoming top team players. And, the fact that you look at these collegiate teams, I'm thinking certainly from American perspective, they have these great teams that come through. We also had, I think it was one of the top normal 5v5 teams that they played 3,000 games or something crazy like that in normal. And they went in towards the ranked and they just flew up just to qualify. I think they went 18-1 and qualified straight through. But they didn't get through because they didn't quite have the teamwork that you guys have. What is it really that steps that teamwork apart? Is it simply just hours and hours of practice?
Yeah, you need to practice against other teams. If you can practice against someone that is better than you, that's even better, because you're gonna learn way more. When you're just playing solo queue, you might improve a bit your solo queue skill, not your mechanical skills, be a bit better. But then when it comes to team play, it's totally different. You can be the best one in solo queue and the worst one in a 5v5 game.
And how do you think the European scene, and I've leveled this at the American scene, and I've always said to them, I don't physically understand how the American scene can actually be behind Europe, because the fact that there is a massive language barrier in Europe. We have, I don't know how many countries are in the whole European nations, but there's a lot of them in this area, and there's a lot of different languages. English is not, it is the primary language, but not everybody speaks it. For example, we have the Copenhagen Wolves now. They're going to have a German coming into it. They do actually have transcended into English now that Kautard joined them, but they used to speak all Danish before that. Yourselves, obviously you've been in Spanish teams before, no doubt. Spanish is your main language. How do you find it in Europe, the fact that there are so many different languages when you have to find this player? You may find this guy that's absolutely godlike at, say, jungle or top, but he might not be able to speak English.
You gotta teach him to speak English. Well, that's the thing. When we first joined our team, before we were even Fnatic, I didn't speak English pretty much. I just knew how to say, let's go top, let's go bottom, and go back and go in. That's what I was saying to my team. I didn't need any more than that. I knew what to do. I could write, and during the game I was just talking important stuff, nothing else.
Well, I mean, that may well actually bring us into the smart ping feature that's coming out shortly as well. You might be able to... That helps out. I mean, obviously you've seen it yourself. You've seen it in action. But, I mean, things like that is going to transcend and help the game progress?
Yeah, it's going to help you. Like, people that don't speak any English at all, they're going to be able to communicate with their teammates.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to head over to Joe and Quickshot because the next match is about to get underway. It's going to be Gambit taking on the Copenhagen Wolves.
Thanks a lot, guys. And as you said, Gambit versus Copenhagen Wolves, an amazing game, hopefully, on paper. We've got a few little pointers, which you keen-eyed guys over on Reddit, I'm sure, have already heard about there as well. But the real story about this one is that Copenhagen Wolves, they're 0 for 2, right? Sorry, 0 for 3, right at the bottom. I almost forgot about their loss yesterday, which means, they're rooted to the bottom of the European LCS. They've got a lot of work to do. And that work hasn't got any easier today.
No, not at all. Unfortunately, during the early hours of last night, there was an incident here in Cologne. The TES was mugged and assaulted. And because of the physical repercussions, because of the stress, and it's not pleasant, he is unfortunately stepping out for this particular matchup. But Copenhagen Wolves, they've got somewhat of a superstar joining their ranks for the matchup.
Well, that's the problem here, that they've got a superstar in terms of solo queue. They've got Pharrell Lord. He had the highest elo in the world in Season 2. But in terms, as Demon rightly pointed out there, in terms of team play, he doesn't really have anything to say, I am number one in the middle.
And it makes life even more difficult because this is a team that's been practicing and scrimming and training together. They've been waiting for a substitute in terms of their mid player. They're now getting another substitute in terms of their mid player because I believe Pharrell Lord is going to be playing mid, and I think Kautar is going down to AD carry. So it's a very difficult thing to deal with, especially in this position. I believe we do have the head-to-head graphic coming up. So let's take a look at both of these teams and their rundowns.
Yeah, so of course for Gambit Gaming, they're with their original 5 here today. Darian in that top lane, Alexic in the middle, Genja and Edward as the AD carrying support, and of course Diamond in the jungle.
And of course for the Copenhagen Wolves, it is Godbro, Kautar, Lord, Deficio, and Sven Skeren.
Yeah, and that's the real thing that we just don't know how Copenhagen Wolves are going to really adapt to this one, to be honest with you. I was talking to them a little bit earlier on about this whole switch, Kautar going to AD, Pharrell Lord coming into middle. Obviously Pharrell Lord's got a good repertoire of champions, some which you can definitely consider ban-worthy. His Twisted Fate is obviously a big one in there. He can play a great Orianna. He's played a lot of Ahri, played a lot of Anivia. This guy knows how to play those solid AP champions in the middle. But how is Kautar going to go into the AD? Because I've heard that he can pretty much only play Caitlyn and Graves.
Well, we'll see how that plays out. That means he at least has two different options for that role. I'm thinking back to Lord's Ahri from the Warsaw qualifiers, and it was terrifying. He is so scary and so difficult, or so great at that champion. Let's have a look at the rest of the Copenhagen Wolves players and highlight the specific mention that we got. It is going to be Deficio on support. He is the team manager, and we said this, I think it was earlier, yesterday or last week, his own team members made a bit of a joke and called him the noob on the lineup, and there's a lot of pressure on his shoulders in that support role.
Well, that's the thing. He's almost got to be one of the biggest rocks in this team now, because he's got to make sure that Kautar stays safe, doesn't make too many mistakes in that new role that he's been forced at the end of the day to play today. You've got Pharrell Lord in there as well. Fisher actually shouted at me yesterday, by the way, for saying he was noob. I was only quoting what his teammate said in that video, so I set him right on that one.
We'll see how he's going to play. He's played Lulu twice already, one Sona game as well. So in terms of his support players, the champion pool, Lulu is a great champion to protect your carry. The shields, the movement buff, the wild growth. So, pairing up with Kautar, if Kautar does overstep with Graves, uses their quick draw, potentially you could have Deficio saving him in this regard. So we'll see which champion he is going to bust out to complement his brand new AD carry for this matchup.
So we're talking about the team here that's obviously 0 for 3 in the standings. Let's take a look at their opponents. Gambit Gaming, formerly known, of course, as Moscow 5, and even before that as Empire, you may remember them there. And we've again highlighted the support here, Edward, formerly known as Gosu Pepper. Now, he actually said in the pre-game here when the players were joining, welcome to the bottom lane, Kautar. Now, Edward is a very scary player to go up against. He's so aggressive. He's probably one of the more aggressive supporters out there. He's got Genja with him, who's in the recent months, obviously, Intellectual Master Katowice looked very, very aggressive there as well. So they could, I mean, from Gambit's side of things, they could really be thinking in this game, okay, bottom lane is somewhere that we can really put the pressure on. You know, middle lane, you're on your own, obviously,
you're in a
before the
island.
junglers come out there. But Forellenlord should be able to handle that one. He's played against Alex Ich before, but this bottom lane is a different thing. It's 2-on-2 down there, 3-on-2, or maybe even 4-on-2 if you get a little bit unlucky. And I think that's the point that Gambit are really going to be looking to utilize in this game, to say, bam, you're dead.
Yeah, so true.
More than once.
You know, I'm looking at his stats as well here for Edward. He's played Sona twice, Lulu once. An average KDA of 13.5 on his kill-securing Sona, which is something that he's particularly famous for, and a KDA of 9 on Lulu. That's one of the highest KDAs of the entire European LCS is Edward's, champion in roster pool. And exactly like you said, he's a menace, he's a terror to behold, and I would be very nervous for Kautsard and Deficio coming into this extremely seasoned bottom lane of Gambit Gaming.
And that's the almost sad thing for them with this, how this has all gone, is that they're already 3-0. They've got 2 games to play today. These were the 2 games that could have propelled them back to a bit of confidence, sitting at 2 for 3 rather than maybe 0 for 5 at the end of the day if things don't go their way. This is one area of the game that we've not really touched upon as of yet. The jungle, of course, with Diamond Prox in the jungle for Gambit and Svenskeren for Copenhagen Wolves. Now, both players highly experienced. Diamond, certainly in terms of offline events, has a lot more experience in that position. We'll see how Svenskeren's going to do in this one. For me, he's not been bad whatsoever in the games we've seen from him. The Cho'Gath knockups in the last game yesterday against SK they were spot on the entire time.
You know what? They were in control of that matchup for the majority of the early and the mid game, and it was only after that really one big engage from SK Gaming on their own steps on the inhibitor turret that turned things against them. You know, Svenskeren's Choke played it twice, has been very, very good. His early ganks, I've got to admit, were not the strongest. You know, the very first few times he showed his presence on the map, he didn't really pick up any kills. But as soon as it got to those team fights, he landed rupture after rupture after rupture when he needed to land it in those pressure situations. So I want to see if they're going to play, you know, if he's going to play Cho or something like that. And of course, Diamond Prox, he's played Bears, he's played Vi, you know, he's whipped out the volley.
He's actually got pretty much an all-animal lineup in the jungle. He's had the bear, he's had the other bear, the man bear pig, Udyr. You know, he's all about the animals in the jungle, Diamond. So we'll see what he pulls out here for this one today. But first of all, before we get into the Champions Select, let's have a look and see what both teams had to say about each other coming into this match.
I knew Wolves when they got XL winner there because he was subbing for us sometimes.
They're really aggressive and they're really good strategically.
It's the team that can like rock, but still they got a lot of weaknesses.
You never know what they're gonna do.
I think that maybe with Bjergsen it will be harder to win.
I don't really fear their laning phase. I don't fear them like one-on-one, but I feel like their whole team game is so good.
So we heard it there. Bjergsen may have been the key to that one. They've got Forellenlord this time around. He's not a bad player by any means. He knows how to do the business in that middle lane. The question is, you know, how does it really match up on the whole team play side of things? Because we know that you can have the best player in the world standing in any team, and it doesn't mean that they're going to win games. They have to slot in with the rest of the side as well.
What they do have to their advantage, though, is if Forellenlord does get a leg up and does start to get an advantage in that middle lane, picks up some kills, picks up a farm advantage or something similar, that can snowball to the rest of the lanes. Mid lane in particular, if you get an advantage or you have a champion with good pushing power or good roaming ganking power, you can go and help the rest of your lane. So in this situation where you've got a brand new AD carry in the form of Kautsard, you've got Forellenlord in that mid lane, that solo queue mentality may work out for them. You know, it's a possibility, but it's going to be up to them to make it happen because Gambit, they're not going to give up any free kills. They're not going to let themselves fall behind.
See, that's one thing I'm not sure about this game. It could go, in my opinion, one of two ways. That Gambit are going to absolutely stomp them and they're not going to have any chance whatsoever. Or Wolves could pull out something a little bit special, a little bit unexpected and catch Gambit off guard because they've got that standing, and they've already got a standing before the standing came in. They've lost the main AD carry for this one. It's a mess of a time for Copenhagen Wolves, not before even mentioning their standing in the league. They're against Gambit, one of the teams that you're expecting to do well and maybe up there in the Season 3 finals even by the end of the year. So they've got nothing to lose in this game whatsoever.
Yeah. You know, put it all out there. Just go with that cheese strategy. Go with the brave picks. Go with the slightly off-the-wall composition because, you know, there's nothing to lose. Picks and bans already underway. Elise Needley and Caitlin removed for Gambit. I wonder if they heard the comment or maybe they've done some research into Kautsard. We may see a Graves coming up for the Copenhagen Wolves.
Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised to see Graves first picked in for this one just to stop that from going away. If what they told me earlier wasn't just trolling. Rise, Sinchao, Kazakhs. Rise obviously aimed straight in towards Alex Ich. Sinchao aimed in towards Diamond and not falling for that Timo pick as a first pick just yet. And Kazakhs, of course, he is still very, very strong. We saw Darian on him yesterday as well. Still a brilliant champion to ban.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, Darren eventually found his stride very late in his matchup yesterday, finally going very, very brave with their Kazakhs. Took a long time to get into that situation, a long time to find their rhythm. But once they did, they just started tearing people apart. Edward has secured his Sona. So, you know, going to his, you know, probably the most famous champion that he has played. And yesterday, again, on point of those crescendos. 3-man, 4-man crescendos, completely locking up the Giants and just playing really, really well.
Right now, Wolves hovering over Vi. We've seen him have some games that have made a big impact, some others that haven't really made that big of an impact, but we know that if you get into the right place, especially early on, you can really carve out a lead for yourself with the power of Vi early on. And a Shen as well, which is one of the champions which usually, if he gets through the banning phase, will make an appearance in the picks.
Now, I stand to be correct on this, but I think this was the same combo that SK Gaming ran on their very first matchup against the Wolves, when it was Shen in the top lane by Kevin facing off against Godbros Needley, and they had Hercubot with Vi in the jungle.
Yeah.
And, you know, just that combo of having Vi dash in there with their ultimate, that assault and battery, having Shen come down on top of her, and just after you slam somebody into the ground, taunt them up, and you've just got like the AD carry or the AP champion completely shut down for such a long duration of time. The question is then, after that happens, how does Pharrell and Lord of Kautsard back up? Because they need to get those damage dealers onto the carries that get locked down.
Well, right now we've got a volley bear in there. We've seen it already from Diamond. Like I said, he's a man of many animals. Obviously, he loves his animals in that jungle. We'll see if he continues and keeps that one in there for the lock. And what are they going to go for the AD carry? That didn't seem like... You know, they were talking about not hovering over anything, and then it's like, bam, Kog'Maw. That's what we're going for. Kog'Maw. Sorted. That'll be locked in, obviously, with the Sona in that bottom lane. I say, obviously, could end up being an AP Cog in the middle lane. Don't think we'd really see that out of Alex at this stage, but it's always an option anyway, and there's the volley bear lock.
We also know Genja as well is such a strong Kog'Maw player, and looking at the lineup of both Shen and Vi, the longer this game goes, that, you know, percentage HP-based damage is just going to make him more and more powerful the longer the matchup goes.
Yeah.
I am a little bit nervous for the match for this particular lock-in though, because of the diving power of both Vi and of Shen. If they decide to pick on either Genja or Edward's Sona, they don't have any inherent escapes. They don't have the ability to get away. There is no, you know, Knight's Caliber net. There is no quick draw. There's no arcane shift from some of the other AD carries that we've been seeing of late. And, you know, Gambit are going to really make sure that they are in the right positioning for any and all engagements so that they don't get caught out and blown up very quickly.
And the picks coming in for Wolves, called it earlier on, Graves. Caitlin's banned, he's going to pick Graves, and that looks like exactly what Wolves are going for. They weren't trolling me early when they said that Kautsard really only has 2 champions up his sleeve for these games that they have to play today. That Zyra obviously could be Graves' support, could also be with Pharrell and Lord in the middle.
Yeah, so true. You know, the option is there, the possibility is to go elsewhere, and Wolves are they're not showing their hand. They're going, look, we'll pick this champion that we can move around, Edward with his typical troll picks, and they're just going to wait to see what Gambit lock in here and allow themselves to either counter pick this mid lane and give the Zyra Graves bottom, or, you know, say, look, you know, Zyra's a fairly safe mid laner. She's got the ability to farm from range, has got, you know, great CC to both avoid ganks and set ganks up if some ganks come in from Vi, for example. So there's some great possibilities there. If we're going to be very honest as well, there's even the possibility of seeing Shen in the jungle and Vi mid. I mean, that's not entirely out of the question. We've seen Shusha running Vi at the Warsaw qualifiers. it's not 100% likely, but the possibility is there, and it's going to be for the Wolves to decide where they put each of these champions.
We also have Renekton open, which we have been seeing coming out of Darien recently as well. They've currently got that Vladimir in there that could be in the middle, or now it's going to be in the top lane if that Kassadin does get picked up here for Alexic. So going with that double AP comp, what are Wolves going to finish off with here? Twisted Fate is one champion that Lord really loves to play. A lot of teams will use a ban to get rid of a Twisted Fate. A Diana, interesting.
Diana's another champion that he does very well with in the solo queues and on stream. A very aggressive champion, especially the way you tend to build Diana, building a lot of that armor up early, working towards that Zhonya's Hourglass, and with her Pale Cascade, the shield that she gets, it's just huge. Going to be able to dive into a fight. If she does decide to go very aggressive onto Cog or, Kassadin, she can chase as well. There's going to be multiple charges of that Lunar Rush as long as she can continue landing those Crescent Strikes. And you're not going to be able to Rift Walk away from a Diana because she's got the ability to stick to you. Exactly.
Yeah, and that may be what they're going for with this one, being able with Shen, with Vi, and with Diana to really get into the back of them. Zyra, in the meantime, knocks him up to stop them fleeing away. And it looks like that is what Wolves are going to go for. So we've got our two teams here. Who do you fancy in quick shot? Who do you think's got it?
It's really difficult to call because I think the longer this game goes, the better the chances are for Gambit Gaming. I feel their teamwork, their cohesion, and just simply the composition will just scale so incredibly well. The one thing that is very scary for them is the mid-game phase. Once the towers go down and you have Shen, Diana, and Vi diving onto either Cogmore or Kassadin and sticking to them, or even Volibear. I mean, if Diamond Prox uses that Rolling Thunder and tosses somebody back, Shen and Vi are just going to love that. They say, thank you for that. We don't need to burn our flash to get in range. And all of a sudden we're there. So it's a bit of an interesting pick to see how it plays out. And if you were looking at the faces there of the Wolves, there was big smiles on Deficio and Kautsard. They look happy. They look relaxed. Considering the circumstances, it's really great to see them coming in with a really, energetic sportsman disposition.
Well, that's what I said. They've got nothing really to lose in this one. Yet it would have been a different scenario, different mindset if they had the test for these games today. As I said, unfortunately, because the circumstances isn't with us, and they've got Lord in there. We know he's good with Diana. We know he's got a good repertoire. He's just got to come here and turn on the style 2 games in a row to help Wolves along the way. But Gambit, they've been upset already here in the European LCS. They've lost to Giants, which we call it an upset because on paper Giants weren't supposed to win that game. They did, however, win that game, and that still leaves a little bit open for Wolves, in my opinion. That still allows them to have that thought of they're not 100% still, they're not on top of their game, and that means that we could get in for something.
Find that little weakness and exploit it. That's what the Wolves need to do here. And, Lee and D-Man has kept referring to Gambit as the Russian overlords. And we'll see whether or not this matchup puts these Danish puppies into the Wolves that, they've their namesake. Will they be able to pull ahead? So defensive starts at the beginning, a number of pings coming up from the Copenhagen Wolves, spamming both of the entrances to their Wraith camp as well as their blue buff, and it doesn't look like we're going to have any early aggression. Teams playing really safe and controlled in these early stages.
Well, looking down the summon spells, there are a couple worth noting here. Darien on Vladimir has that ghost in, which we see mostly on the Vladimir, but a flash as well. So really got that movement speed plus the ability to escape, or even get in there to get the ulti down and what have you. Genji also opting not for a flash, but for ghost and cleanse, so that he can move away quickly and also cleanse anything off coming his way. Edward picking up the ignite. Well, I mean, he is, as I said, one of the more aggressive supports. He likes to secure kills. He loves to secure kills more than anyone else in the world. So we'll see if that helps him do so. Can we expect anything here at level 1, though?
Well, there's a huge amount of wards in the back pockets of the Copenhagen Wolves. You can see down the line, mid, top, and bottom laners have all picked up some vision wards there, just to make sure that any early ganks from Diamond Prox will, be met with nothing. They just want to make sure they know when that teddy bear is running into their lane and don't allow themselves to get caught out. The Wolves are coming into this lane just to disrupt the double golems, preventing both Genji and Edward from getting the level 2 very early. They pretty much just show their faces and back away, so they don't take the golems for themselves, but at the very least they interrupt Genji and Edward. And it's good to see a little bit of planning and some thought going into that. Kautsard going from the mid lane to the AD and saying, well, this is what we want to do at this very early stage of the matchup.
Well, in the jungles, we saw Svenskeren there starting off with his blue. Going to be going smiteless for that one. Diamond, same thing over on his side of the map, so nothing really new there. And the question, like you said, is how are they going to be able to handle, I think, more Edward than Genja in this bot lane. I think that's the really important part of that one. Middle lane for Lord coming in. Does, in the end, get himself to play in Season 3. Obviously, didn't quite make it there with alternate, but he's managed to sneak in as a substitute here, which I guess is fitting for a guy who had the highest elo in the world in Season 2, that he should be involved in some way, shape, or form. We just weren't going to have to wonder how he's going to do.
And what an awesome place to display, your individual abilities. See if you can actually get ahead of Alexic, arguably one of the best AP mids in Europe. We were talking about this bottom lane very briefly, and I just want to quickly talk about how they can handle Edward. It's really going to come down to Deficio trying to catch them out. Kautard being a little bit out of position there. You can see being chased away, forced to run a super long way around. He does manage to quick draw over the wall and save some time, but if Deficio can catch either Sona or Kog'Maw, in these early stages, once there's a little bit more attack damage on Kautard's Graves, they can burst them down very, very quickly. The taunt comes out and Darien just pulls away underneath it.
And that's the annoying thing about going up against Vladimir. You can avoid so much by just pulling away and avoiding any CC that you can throw down onto him. You can see in this bottom lane, a pink ward was used by Edward just to clear out the vision that Wolves has stuck down in this top side brush, and that's just going to allow them to really zone this Graves-Zyra combination out completely. They've got the sustain in there as well, of course. Genja going to be getting those heals out from Edward, and that should keep them really safe and should give him a brilliant laning phase here. One thing that Kautard needs to do is just die as less as possible and farm as much as he can whilst being, no doubt, zoned the entire time.
Yeah, it's so true. Kautard now, he's going to be under a lot of pressure on this bottom turret. Farming underneath the turret, he's only got that long sword in his back pocket. You can see Svenskeren trying to set up a gank on Alexic, but the Moonfall doesn't land.
Here we go then, Svenskeren coming in. Can they get this first blood? Alexic forced to flash away. Obviously, only level 4, doesn't have that Rift Walk to keep him safe. Now Lord is actually still fairly low, down to half HP in that middle, and we've got Diamond waiting in the wings here to maybe try and get in for a bit of a sniff of the action, but as you see, Wolves just back away. Diamond gonna hit his recall, and he'll be headed home. Lord actually tries it there in the middle of the lane, which Diamond's gonna say, nope, not just yet. I'm going to stop that from happening. But no first blood up until now, which an encouraging sign, I guess we could say, for Copenhagen Wolves.
Yeah, they haven't given up anything, but this bottom lane is really being pressured hard. They have no more potions available. They have no way to get the health back that they've lost. And Genja and Edward, other than being 50% of their mana pool down, they have lost practically no HP. Genja takes a little bit of poke there from the minions, but the range on that Bioarcane Barrage and the amount of poke that Edward is putting down, there's just no reply from them, no response. They need to be a little more aggressive. They need to get some damage down, and hopefully, with maybe some help from Svenskeren here, pick up a kill, because, a 16 CS deficit at 5 minutes does not bode well for Kautard.
And every time he tries to come from, anywhere near the front of the tower, they're just going straight in onto him. Don't mind to take one turret here, one turret here, there, one turret here, one turret here, there. Yeah.
Here a turret, there a turret.
That's the real problems. We can see Edward again going straight underneath the turret. And we actually seen Kautard go back as Svenskeren comes over to cover. But Kautard will be thinking, oh god, finally I've got a Vamp Scepter. I can actually heal myself up a little bit under the tower now.
And he's going to be, going to be forced to continually last hit to keep his HP up, which means his lane is going to start pushing. You can see already he's going to start overstepping his safety zone right now as Kog'Maw's picked up a Vamp Scepter and the cloth armor as well, which is very, very key. The amount of burst which Graves can put down is very, very high. So by picking up that cloth armor, it negates the only weakness that his lane currently has. If Kautard's buckshots and collateral damage doesn't drop him low enough to get a kill, they can continue the pressure, continue using their range, their poke, and their sustain to their advantage, and just keep complete control of that bottom lane.
See here in the top lane, so it's not really touched on up until now. Darien up to level 6, working his way into that position where, around level 9, he really gets to his strongest level. That bit of an immovable object by then, but so far he's having a good time of it as well. Nigod Bro not really being able to do too much damage to him. Svenskeren been a little bit busy with having to look at the other lanes as well because of that pressure that Gambit were putting in on the bottom. But you can see now Kautar and Officio have finally had the nerve to step out a little bit. That Vamp Scepter, a few more pots, giving Kautar that bit of a safety net. But false security can sometimes be a real enemy.
Yeah, we'll see how they decide to play this, because they're approaching that ultimate level right now where they can put the full combo of everything down, get the Stranglethorns, the Buckshot, the Collateral all together. And, you know, with Pharrell playing Diana, if he decides to come down to one of these lanes, either the top or the bottom, it's a great ganking champion. Can dash to a target, can pull them in, slow them with that Moonfall. I think it's about 30 or 40% at the first rank, and it's a very, very powerful combo. Land the slow, get the Zyra, you know, CC down, and you can blow them up. As Svenskeren sets up for the gank.
They're going in, they've managed to get the roots on towards Edward. He will flash away. Svenskeren continues to put that pressure down. Are they going to go under the turret for this one? No, they don't want to risk anything like that, and they managed to stay alive 3-on-2.
They went too early. Neither of them had the ultimates. There was no slam into the ground that Assault and Battery. They didn't have Stranglethorns. They didn't have the Collateral. And if any one of those was available, they probably could have picked up first blood. So just a little too quick on the draw, and it cost them potentially the first kill of the game.
Right now, Diamond on this bottom side of the map as well. He's just taken that red buff away. You can see there that Edward has pretty much healed him, and Genja, along obviously with that Vamp Scepter for Genja, right back up towards that full HP area. So that's just bad news overall for them. They're going to need that help of Svenskeren to get in, which means that he's not going to be able to focus on the other lanes. I mean, Alexic is going to be hard to pin down for him anyway with that Kassadin, but the mobility that Diana has, that Vi even has there, may mean that they have to focus somewhere else to get things going.
Yeah, you know, it's just this little standoff, this little waiting to see where the pressure gives the most. And the longer it takes, the more damage that the Wolves are actually taking. 20 CS behind in the top lane, you know, 20 CS behind in the bottom lane. And this is against teams that are, you know, champions that are relatively weak early. Cogmore is not very well known for having a stellar, you know, laning phase, as we see Pharrell being caught up in the middle lane.
Yeah, we'll see if they can hold him down here. He will fling him actually back towards his own turret, as Shen is coming in here as well. They're going to go in towards Diamond Prox. There is the first blood. Alex got involved in the fight there. He should have probably just left it, and that is 2 kills for Copenhagen Wolves.
So nicely done. They dove in there. They waited for the Stand United. The shield was enough to keep Pharrell alive, and as soon as, you know, Shen landed, got the taunt in there, picked up 2 kills, and that is exactly what the Copenhagen Wolves need. Get that gold lead, get the champions starting to win the lane, but they're going to need to continue doing that. I wonder if Svenskeren can set anything up in this bottom lane, because Genja is very far overextended.
Yep, Edward is actually running away, but as you can see, Genja is the one that's in a little bit of danger from this one. Can they hold in? The roots have got into land. There go the Stranglethorns. Kautar chimes in with the collateral damage to pick up the kill. And, well, they faced so much pressure early on. They were behind on all fronts, but look at it now. They finally gained that gold lead back after taking 3 kills in. There's 1 to Diana, 1 to Graves, and 1 to Shen. It's a great distribution, and Wolves are going to be feeling the confidence.
The Neon Strike vibes. You know, Svenskeren is really strutting his swagger right now. The first gank, not as strong as Pharrell, dives onto Alexic. They trade a lot of damage back and forth, and Pharrell's actually winning this trade. But really good ganks from Svenskeren there, you know, pushing mid lane, immediately going bottom lane, and the overconfidence from Genja costing him his life.
And that's one thing that Alex has really got to watch out for here now. That Blasting Wand in for Pharrell. He's not got any extra damage himself. Got the Tia, got the Catalyst. Obviously working himself up towards that Rod of Ages. But Pharrell has shown already that he's not scared to dive straight in on top of Alexic and get involved with that one. Meanwhile, Svenskeren is headed down towards the Dragon. He's pinged it himself. Going to get inside the pit. And Wolves, they're not going to start it off. Actually, he's just going to get himself over the wall. They should realize what's going on now. They've got a ward on that top side, so they wouldn't know really if he was inside the Dragon pit doing Dragon. They came around to cover it, saw that Vi was actually in that tri-bush, and know now that they are safe from a gank at bottom.
Really smart play from Svenskeren again. You know, we've seen this from a number of junglers. Actually, Diamond Prox, I think it was the very first matchup of the EU LCS. He flashed over the wall at 4 minutes to do a Dragon with his Udyr. We've seen that the Vault Breaker just dashing through walls time and time again to get away from the vision. Godbro's taking a lot of pressure in this top lane, and There's no ignite for Darien, but with a Hemo Plague, it could be enough damage to pick up a kill.
Yep, and look at the CS there as well, 101 to 70. That's a big lead, and as I was talking about, Dragon, Wolves are actually doing it now with Forellenlord and Svenskeren there. Diamond is going to come from the side. Notice that they've started that Dragon off. It's below half HP already. We do have Smite up for both junglers, and it is going to be picked up there by Diana as they engage in on towards Diamond.
He's going to do his best to get away. The Rolling Thunder, he is there. He throws on the ultimate. Those Thunder Claws slamming into the ground, but Svenskeren forced to flash to safety. Going to charge up that Volt Breaker and close the gaps. Forellenlord's gotten very brave. He's dashed in. Double Lunar Rush, but his HP is so low. One more Rift Walk will be enough for Alexich. Wait for the cooldown. Forellenlord goes back in with the shield. The Pale Cascade keeps him alive a couple of seconds longer, but in the bottom lane, Genja blows up Kautard.
Yeah, Kautard going down. That's the real danger. We've seen it so often already in the EU LCS that these more unexperienced teams, they have no problem with getting into the lead in games. The problem that they have is keeping that lead and even more, pushing it in towards a victory. And Gambit Gaming just showing their experience and saying, well, we know how it is to be behind. We've faced this situation a million times as a team against all kinds of different play styles, and we know exactly how we're going to come back in.
It was a questionable decision going on to Volibear as well. That was a full health Volibear with his passive most likely available. And okay, fair enough, Diana has a lot of damage. Vi can put a lot down once she starts proccing those denting blows, but to fully think you're going to burst down a Volibear in a couple of seconds is a little bit brave. So I think chasing him into the jungle was the mistake that they made. And if they can just keep themselves in check, making sure they don't overcommit and knowing when to back away, they can definitely, pick up another kill and start pulling themselves back into the lead as we go into a replay.
Yeah, this is the kill that we missed down in this bottom lane. Obviously, Kautard went down earlier on. Genja actually got rooted up at the start. Kautard, though, getting hit by the crescendo, used his barrier, but it just not enough there in the end to finish off, and it was one final blast of the ultimate from Genja that secured it.
I love that. It's such a dramatic play. The living artillery flying down in the very, very last second. I just keep hearing Zuna in my head, get sniped, get sniped. At the moment, 3-2, Copenhagen Wolves 1,000 gold behind. Svenskeren's going to grab his red buff before trying to set up any ganks, and there was the tower in the top lane going down, so Godbro with a 40 CS deficit, hopefully going to use the ability to stay on his inner turret and find the time to farm.
And if you look quickly down the items here, the Revolver was picked up earlier on by Vladimir with those Sorcerer's Shoes. Now he's got that needlessly large rod in there as well. So Shen, if he wasn't having problems with him before in that top lane, it's going to become even worse for him. Now got that giant spell in there as Edward goes to put a ward down. There are 3 of them there though. Svenskeren going to lock him in, and Edward going to fall victim to that old support rule of just putting a ward down, guys.
Just putting a ward down, and they combo the ultimates perfectly, picking their kill up. Deficio still has his Stranglethorns available. Now, Forellenlord was caught out in the middle lane. You can see that his flash is burned. Just recently got on cooldown. And while that fight was happening, it looked as though Diamond Prox had caught him out, tossed him a little bit further backwards, and Forellenlord's going to be a little bit careful in this middle lane now. He doesn't have flash as that little safety barrier. Does have 3 ranks into that cascade, so his shield is looking pretty strong. But luckily, with Svenskeren around, Gambit Gaming do not decide to put pressure on that turret.
They know that Diamond actually was coming into this bottom lane as well, and Kautard and Deficio both backing away. So the kills, again, to look at them, 1 for every man over on Copenhagen Wolves outside of Vi, who, well, picked up an assist for all 4 of them anyway. So not going to be too unhappy with how that one's gone as Forellenlord once again dives in towards Alexich. Alexich actually winning out the fight, but Svenskeren is coming in there as well. Will Forellenlord be able to get away? Yep. He'll stick his shield on and say, not today, mate. You're not finishing me off this time.
Cooldown saved Alexich in that engagement because Svenskeren did not have Assault and Battery. If he could have locked Alex down, it obviously would have been another kill going their way. And with the Copenhagen Wolves spreading the love as far as the kills are concerned, 1 for each of their champions, including their support, it can only help them. The thing is, they need to keep doing this because even though they've got the kill advantage, they're a tower down and they're behind on gold. A lot of their lanes are falling really far behind in CS. I mean, Godbro, a 50 CS lead is immense.
And now they're coming in onto Darien, though, on this top side. Where is that Assault and Battery? Again, not quite up and available. And he just used his pool there underneath the tower as well, so they might have just been able to lock him down for that one. Either way, we've got the Dragon coming up here in 1.5 minutes' time. Let's see who's the first to react to that one. We see the pink ward put down by Deficio. That's going to allow them to clear out the vision. that Edward put down a little bit earlier on, as they obviously want to try and get Svenskeren once again into this bottom lane. They both have a killer PC80. He carries Bloodthirster. He's already done 4 Coutard. Not quite at that point yet, just for Genja. He does have the BF Sword and that Vamp Scepter, though. And I'd imagine sitting on a decent amount of gold to go home with. Svenskeren is actually coming in now from this backside. Let's see if he can get in for the gank.
The ultimate is available, and Flash will be in just a moment. The Vault Break is being charged. There comes the Flash onto Edward. They've locked him down. The Grasping Reach goes knocking everybody up in the air, and they just blow up Edward once again. A great gank, a lot of abilities, and you see Ferellinor going on to Alex.
Alex having to riff walk away from this one, but can he escape? Gets a slowdown. Crescent Slash will land here. Well, Ferellinor not going too deep into it. They know that Dragon is going to be coming up here soon. Vi actually down in the bottom lane is going to be hammering away at Cogmore. Let's quickly jump down there. Alexich will riff walk to safety. But they are actually now on that turret. They've decided to leave Genja alone, and that turret is gonna go down. That's the first one of the game for Copenhagen Wolves.
Ferellinor's in trouble though, because the bear comes rolling in, flippity floppity around, throws Edward backwards. Stand United comes down though. We'll see if Shen can turn the tide of this battle. Diamond Prox has been taunted up. The Hemoplague was on Shen though, so he's gonna be taking bonus damage from anybody that's going down. The Volibear passive is ticking over, and his HP is simply going through the roof.
Yeah, that's the one thing I'm sure that Diamond really loves about this Volibear, that once you get that health back, it comes thick and fast and keeps you safe. But again, you know, Darian in the top lane, he's just pushing this whole time. Look at that CS lead, 172 to 115. Warmogs is now complete on Shen, though. You see the Abyssal Scepter done for Diana, along with those Home Guard Sorcerer's Shoes as well. Still, Genja's not gone home to complete that Bloodthirster, so I'm assuming he's sat on 1,500 gold at this point in the game. We do have the Locket of the Iron Solari on Volibear as well, who's a good 30 CS in the lead from that jungle time, but you know, Svenskeren has been the one that's really made the impact in terms of the ganks.
Yeah, you know, Svenskeren's ganks have been very powerful. Going to dive forward, doesn't land the Vault Breaker into Edward though, so forced to back away, and can just see Assault and Battery coming available off cooldown. Edward has been picked on a little bit this match. Svenskeren has really put a lot of pressure and focus into that bottom lane, and it's helping because, of course, that is where arguably their weak link is right now. It's a new composition or new players. They need to gel. They need to get some synergy together as a team, and you can see in terms of the items, the Berserker's Greaves has been completed for Coutard. His Bloodthirst is up as well. He's working towards a Zeal right now. If they can get that heavy burst damage down onto the squishy characters of Gambit, they can definitely pull themselves into the lead.
That's what they need to do, get straight in there to that back, get rid of that Cogmore at this point, get rid of Alexich even as fast as they possibly can. That Dragon, of course, is available for the taking right now. They have a 300 gold lead only for Copenhagen Wolves, despite that 3-kill lead that they do have. I think Crescent Strike comes out again. Oh, he's still have Dragon. He's still sat there alive. Neither team, up till now, made the move for him. Blue buff is on Ferellinor as well. That's going to help him really keep up there with that cooldown reduction as Diamond gets rooted up under the tower, but he's the bear.
Yeah, exactly. He's going to be able to tank it. He's got that locket available, so if he needs that damage shield, he's going to throw that onto himself, and of course his passive is going to help out as well. We've only seen one Dragon right now at 21 minutes, which is a little strange because Gambit were doing so well with a very early Dragon control in previous matches here at the LCS, and it's been sitting there for a while now, been up for the last 2 or 3 minutes, and it does look like Gambit are finally trying to put some attention down there. They start roaming down, and as soon as the Wolves show themselves in the mid lane, they decide, nope, the tower is a little bit more important. So we've got this little standoff, and one team is going to decide to try and push for this Drake, and we'll see whether or not the Wolves can hold off the Russian overlords in this battle.
Yeah, it's got to be Wolves. Coutard pushed that bottom lane out, got himself a good amount of farm. Cogmore did go down there, but he's going to be coming back into this one. Vision granted there over on towards Ferellinor, and we can see the Diamond running in.
He's dived in there. You can see Svenskeren is forced out of the fight before he can really do anything. Assault and Battery is up on the blue buff. Alexich is going to be the first victim, and Svenskeren is still alive. He's gotten away. Now Ferellinor's picked one up onto Diamond Prox. Can he continue the chase, though? Genja was untouched the entire duration of that battle, and Alex with a questionable play coming from behind.
Yeah, coming from behind, which he sometimes can afford to do. I mean, they got Svenskeren super low. I'm surprised that he even survived. As Forellenlord actually flashing over there on towards Darian, picks up the kill. He is double buffed in there as well. And that will be Copenhagen Wolves going 8-2 in the lead. But yeah, I mean, Volibear, we talked about him saying he could take it as the bear. But that time, I tell you what, that burst power was just too much for him to handle.
And the problem coming in there for Gambit Gaming is they focused Svenskeren's Vi. They focused the jungler. They didn't really put too much damage into Counthard or Forellenlord until Svenskeren was out of the fight. With Alex coming over from the back line, Svenskeren flashed to safety and then used his ultimate to get even further away from the damage dealers of Gambit. And because he was simply locked down for so long, Alex couldn't close out the kill. He couldn't slow everybody with the Force Pulse and allow his team to collapse on them. So Copenhagen, they pull themselves a notable lead right now. And the question is, can they hold on to it?
Yeah, that is a big question as well. We've seen teams having leads like this before and not being able to turn them into a win. I mean, don't forget Copenhagen Wolves against SK yesterday had them pushed onto their inhibitor turret. They were putting pressure on SK throughout a good majority of that game. They were disappointed in the loss. I'm sure they'll have had a talk about it overnight, but we know they've not got their normal AD carry in here. We talked about how Counthard said earlier that he can only really play Graves and Caitlyn in that bottom lane. Caitlyn was banned, so he only had Graves to work with. But I tell you what, he's not doing half bad with him. He's 3-1-2 right now.
He's playing really well on Graves. He fell behind early on, and you know, just that synergy and the combo of Edward and Genja, being able to put pressure on them, really not allowing him to farm safely. He fell about 30 CS behind, but he stayed only 30 CS behind. It's a noticeable difference, but he hasn't fallen further and further and further. With 3 kills, 2 assists, a couple of dragons under his belt, he's doing very, very well in terms of itemization. Actually has a gold lead over Genja, and the Wolves are in a great position right now. Is it too early to be saying, you know, could this be their first win?
Yes. It's too early for that. I'm sorry, but it just is. I have a horrible feeling anyway. But if we look at the gold down that top lane, the almost 200 CS to the almost 140 CS that Vladimir has over Shen, the total is not that big. It's only about 20 gold, actually, that's celebrating them, that's separating them right now. Svenskeren going to get caught out here, but Forellenlord is around there with him. Can they lock either of these down? Diamond going to flip him back over. Here comes Shen, though. This is going to be turned into a 3-on-2. Diamond forced to flash. Counthard is up there on the side. Can they manage to get onto anyone here for this one? Svenskeren realizing that Edward comes across as a crescendo comes in, but they're going to dive down. Edward went very low, but Diamond is the first man to die. Now Darian's in all kinds of trouble. He's going to pull up, but how long will he keep him alive? Not very long. Counthard comes up with a double.
And what a great ultimate from Deficio. He throws out those Stranglethorns, completely mitigating movement from anybody. Darian forced to sidestep, stick around a little bit closer. Copenhagen Wolves, they keep the pressure up. They dive onto the Baron. In that fight, though, they did split up. They started picking fights. There was a little bit of mixture in terms of calls, who's going to go where. And if they do that again, they might be in trouble. But can they get this Baron buff before Gambit Gaming can respond?
Well, Alex is hanging around the side there. They will manage to get it. The root's not quite landing, as Genja is going to be in a little bit of trouble. Actually, will pop his ghost to get away from this one. They've got vision onto Nigod Bro and Deficio there, but it was Svenskeren who was low on Wolves. They're going to say, you know what, guys, we've done enough work for now. We should really get home and heal from this one and spend the money that we've just picked up after that one. I'm guessing that they're going to have a decent amount on them to go home and spend. We see their Wits End bought by Shen, Locket of the Iron Solari, the second one on the team now for Copenhagen Wolves, is just picked up by Zyra. 1,400 on Graves, 1,350 to spend for Diana as well. So they're going to be coming back even stronger. But again, that question that you posed earlier on, can they still close out the game? That is the hardest part, and something that we've not seen really from one of these underdog teams that have managed to get a good lead. But I said it earlier, Gambit are the ones that have had that upset loss to Giants already. This could very well be number 2.
And you've also got to look at the Gambit composition here right now. You know, you've got the Volibear, melee champion, needs to get really up close and personal to do anything. To toss somebody back, to deal damage, he's going to be in your face. Zyra can completely shut him down. One grasping, even if he doesn't land the grasping root, just get that little slow vine, that slow root to start applying some auto attacks and completely slow his movement speed so you can kite him. On top of that, you've got this diving combo of Diana, who's 3-1-4, Svenskeren 0-0-8. I mean, I think that was a bad guy in one of the Bond films, if I remember correctly, or not, maybe not. And, you know, Shen 1-0-5. Every time they have these fights, Godbro just uses that stand united, comes down on a team member, and they lock down the squishy, you know, champions of Genja and Alex.
Right now, they've just taken that inner turret down in that middle lane, and there's 25 gold just before the pink ward actually runs out of time there. Always a bonus to have under your belt. What items have we seen finished on that last go home? I said that Diana had a decent amount of gold to spend. Rabadon's death cap complete for her. We got a pickaxe added into Cowtard's arsenal hero. You know, the test in the qualifiers was really impressive. We were talking about this a little bit on off-air earlier on, that the test so far in the European LCS has not really hit that same level that we saw in the qualifiers. And he might not, because if Cowtard plays like this in the next game as well, they might just have him on full time.
Well, potentially they're getting Bjergsen back next week. You know, they've had Forellen Lord here, who's now their sub and doing so incredibly well. It's a difficult question that the Copenhagen Wolves will need to answer. Darren is in the bottom lane, and the Wolves are going to try put some pressure onto this inner turret. They take around 30% of its HP away with just a single creep wave there. Good pressure from them, and we'll see how they can handle this next push.
Let's see, that Baron up team is going to be scary going into the team fights. And I'll tell you what, Genja can't afford to be that far out. There's no way that they can allow anything to land on him, because if they get the slightest bit of crowd control onto him, they are going to dive straight for that Kog'Maw. And then Gambit will be in some real trouble. One thing that they're doing a good job of now, though, is making sure that those waves don't last too long and that Wolves can't push too much pressure onto that inner turret. But Svenskeren waiting off towards the side. They're going to come in once again, get rid of the Gambit wave. And can they get those final few hits off? Dangerous play here underneath that turret. I still think from Gambit, if they get caught out, this is going to be really, really bad news for them in the long run. And guess what? We've got Shen doing what Shen does best, pushing this bottom lane out without the obviously the help of his team. But he has that stand united. He'll just join straight in there and at the same time force someone to come down, which they've actually took Kog'Maw down there now, which I'm not sure is going to be the best idea.
I definitely don't think that's the smartest of ideas. You can see Svenskeren, they're charging. They know that Kog is not there. We'll see if they decide to dive. He decides to just back away. Hemo play comes up from Darren. I wonder if they're going to chase onto this fight. It was mostly just, you know, a counter initiation, but Darren looks like he's been caught.
Hemo play did go down. We are going to see the Stranglethorns catch Diamond in that one. Darian going low. Here comes the stand united. Diamond's going to go down. Darian gets rooted. That's 2 kills coming out for Copenhagen Wolves. They're going to be happy already with that one. They took the inner turret. They got 2 kills in the process. As I said, Kog'Maw nowhere near in that bottom lane. It was almost too easy for Wolves.
The question is now, do they stick around too long? Cassidy does have the ability to just dive forward and maybe pick up some kills and any stragglers that are low. Svenskeren wisely backs away. Forellenlord has dropped so low. They get through the Pale Cascade. He's given up a death. They got a bit of damage down, but Genja's going to carry on with this chase.
I don't think that was really needed whatsoever from Wolves. I think they could have just backed away from that, and we can see Genja and Alex Hitch are going to be chasing in, and you're up against a Cassidy, and you can't get away from that one. And there is the shutdown. Actually, a turret did just go down. Where was that one? That was in the middle lane, actually. The outer turret in the middle, and that is the 3rd of this game for Gambit. Their minions actually giving them a helping hand finally in this one. But I think that Wolves should have been happy with what they had. Those 2 kills, that turret taken down. I think they should have just left out completely there.
That's the mistake that they made in terms of when they were playing SK Gaming as well. They didn't really know when to back off. They didn't have that clear call of, look, we've had the advantage. We cannot continue pushing. So I think it's time to back away to safety. I think this is going to be the first Dragon that Gambit Gaming have picked up this matchup. And Genja, as soon as he got into that fight, he does have that Infinity Edge. He does have that Zeal. And he's sitting on nearly 3,000 gold. He tore their HP bars apart. So if Genja's going to be in this next fight, the Copenhagen Wolves need to make sure they lock him down. That needs to be the target, because he's the danger man for Gambit Gaming right now.
Just seen Zerev's Embrace picked up. Oh, the Archangel staff technically, but you know. And again, that's an extra little bit in there for Cassidy coming forward. Baron is up in exactly a minute's time from now. And Gambit have done a great thing here, and that is push this bottom lane out, the furthest lane away from that Baron, which is going to mean someone's going to have to do it. Luckily for Wolves, I say luckily, I mean, they've sent Shen down there. He's the one that can get involved over the other side, even when he's clearing out those other lanes.
And, you know, he's been doing it perfectly this entire game. Godbro, Shen, his stand Uniteds have been completely on point. I think every single time he's used it, they've led, they've got some kills and they've got a tower on an objective, which is great. And an interesting pickup here from Pharrell and Lord in terms of itemization. He's opted to go for the Stinger, so going to work towards that Nash's Tooth, which is great. It synergizes so well with his entire kit. His auto attacks, he's going to get that AoE splash from his passive, faster, and just be able to deal so much more damage and get more shields off in a fight. So it's a great item, and it just shows you how aggressive he's playing. He realizes that he needs to be able to kill one of these carries, and he's building to do so.
You see Svenska in there, just going to be thrown over the top of Diamond's head. Here come the rest of Gambit. We are going to see the Strangle Thorns go down. It's going to knock Darien in the air. Can they get the kill off? Crescendo will fall in. Svenska and quite low. But look at Genjo, he's still alive. He'd taken damage, but they've not finished him off. He was still at the back as Alex is going to get locked down as well. Flash away from Shen. Coutard is still healthy. He has to quick draw away. He is very, very low as they pop the Shirelias and try to escape from this one. Smokescreen will slow Edward just about enough, but Alex Hitch not finished just yet. Deficio is going to have to take one for the team.
Deficio goes down. Gambit Gaming have got Cogmore who can shred Nasher apart if they decide to go for this one. And without Svenska in there, the smite's not available to try and steal it. It doesn't look like Godbro wants to challenge this one, so he's decided to back away. And that engagement was the exact problem that they had. They couldn't kill Genja. They tried to lock him down, but Edward shutting that team fight down, stalling it out with the Crescendo, meant Genja stayed alive, and he simply just attacked everybody all the time with that Bioarcane Barrage and was able to almost single-handedly win that team fight with the amount of damage he was putting down.
And that's the problem that they're always going to have here in this scenario with not having the test, with having Pharrell and Lord subbing in for them. Their teamwork's never going to be at the level that it really should be, if you're going to take down a team like Gambit Gaming. And they've done so well up until now. They had that hole, which I think would have been miscommunication, to be honest, to keep pushing onto that inhib turret earlier. They lost 2 kills after it. And then they've just totally messed up that last fight as well. And that's the kind of, inch that you can't give to Gambit, because they will win a game from that kind of thing.
I also have to give, ask a question about Coutard's positioning in that fight. He was sitting on the other side of the blue buff wall, which meant he could continue attacking with relative impunity from the Gambit Gaming members because he was fairly safe. But it also meant he couldn't kill Genja. Genja was forced so low at the beginning of that fight before Svenskeren was forced out of it and killed. And if Coutard had maybe committed a little bit more, being in a slightly better position, maybe could have closed out that Cogmore and could have turned the tide of that battle.
Yeah, he used his collateral damage really early on in that fight as well, and it didn't really connect like they've been having in those other fights, and it is a big chunk of damage to get out there. Obviously, Gambit now with that Baron buff on, you can see that they're moving eastwards on the map. Godbro in that bottom lane will have to retreat from that one. Gambit getting some wards down as they go through that Wolves jungle, and all of a sudden Wolves find themselves as the team on the back foot. We can see Vi charging up there, but decides to retreat, and they give away that inner turret.
So that almost evens up the turrets 4-5. They're only 200 gold behind right now. That CS advantage just shining through in terms of making up for the global objectives. And with the Baron buff and that really sort of high damage, high committed team, having Castellan going forward, having Volibear, even having Vladimir go in with the Hemo Plague, and then just, troll pooling out of it with the Sanguine Pool, of course. It's a very, very good composition that they have, that they can get in, put some damage down, allow the Baron to regen them, and then just carry on fighting.
The gold right now is actually bang on even as well. Come back to that point a minute or two ago. 35 minutes in, Wolves still have the lead in turrets. They've got a good margin on kills there as well, which just shows you how well they've done on the farm side of things. Shen is still a good 60 CS behind, 50 CS for Volibear compared to Vi. Diana obviously does have the lead. There's a 50 CS lead for Cogmore over Graves, as well as we are going to see Svenska move in.
He is going to see if he can line up that Assault and Battery, but decides against it. Was hoping to jump onto Darien, but of course, as soon as that Sanguine Pool went down, they decided against it. Diamond Prox has got that Rolling Thunder on, goes down on all fours and tries to catch somebody, but unfortunately, they're a little bit too quick, the Copenhagen Wolves, and they're able to retreat.
But how far are they going to have to retreat from this one? Are they going to be forced to give up another inner turret, that all-important inner turret in the middle? Alex just waiting off again to the side. Something that we saw Ocelot doing a lot the other day with that Kassadin as well, is just coming in from that different angle, trying to catch the team completely off, as we are going to see them hammering away there. Lost about a fifth of his HP currently, that turret, but Genja quite happily will tank a hit from it to get 2 or 3 auto attacks of his own off on towards it, and at the end of the day he can regen that all back up, especially with that Baron buff as well. Dragon's going to be up here in 5 seconds. At this point of the game, it could actually separate the teams in gold finally again, but I'm more interested in having this turret down. Kautard going to get slow. They don't go in. In fact, they do. It was Alex Ich who Rift walks in, puts down the Void Sphere on towards Kautard, and he has to back off.
Yeah, so much damage from that combo. Just lands it, each and every one of his abilities. It forces Kautard away. Kautard was a little bit overextended there. The rest of the team has started to back away, and he decided, he was just staying that little bit too far forward. Alex gets some good damage down, and we're talking about how Alex could go in from the side from different angles and really help turn the tide of a battle, but it did cost him a team fight earlier on by trying to come in that pincer position. So he really needs to be 100% sure of his timing and 100% sure of when to go in with that Kassadin, because he can get locked down by so many different abilities on the Copenhagen Wolves side. And for the first time in a long time, the Gambit Gaming team pull ahead in gold.
Yeah, 55.3 to 53.3, a 2,000 gold lead for them right now. Turrets bang even, kills still much in favor of Wolves. We have 4 kills on Diana, 6 for Kautard. He's leading the game in kills right now, obviously playing in that AD carry role, which the test unfortunately today couldn't fill. And doing a fine job of holding in as well. We've seen a Guardian Angel being picked up now on Kog'Maw, and that's going to give so much more to these fights for Gambit, because they know that the likes of Vi and Diana are going to try and jump onto Genja, and then he's going to be able to come back into it again afterwards.
Yeah, exactly. And the problem for the Copenhagen Wolves is they've got a fairly tanky lineup. They've got Shen, they've got Vi, they've even got Diana, who's now got that chain vest, and going to be able to survive a bit of damage, but do they have enough survivability and coordination to not only kill Genja, but then kill him again once he comes back and survive the crescendo, survive the damage from Kassadin, or the damage from the Thunderclaws of that big giant Russian bear as he just tanks this top inner turret and takes it down? It's a very big ask of the Wolves, and the longer this game goes, the more damage this AP Vlad is going to be dealing, along with Cass, along with Kog.
I see Alex Ich looking to steal away this blue buff. We are going to see Vi come in. Can they hold on to Alex, though? Can they hold on to a Kassadin? That's the real problem here. He turns around, unloads onto Svenskron, who's forced immediately down to half HP, and Wolves again completely back away from. They've lost control of their own jungle now, and that's a bad sign.
The scary thing there for Svenskeren as well, that was only a couple of abilities. That was, Tides of Blood, Null Sphere, the Transfusion, and he lost nearly half of his hit points. And that's meant to be the tanky initiator. That's meant to be the champion that can survive this damage that's coming down. But when you look at Vlad, Deathcap, Void Staff, the I don't really know what this Phoenix Codex is going to be built into. We'll see what he decides to upgrade it to. And then, of course, Kassadin sitting, Rod of Ages, Seraphim's Embrace, Void Staff. There's so much magic damage coming down from the two of them combined before Hemoplague is even applied.
Yeah, and that's the danger for them. And especially now with Baron coming up in 13 seconds. They can't really afford to give this one away. We can see that Diana getting that Guardian Angel in there. That's going to at least give them some extra to work with. But can they get in for this Baron? That is the real problem that they've got on their hands right now. And Gambit looking to set up a bit of a trap. They've got good vision with that ward down there. Deficio is going to walk straight in. He's going to face check this one. Hemoplay comes in. Deficio forced to flash away straight over the wall as there comes a crescendo for Ellenlord. Going to have his Guardian Angel pop, but Kautard at the back here is doing a decent job of hammering away at them. Svenskron going low. Finally, we're going to see Shen moving around in the fight, but is this going to be enough? Godbro's going to go very low. Kautard is going to fall here at some point in the end. A double kill, a triple kill even for Alex Ich there at the end. That is an ace for Gambit.
Just no vision at all. They simply walked into it, and a good call from Darren. He drops the Hemoplague as soon as they were in range. Kog'Maw was close by. Everybody else from Gambit Gaming was close enough to close out this match, and with those huge death timers, Gambit Gaming are just going to tank up these last Nexus turrets and finish out the game to put themselves 3-2 in the EU LCS.
I mentioned early on that I talked to Wolves last night after their loss lost to SK, and they were really devastated that it slipped away from them. And I tell you what, they're going to be gutted that that game went the way of Gambit, who will be equally as relieved, I'm sure, that they didn't suffer their second upset so far of this season. But plenty to talk about in that game. We're going to throw it over to the analysis desk where Demon, Expeke and Jason are waiting.
Yes, thank you very much. And well, what a turnaround. What a turnaround indeed. For a moment there, we thought Wolves may be going to have it, but this is what we've talked about so many times here at the analysis desk. How many times have we seen these teams, these up-and-coming teams, develop these great leads only to throw it away and not finish the game?
Too many times to count, to be honest. Yeah. I mean, they did it yesterday against SK. They had the lead, then they had that one fight, that one turnaround that gave SK the game.
And Peke, I mean, is this something you have to work on as a team? You know, when you do develop this great lead, which they clearly had there. They had about 6,000 gold lead. They were pushing on towards the inhibitor turrets, and then you need to take advantage. You know, we've seen teams, we joke about EG, you know, grinding out the results, but once they see they get this a few advantages, then they go, okay, let's just back off and buy. Let's, you know, take the advantage we've got and make use of it.
That cannot happen. Like, you see them happening too much. Like yesterday, they happened against SK. The exact same thing. They were ahead 5K, I think.
Yeah.
And then they just throw it, and ended up losing. Today is the same thing. They had the advantage. They even had a Baron, and they didn't know how to handle it. They kept pushing when they shouldn't have, and then they just throw it, and after that, they finished.
Well, I mean, we saw obviously Giants doing it against yourselves, you know, and I was pretty much alluding to it today. Dragonborns versus SK. I feared the same was going to happen there, but they did actually manage to close it out. And I mean, is this like what a difference really in the level of teams? Is this just that next step up? They need to just realize when they get that advantage, they just have to basically kill the team, you know, be aggressive.
Yeah, I think it's just experience. They are not used to. We have played a lot of games. The professional teams have played so many games and made that mistake so many times that you know when you have to back, when you have to do what. And I think they don't know that. They just don't have enough experience to know when they should have back and just wait, keep the advantage, and go again.
Well, let's talk about the game. Let's have a look at these replays. And Peke, take us through what exactly happens here. Jason, you're going to run us through this replay. It's about 21-minute mark, and it was really when Wolves were looking good. Yeah,
let's just set up the entire scene for you. It's 5-2 in kills for Copenhagen Wolves. They're up about 2,000, or actually, sorry, not 2,000 gold, 200 gold at this point. And this is the big fight that pretty much gave them that lead, that gave them that steam rolling through. So why don't you get you into the game and show you exactly what happens here. And yeah, just walk us through exactly like the whole mindset of what each team is doing and kind of where the big mistake comes.
Yeah, well, right now, Wolves is kind of not caught, but they are doing Baron, they have to back. And yeah, Gambit see it as a chance of going in, which is really good, but I think Alex made the wrong decision going over the wall. After, like, he flashed over the wall now, and what he does is really bad. He used combo the Syra, which is full HP, and he just died completely alone. That's what I meant in the game that Giant fell at. They saw one guy out of position, and they just turned on him and killed him. And Alex pretty much did nothing that fight, and they were able to kill them all.
And you saw just how close it was. He got away with next to nothing, so it almost kind of paid off. But like you mentioned, he went simply for the wrong target. And as an AP, you surely shouldn't be going for the support player.
Yeah, you have one burst, and in a fight like that, you shouldn't use it on the support, because then you have no damage. All he did was burst in the support a bit, and then he had nothing else. He ignited by, but it wasn't enough to get her. So.
And Jason, take us through. We had the next fight, and really it was essentially the turning point. You know, where Dragonborns they'd attacked down the bottom, then they got 2 kills, they stayed too long, they lost 2 deaths, and then it was coming up to the Baron fight, and really in the jungle area they just. You know, this was really where, I hate to say the game was thrown, but essentially it was.
Yeah, that's essentially what happened. So let's set it up for you. It's 12-4 in Copenhagen Wolves. They have a nice 4,000 gold lead. They have 5 turns to 3. And we're going to get you into the game. And expect you to walk us through exactly like where they messed up and where Gambit took advantage of that.
Yeah, this fight they kind of catch Diamond, but you see already they don't do enough damage, so it's not bad to keep fighting because they have the Zen ultimate. But I think now the ultimate from Syra is really good. She hits everyone and forces them to back, so they have a chance of free hitting. I think they should have been able to kill Genja instantly, but they cannot do it. They leave him really low, and Graves should have keep hitting him. I think he should have ignored Vladimir for a second, kill the Kog'Maw, and then just turn into the Vladimir.
it seemed like a little bit of a misstep too as well, because they were in the back completely separate and they were overextended.
Yeah, the Vladimir kind of found them. He did really good, but I don't know, you cannot let that. Now after that, Genja is alive. If they kill him, I think Grace could have killed them all, probably. He could have gone balls deep and just get the Sona now, get the Kasim because he was really low, and even the Bolivar. But the fact that the Koma is there doesn't allow him to go for it, and they're forced to run, and that's it. That's pretty much it. The fight is lost. Yeah,
and Deficio had to take one for the team right at the end, and it was a big kind of misstep right there, because they ended up losing the Baron off that. They lost 3 members. It just kind of gave Gambit the momentum they needed to get back in the game.
Yeah, and of course, once there's a Kassadin on your team, as you are well aware, you cannot escape a Kassadin once he's chasing you down. So, to talk about that Kassadin, and of course, on towards the main stage, it is going to be Alexic over there with Shox.
Yes, congratulations, Alex, once again. Now, when you heard that you were going to be up against Pharrell and Lord in that mid lane, was there anything you changed to your tactic going into the game?
We knew that Kautart is playing only 280s. It's Graves and Caitlyn. He's really perfect at them, so we decided that we want to play against Graves better. And Fallen Lord, we didn't check his heroes, but we knew that he won't go something wired. He always plays solid AP champions, so you can pick Kassadin open even without knowing enemy's AP. And Diana, I think, was a really good pick against it, though, because shields are really good against Kassadin because he got some kind of harass. And still, we did a lot of mistakes in the game, and Fallen Lord played really good.
Yeah, in the beginning of the game, you fell a little behind, but it never felt as if you were out of the game. So where did Copenhagen Wolves drop the ball and let you guys back in?
I think the most problem was that we were all the lanes were ahead, except the mid lane. We were even with Fallen Lord. Then we decided to fight to try kill Fallen Lord, and V came, and then Shen ulted. So we died, and I decided to die too for no reason. Then it's the Drake fight. I saw that V already ulted, but he didn't, so I died and threw again. And after that we fell behind, and there was some kind of team fight again, and we didn't see that Genji is not there, so we died again, and we're falling behind and behind. And after that we always knew that if they do one mistake, it's you can't do mistakes against Kassadin and Kog'Maw. These heroes are really good at comebacking, because Genji got a lot of items and he could one-shot everyone until they kill him. And at the base, when they were pushing, he didn't come to us, so 2 of our guys died, but then they were low HP, and Fallen Lord did a mistake. He went a bit far ahead, and then I silenced him and he couldn't get away, and Genja just one-shot him, and then, you can't run away from Kassadin. And we killed Grace, and Zyra and Shen were low HP, and we just took Nashor, and after that it was kind of decided.
Yeah, you can't run away from Kassadin, that's true, of course. Now, in the first weekend, you suffered some losses. Do you think if you got a chance to play against EG right now, would you beat them?
If we play like we are playing now, at least this game, we won't win. But I feel that we can win. It's just some kind of throws that you're doing randomly. Maybe it's because it's hot here, maybe something else. You never know. But I think we actually can win them.
Thank you very much, Alex. Now, after this short break, we'll be back with our last match of the day, Giants versus the Copenhagen Wolves. Stick around. Thanks. Legends Championship Series studio here in Cologne. We still have one match to come, but as you can see, I'm standing with a member of our audience. It's Morris. Now, Morris, who did you come here to support?
I came here to support Evil Geniuses.
All right. And what is like for you? What's your favorite player on Evil Geniuses and why?
I really like Wicked because he's playing top lane, and that's my position as well. And I kind of look up to him. I'm always looking his stream, and I really like how he does the things he does. He is a really aggressive player sometimes, and I really like how he's planning to escape afterwards, because sometimes he's actually seeing the opponent team drawing him in, or even lining up around him, but he always have a possibility to escape afterwards.
Do you play top lane yourself? Are you an avid solo queue player, and how are you doing there?
Well, sometimes I'm doing good, sometimes I'm doing bad plays myself, but it's still enough to keep myself in Gold Queue Division 1.
Now, you told me that you've been playing since Season 1. Did you ever expect that you would be here in this professional studio checking the league out?
No, I've never thought of that, but I was actually expecting League of Legends to grow to a community with such a big impact, to have actually a good ESL community, and I always favored LoL because I used to play Dota a lot, and LoL was actually growing with such an immense speed. That's what made me thought about becoming a League of Legends as a major ESL.
Great. Thank you very much, Morris. Now, in the beginning of the show, we asked you what has been your favorite change in Season 3 so far. And we're going to go over to D-Man, Jason, and Expeke to look at some of those tweets.
Yes, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. And what has been your favorite change in Season 3 so far?
Well, pretty much that there are a lot of new items and you can play any hero.
You can play any hero.
Yeah,
I mean, it's really open. I guess as a mid laner, it's really opened the game up to you guys.
Yeah, you can play any hero you want right now, so it's kind of cool. I can even play Caitlyn mid.
Yeah, well, yes, indeed, we did see you playing Caitlyn. We saw you playing Ezreal as well, AP Ezreal. Is there any danger of breaking out these champions again in the future?
Yeah, for sure. I will try time to time a new hero that can work out. I just need to win one solo queue game with it, and then I will be like, okay, this works. I'm going to try it, seriously.
Yeah, I got this. I won a solo queue game. It's okay, guys. I've practiced it.
I have practiced this.
Look at my history. It
Trust
shows.
me.
I mean, is there new champions in there that obviously haven't been played yet that you can see have potential? And I mean, it always interests me because you see these new champions come out. For example, obviously we're going to have Queen coming out soon, okay. I guess. Thresh will be available next week. And every time this new champion comes out, say the Bruisers suddenly become big in mid, there's always a champion that's like way back when, from really old, when there's 109 champions now, something like that you can pull out, some really old 3-year-old champion.
Yeah, you could get Karma right now and destroy everyone. No, for real, she's really strong.
For real.
I think you can beat a lot of mid heroes with her, and people just don't try it.
Because, I mean, the thing with champions like that is actually there's a lot of people not used to playing it, so you catch them off guard.
Yeah, that's the thing. They don't know what you're going to do. And
was it Saigon Jokers that actually played her
yes,
in mid lane?
They did, yeah.
And did pretty well with her because they kept putting a ward behind.
That was their shield comp they used to run, yeah. It didn't work so well when they tried it at IPL. It backfired pretty horribly, if I recall. But it worked well in the Garena League against I don't know who. But they managed to beat someone with it at least. So, Jason, we have a couple of questions, I believe, that we've managed to pick up from @LOL eSports. People tweeting at us?
Yeah, well, let's go with this one. We have Curse Kodai asks, is Xerath a viable bot laner?
Bot laner?
Not sure if he means as a support or means as a 1v2.
1v2,
I'm not sure which one, but I'm assuming it's the 1v2.
I don't know how it means exactly, but yeah, I don't think you can play him 1v2. It's going to be really bad, and yeah, if he means as a support, I don't know what he means. Like maybe he means playing a support with Xerath or something like that. I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think he will work. You can maybe play Xerath and Taric, but then it's not going to be good enough. You're not going to have enough damage. They're going to sustain you, I think, and I doubt that. I wouldn't play that for sure.
Well, we do have actually responses to what are people's favorite changes within Season 3. And even Mark Miller has actually got in on this. He mentions his favorite change, itemization, which enables more champions to be viable, or AKA Assassin's Mid. And you comment on this. You've seen a lot more champions finally come into play with all the new items, all the new changes. And actually, I have a question for you. What about Swain? You mentioned Karma, but we haven't seen really much Swain action.
I tried some Swain, and he can work in some setup, but he has this problem that he's not enough tanky. He's tanky, but if you fall a bit behind, you're not going to get enough items to be tanky and damage at the same time. He's like perfect. If you're winning, he's perfect. He does everything. Tanks and destroys the enemy. But if you're losing, it's really hard to come back with that hero.
Okay. And then we have another response from @SnugglyHugs. That's a good Twitter name.
SnugglyHugs.
And it is, so far, the best change in Season 3 is giving supports more options and money to work with, especially with wards. And I really have to agree with that one because you have the Sightstone available, so you have pretty much 2 or 3 free wards, and you can start building actual items then depending on the GP10, right?
Yeah, now you see, instead of the GP10s, now you see some supports roasting the War item or Turelias or the Aegis. Not all the supports go for the same items. That's something cool.
And that's something if we had N-rated in here, he would definitely be talking about it. I remember obviously seeing the main thing when Season 3 came about was all support players were saying so happy about the fact that these changes had come about. We have a couple more responses. If you can see them on your screen, it is 902G. Nice name. Not quite so easy to read. It is Leandris Torment is a fantastic item that really lets AP carries shine in new ways. Would you agree with that one? I mean, Teemo players out there love it.
Yeah, it does for sure. I like the item. It's percentage damage, so it's perfect against Warmog. It's what you need now.
Yeah.
It gives you the magic pen that now is even better with Void Staff, since it's applied differently. So I think, it's a good item.
Well, what about combining that with Rylai's? I mean, because you get more damage off it at the moment if you build that, you get the slow or some sort of CC with it. And then I believe in the latest patch, they fixed it so the AoE damage actually converts to the static single target damage instead, because you used to get less damage over time if you had an AoE spell versus a single target.
Yeah, I didn't even know that for sure. I never made the math. I just made the item and I realized it's cool. So.
Take your word for it, Jason. For the theory crafters out there, they're happy with it. We have a couple of responses up on your screen, and you can see it is from Erinka S327. Cool name, bro. Probably a lot of new items, especially the changes to help supports. And it's the supports we've already talked about here. The fact that they have managed to get a lot of new ways of playing. And it's interesting, is there really any new supports out there that you think are viable? I mean, obviously Zyra's really came into her own in this one, in Season 3.
Yeah, Zyra, for example. And I think there's a lot of heroes you could play as support. Not exactly support, but like killer lanes. It have been in the past, like the Sion Pantheon and stuff like that. You can still play some weird lanes bottom. Like, if you swap lane, for example, and you put 2 killers, 2 assassins on top against one, and you kill him once, you're going to snowball that lane really, really hard.
Yeah, I mean, is that sort of something you may see come out? It's desperately when I'm thinking more towards the end of the season when teams start to get desperate, they're going to bring out some crazy stuff like that.
Yeah, for sure. I think so. It's just about people practicing it and seeing it works out. When it works once, they're going to be like, this might work out. We could even try it against a good team. And maybe they won't see it coming, and we can get them.
A bit like Heimerdinger jungle, turn with the red, stealing everybody, piling up
jungle already.
Yeah, we saw it in the Korean team. It was GSG, that got picked up by MVP in the end there. So we have one more final response from you guys. It was from Vegard Sorensen. Vegard Sorensen, I guess it is. Best thing in Season 3 is definitely Runan's Hurricane. Now that's an interesting one. We don't actually see a great deal of Runan's Hurricane in competitive play.
Oh, because we don't see a lot of Teemos, and that item is perfect for Teemo.
And why don't we see a lot of Teemos? You were one of the people that actually did used to run Teemo in the mid now and again.
I play it sometimes. He's a good hero, but he's really squeezy. That's the only problem he has. If they catch you once, let's say they have a lock, for example, and he catch you one binding, you're dead. They have a Zen, he taunts you, you're dead. They have anything that can catch you, and you're dead. That's the problem. You don't have any mistake. You cannot make any mistake with it. If you're out of position one, you're dead and you lose.
Yeah, and you don't have any escapes. If your flash is down, that's it.
Yeah, if your flash is down, you cannot even go hit or you'll die.
And you're a global taunt too.
Yeah,
I mean, everybody wants to kill Teemo.
Yeah, that's the problem. You're like the tank, but you're supposed to do damage. So.
And he's actually got a pretty short range, so even just to get in and get that spit on someone...
it can cost your life.
It can cost your life, yeah. But those mushrooms, it's worth it.
Yeah, that's what you do. Just put mushroom in front and spill at them and then
run. But yeah, I mean, is there anything else that you'd like to see maybe other than the Warmogs change in Season 3?
No, I think it's fine. Maybe it's something about the wards, limit the wards or something, so there is less vision in the map, so there is more aggression with the ganks. I think something like that would be good.
To go with, say, maybe shorten the timer, maybe even?
Yeah, some timer, like you cannot buy some wards at more than X amount of wards at the beginning, something like that. But that's my personal opinion.
Just to counter, obviously,
I don't even know if that would be good or bad, but I just want to see more ganks, more fights, more kills early.
Well, yeah. Oh, sorry, but on top of that as well, I mean, don't you think supports kind of snowball a little bit with the wards? Because if you get, one kill, if support picks up one kill early on, they get an early sight stone, they can keep those wards down, so you can't get the gank that you want to see.
Let's say you get an early kill, early levels, and then the support get the item. You're just gonna be with the item rewarding, and you're gonna have perma 3 wards at least. So that's really annoying for a jungler to gank or for the mid to roam.
Yeah, and that's why we see some junglers like Laudamortis using interesting routes in ways to get into those ganks.
Yeah, Hercubot with the Jarvan over the wall in Dragon Pit just to get behind him without being seen.
Exactly what Laudamortis does. Exactly right there. So, ladies and gentlemen, you can, of course, tweet us at LOL Esports. It is hashtag LCS if you want to get in on the actions. Thank you very much for sending those questions into us and those responses. So we're going to pass over to Joe and Quickshot. We're going to get this final game underway. It is going to be the Copenhagen Wolves versus Giants.
Thank you very much, Demon. Indeed, Copenhagen Wolves versus Giants. We've just seen Copenhagen Wolves in action against Gambit Gaming. They had such a great start, Quickshot. They were looking so very good until it got to that part of the game where team play is number one. And of course, with their whole situation here, not having the Tess in there, not having Bjergsen in there even before that. Obviously, Forellenlord playing AP for them now. Kautard gone down into that AD carry role. It was just too much for them in the end against a team like Gambit.
Yeah, exactly. There was a laning phases and, some amazing ganks from Svenskeren that actually set them up for that early lead and all that initial pressure. And unfortunately, as soon as they started, grouping up and becoming 5 versus 5 engagements, they made a couple of questionable calls. The top lane inhibitor dive is one that really yells out for me. If they had backed away, if they'd not given up those 2 extra kills, what could have transpired? What could have happened? But a very good showing nonetheless. Svenskeren in particular was extremely impressive with his Vi ganks. Missed 1 or 2 very early, but following that, the dive with Assault and Battery and having Godbro Shen coming, on top of the Stand United, it was just such a great combination. And I wonder if they're going to try pull it out again this matchup.
And that's one thing that's really interesting because I think Gambit is an example of a team where you can fall off and where those kind of things will more easily happen. I think against a team like Giants, if they got into that similar scenario again, I think that they could manage to pull that one out. But again, it depends on the game. They could have won that yesterday against Gambit and tomorrow, but today it just wasn't quite their team. So let's have a look then at these two teams and how they're going to be facing off. For Giants, we have Samux, Extermin, Jimbones, Babetta, and Morden.
And of course, for the Copenhagen Wolves, it is Godbro, Kautard, Forellenlord taking up the mid lane, Deficio and Svenskeren. Kautard, of course, going down to the bottom lane. If you have just joined us, unfortunately, Tez was mugged and assaulted last night, so he's stepping out today. Should be back next week. And you know what? Forellenlord played well. His Diana was very, very strong. Had some very good engagements, managed to get onto the carries and held it mid lane very well against Alexish.
So the pick and ban phase for me is going to be really interesting again because obviously Giants are the team that have had that AD Kennen in there that's been so successful for Jimbones. Let's take a quick look here actually more directly at Giants obviously and have a look more in depth at their lineup this time. And I was just talking about him there. Jimbones, that AD Kennen was banned out against him earlier on today, but he's proved time and time again that if he can play him, he will play him, and he's been pretty devastating with him so far.
Yeah, he has been, and he was very devastating with at the qualifiers. He did play a Cogmore earlier as well against Evil Geniuses. Never really got the time to shine because unfortunately, Giants were playing a little defensive. We're playing a little hesitant or scared, if I can go that far. And we'll see what he's going to whip out, what he's going to play this time around. And of course, having, coming up against Forellenlord, the bans now become very difficult to pick. What do we do? How do we ban out? Do we ban out Caitlyn and Graves against Kautard? Do they know that? Do we ban out against Forellenlord? It's difficult questions that the Giants will have to answer.
Do you ban out against the likes of Svenskeren in the jungle? Because he has been very, very good. Let's take a look then at the Copenhagen Wolves a little bit more in detail here. And then we have Kautard, who we picked him out here because he's obviously, he's been playing that mid lane for them. Today is the AD carry though, and he really did put in a good performance as Graves in that last game. Yes, okay, they weren't able to win it, but it was actually an encouraging performance out of Kautard there on the AD carry. But as I said in that last game, they told me before that Caitlyn Graves pretty much all that he's really comfortable with in that bottom lane. And as you said, they may end up trying to really put that pressure on there, because that was the weak link. We saw that Svenskeren had to spend a lot of time down in that bottom lane, and this is at the point where Godbro as Shen was so far behind in CS that he was probably crying out for those ganks, for that help in the top lane, and they just couldn't afford to give them because they had to really, help them out in that bottom lane. And as I'm talking about Godbro, let's take a look at those two top lane players here that are surely going to be instrumental. Samux, of course, very, very experienced player, has put in some good performances so far, playing Elise, Wukong and Olaf up until now. Actually, Olaf is the one that they managed to get that victory with when they took down, in surprising fashion, Gambit Gaming.
Yeah, exactly. He was such a powerful Olaf. He's shown diversity in his champion pool, and we're going to see what he decides to pull out this particular matchup as well. Who is he going to play against Godbro? And Godbro, of course, has played Shen, Elise, and Needly as well. So both of these players having, used Elise up in that top lane. I have to give a lot of credit to Godbro's Shen in that previous game. He fell so far behind and was really, really able to pull himself back into it. Off the ganks, off of the assists that he garnered up. I think it was 108 up until the 25-30 minute mark, and it doesn't get better than that for us, that split-pushing Shen top laner.
Well, we're going to get into Champion Select here soon, but first of all, we're going to go and have a look what the teams had to say earlier on when we sat down for a chat.
Pues hemos jugado contra ellos ya varias veces y casi siempre nos han dado mucha guerra, nos han ganado la mayoría de las veces. Yo creo que son un rival bastante duro y aunque me falta el medio, que está un poco el tema de Hersen, no sabemos cuándo volverá, pero que el equipo es muy completo y tiene muy buen nivel en todas las líneas.
And the ever-joking Copenhagen Wolves, they're kicking each other in the last moments of the interview. But as we heard from Giants, Wolves are a good team. They're not an easy team to take down. Okay, yes, this situation, which I feel like I'm harping on about, but it really is that important of a thing when we have to try and analyze how this game's going to go down. Giants, as we said, they've had that upset win against a team with the caliber, certainly in the form of Gambit Gaming. Other games not quite gone so well for them. Today, for example, they were almost just swept aside. And that's not a good sign for them today, but maybe this is the one that gives them their second victory.
Well, the thing that I'm thinking about the Giants' performances previously is they went into the matchup against Fnatic. They had an advantage, and then, Fnatic bounced back and picked up a win. They came back a week later, or a couple days later, played some more games, and they completely reworked their strategy, specifically against Gambit. They got that early advantage. They converted it to a mid-game advantage. They actually picked up a win. So between their previous game earlier today, where Evil Geniuses really put a stomping on them, they've had a bit of time to step back, think about it, look at what they did wrong, and say, okay, well, look, we didn't make any plays. We just let Evil Geniuses make things happen. And I think they're going to be aware of what they need to change in this matchup. And that bottom lane, if they get a Zyra, although I see Kennen has been banned out, if they're going to go for that aggressive combo, it's going to make Deficio and Kautard's life a little bit difficult again.
So we're speculating on the Giants bans here. They've kind of aimed more towards Svenskeren in this one. Vi, we saw it in the last game. Xinxiao, we've seen him on it before. And that Diana taken away from Forellenlord on the other side. Kennen, we expected it against Jimbones. Wukong, we mentioned Samux has played it well in the top lane. And Rise taken away from Extermin. That left the Elise open though, which as we mentioned before, Samux has already played so far this season.
Exactly, so we're going to see this Elise in play. We see which lane it's going to go into. We've seen Elise in the jungle as well, I believe, from the NA LCS, and we'll see how Giants decide to play the champion. If they're going to give it into the hands of Samux. And, Zyra is available for selection as well. We have seen Babetta playing Zyra a number of times, as well as Sona, which it looks like Deficio may be wanting to play. But Exter's played Zyra in the mid lane as well. I stand to be corrected on this, but I think if Rise was banned out at the Warsaw qualifiers, I believe he fell back to the Zyra. I think that was the last time we've seen him playing it. So, again, going for that team fight composition, and if I remember correctly, I think Samux played Katarina in that matchup. But, you know, they go for those team fight comps. They go for the heavy CC. But look at this from the Wolves. Kha'Zix and Kale locked in. That's a very scary, aggressive champion lineup.
Yeah, that's the funny thing with these bans, you know, because they're more targeted, it's left those more overall powerful champions in there, the likes of, well, the first 3 picks, at least Kha'Zix. Shen is obviously still open there. Kale was already picked up here for Wolves. What are Giants going to go in for next? Will they secure that bottom lane and leave, you know, the more, in my opinion, important picks, that middle lane in particular, until their last round?
They're probably going to think about that, trying to at least not reveal their cards too early on. Because they're coming up against Pharrell Lord, he's going to have the ability to sit back and think and say, all right, look, let's just try to do a counter pick lane. Let's try and pick a lane that I can do well, maybe get those picks with, get those kills with. Diana has been banned out, but Ari is still available. Twisted Fate is still available if they want to go that route. And I think those might be some very good picks because they have the ability to single out targets, you know, single out champions for kills. And if Extra locks us in, taking it away. So talking about the champions, and it looks as though Giants are happily going to pick up that TF4 Extra in the mid lane.
Look at Pharrell and Lord's disappointed I don't get to play Twisted Fate face. Yeah, obviously, Extermin is a brilliant Twisted Fate player. Pharrell and Lord, he's been having Twisted Fate banned out on him on so many occasions, so I suppose he's not used to really playing it. Whether he wanted to actually pull it out in this one is another thing. And that's the great thing about facing a champion, that you're so comfortable on yourself.
Yeah,
you know what's a thorn in your side when you actually, you know, go up against it, and then you can pick accordingly.
Exactly. You have the ability to sit and go, look, these are the weaknesses of Twisted Fate as a champion. We've seen it, I think, early in the day or yesterday, where Wicked had to face off as Renekton against an Aurelia. And he's like, well, I know everything about this champion. I know what to do. I know how to play. So this is definitely going to play into Pharrell Lord's hands in terms of how they want to pick it out. And we're going to see Kautar hovering over the Caitlyn right now. I think you're 100% picks accuracy for this one.
Well, if you can only play 2 champions, I could just flip a coin and call one of them. Anyway, Caitlyn was banned in that last game as well, so it was kind of easy.
And this is going to be the 3rd time that we have seen Deficio on Lulu. So again, we're just looking at this composition. It reminds me a lot of the Evil Geniuses picks, where they've got the wild growth, the intervention onto, they had a Kali in their top lane, you know, being played by Wicked. The amount of room for error that those abilities give you. If somebody overcommits and they are behind enemy lines a little bit longer, any one of those spells can save you and get you out of it, or alternatively can win you a team fight.
Yeah, and that was what may be important. You know, the lane phase was actually really hard for them at that bottom. We mentioned it before, Svenska, and I spent so much time there. Did even out a little bit towards, you know, the end of that laning phase before the towers went down. It was obviously the end of the game, which really cost them there. Ash is going to be locked in this time for Jimbones, which was actually his fallback champion in the qualifiers when Ken was banned out. And the Volibear here, 2 games in a row, Volibear. You would not have guessed we'd be saying that before we started here in the LCS.
Not at all. That's quite a surprising pick from Giants, but it also makes perfect sense. If you think about Kale, Kha'Zix, they want to get in there. They want to get into the fight, pick a battle, and they're going to try and single out a target. So what the Giants are going to be planning to do here is waiting for that Kha'Zix leap, waiting for the Zoidberg to go throwing in there, toss them backwards further, and try to pick that one up. But, you know, it's a really, really smart pick. I like it. I also think what's very nice about it, if anybody does pick an engagement, land the gold card, throw them backwards, land, you know, Ash Arrow possibly as well, completely pick them up, and then continue the battle with the crescendo onto the rest of the team. So I like the pickup. It is very, very good. And there's a lot of sort of single target stuns, Cocoon, gold cards, and of course the Ash Arrow before the AoE crescendo. So once again, CC heavy, but maybe less AoE CC and now it's single targets.
And we have that Orianna in there. We know that Pharrell Lord is a very competent Orianna player. You're kind of forced to pick that teleport in there, you know, to counter that Twisted Fate, which means you're almost a summoner spell behind there. He's going to have the Ignite on you, Extermin in that middle lane. And if he goes aggressive, it can be a bit nasty from that side of things. But thinking about the 2 teams that we've got, the setups that they've got, who do you fancy most from this?
It's so difficult to call. There's so many strengths and weaknesses for both of these teams. And you mentioned the teleport spell. I actually want to remind our analyst desk to get Pekka's opinion on this, because it was brought up very early in the day where there was a comment, I think it was Snoopy or Froggen was saying that if you pick teleport, you're expecting to lose your lane along those lines. And I'd love to know what the thinking is behind that, because a champion like Orianna, not only does it counter the Destiny, but has the ability to set up very powerful ganks. You know, get into a lane with Elise after she's landed a cocoon, get your full combo down, and just really shred people apart. And it's a fairly squishy team. I mean, Twisted Fate, Sona, Ash, Elise, until they've built some tanky, they will get blown up very, very quickly.
Well, we're going to get into this one, of course. It is Wolves, who are 0 for 4 right now. Looking maybe to, it'll be a relief, I think, if they manage to win this game and not go 0 for 5 after 2 weeks worth of play. They've had a lot of fixtures in these first 2 weeks. They're up against the Giants, who themselves only have that single win to the name. It was a win against Gambit Gaming. Of all the teams that they could have picked that one up against. We are going to have a quick pause in this one, though, which the admins, of course, will be on top on. We'll try and give you any information about that as we get going. Usually, though, it's just something to do with key bindings, or in this case, actually sound. Probably just not plugged his headphones in hard enough.
We'll get that headset issue resolved very, very quickly and get back into this matchup. And it's going to be very, very exciting to see how these lanes match up, because as soon as Twisted Fate hits 6, I keep hearing memories of yourself saying, you know what, at level 6, Twisted Fate is either hit or miss. He either gets the gank and starts to snowball very, very hard, or he falls behind, and it's a very lackluster, use of those ultimates. They end up just becoming vision and split pushing powers more than really setting up kills and ganks. Froggen has played Twisted Fate exceptionally well. I'm also remembering how Alexich played Twisted Fate in some of the earlier matchups as well. Going in behind the team and just, stunning somebody, forcing them to put a pressure on him, and then it just bought Wicked all the time in the world to carry on, pushing and picking fights. So we'll see how Extra decides to play it. We know he uses his teleport ganks well, so Destiny's not too different from what he's used to.
Yeah, and that's one of the great things about Twisted Fate, which you kind of a little bit more limited to in terms of teleport, but with Twisted Fate, obviously, you can go into literally anywhere as long as you're in range. And you can say, if the AD carries Coward at the back, which a Caitlyn definitely will be, got that extra range over everyone going to be hiding at the back. I said cowering, kowtowed. I actually didn't even mean to do that one. But
I started giggling as soon as you said.
Turned out well in the end. But yeah, you can really get yourself right in there behind him, and you can separate Caitlyn from that, being able to do that damage before the rest of the team can actually do much about it as well. So 2 really interesting setups here for 2 games. I actually think that this is going to be an amazing game. Just from what we've seen so far, I think these 2 teams are really on par in terms of what they can produce up to now. I mean, Giants managed to beat Gambit. Wolves, with this lineup here that they've put together literally today, that's how that's all gone down. They pushed them very, very far in that game. They almost, they could smell the victory almost at the end, I think.
So close, and unfortunately just couldn't convert it. So we'll see if they can this time around. The Giants, they have the ability to pick up wins, and they have the ability to pick up wins against the best in Europe. The question is, how are they going to play this? Because it was a lack of action that cost them the game against EG. They simply didn't really do anything. They didn't try and make plays happen. They played very, very defensive, and we heard Becker saying they just made too many mistakes. So we'll see how they decide to play this particular game, because they have champions that can make plays happen. Ash, Crystal, Arrow, Destiny from Twisted Fate. You combo that with, the bear rolling in and throwing you back with the rolling thunder, and all of a sudden you have a dead member of the Copenhagen Wolves.
We see that actually the sound issue is going to be fixed with Extermin. That's always a good sign. Admin's working hard there to make sure that all gets done, and we are going to get back into the game. So level 1, let's talk a little bit about this quick shot. Can we expect any action to come down? I think the fact that these teams have 1 win between them so far might mean that we're in for a bit of a passive game as well.
I think that's a very accurate statement. Until these teams have their ultimates, I don't expect to see too much happening. Godbro's really going to want to get those evolved Void Spikes, maybe even wait a little bit longer. He's got a lot of early game damage, but so does Samix's Elise. Going to be able to put a lot of percentage HP damage down. So the top lane's going to be the one that we need to keep an eye on. But I think until you've got that Ash Arrow and the Twisted Fate Destiny, I don't expect the Giants to be overly aggressive. They are proving me wrong by going up and putting a very early ward in the Wraith camp, but they're not really looking for anything other than vision and for information to keep an eye on Svenskeren and Kale when he's going for that red buff and when to expect him in the lanes.
Yeah, and we've seen a lot actually of that push from Evil Geniuses in particular. They've gone more pink ward heavy on that one in the past, either when they've seen a ward go down in the river early on, or even that far up as we've just seen the ward come down from Giants. This time wasn't a pink ward. No pink wards actually on the field at this early stage of things. So as we probably expected after they had that little bit of a scouting mission, a little bit more passive. Actually, Wraiths were done by Ash and Sona. They're going to do the golems there as well, are they? No, they're not. They're actually going to pass by, I guess, not wanting to lose too much health before they actually get into their lane. But that gives them a nice little boost to kick off.
Yes, if they manage to combo that, early advantage of the volley and possibly the crystal arrows, plus some of the poke that Babette is going to be able to put down with her passive, the power chord, it's a pretty squishy Caitlyn. Deficio's shield that help picks is not very, very high or very powerful at these low ranks, so they may play quite aggressive. The last time Jim Bones played Ashe, Babette was playing Nunu, so that was their bot lane AD support combo, but obviously with the CC heavy comps they've been running, they decided to swap it out to Sona instead.
Yeah, we should probably mention as well, since Nunu, Kautard's taking a lot of damage here, get slowed down, but Giant's not going to push it out. But back to my point anyway about Nunu, that obviously he did have that bit of a hit in here. His Blood Boil gives him less attack speed plus less movement speed as well at the start. So that's, I think, why we've seen this Nunu being yet less utilized throughout these last 2 days.
Just a little bit less of an attractive pick, and that lower the bottom lane engagement as Kautard was dropped so low. Jim Bones just hit level 2. He got the volley, carried on chasing a little bit more. If Babette had maybe got a power cord off, it could have potentially set them up for a kill. In this middle lane, both of our champions, for Exter and for Ellenlord, running a little bit low on mana. Exter's going to be able to pop himself back up relatively quickly, but they've been very aggressive against one another, putting a lot of damage down and trading very, very early on, not waiting to pick these fights.
And look at this, Svenskeren is in the bush. We saw him doing a lot of work in the bottom lane in that last game. Deficio actually is going to get in there. Doesn't have a pink ward on him, although Caitlyn does ironically have that pink ward right now in her arsenal. So I'd expect that to go down if they want to push Svenskeren through. The question is, will they really think about that one? They've put a normal ward down on their own as Nigobro does take a bit of damage in that top lane. Will just jump himself back to safety. Extermin also in the middle lane took some damage, but Svenskeren is still waiting here in the bush, and they're going to go for it.
We'll see if they can get the slow down, but unfortunately not. Turn the attention to Jim Bones. The 90 caliber net throws Kautard forwards. Jim Bones forced to use barrier. One more attack may have been enough, but he does flash to safety. Flash, barrier blown, as well as the flash for Babette. A good gank overall. The next time they go aggressive, they might be able to pick up a kill.
Yeah, and from Wolf's side, look at those summoner spells all intact. No flash, cleanse, or exhaust used from the support or the AD carry. In fact, even Svenskeren, as I said, didn't use that smite either. So that's great news from Wolves right off the get-go.
Ferelnord also forced Exter to back in that middle lane. They were trading back and forth the entire time. And, it hasn't cost Exter any farm just yet, but he was forced out of that lane. He was very, very low on HP. You can see he's already picked up a null magic mantle and a couple extra pots. So Ferelnord is already stomping some authority. Ferelnord has gone back to pick up his Tear of the Goddess as well. And Exter back to 50% HP. He's been in lane 10, 15 seconds. Ferelnord's doing a great job of setting the tone of this mid lane.
Yeah, Ferelnord just that little bit behind on CS, but that will be fixed here with these three, if you can actually get them in the end. Those three caster minions that were coming in there as well. More wards being put down in this bottom lane. Jim Bones, despite that gank coming out earlier on, is ahead of Kautard as well in this bottom lane. We know, that Kennen, Jim Bones' real go-to champion, but his Ashe has also proved to be very, very strong in the previous games that we've seen it as well. Let's have a look at this top lane, because Morden is actually just working his way in towards the back. Nigot, bro, we're actually going to see the teleport in bottom.
We'll see. Does he have the ultimate? Not just yet. Lands the attack and the dissonance. Exhaust comes down onto Ferelnord, and they immediately start backing off. Ferelnord used that teleport. I'm trying to look at what level he is. He's about, a couple hundred XP away from level 6. If that shockwave was there, it definitely could have secured them first blood. But a little bit too antsy. The ants in the pants just letting him go too quickly as Godbro gets caught.
Yeah, getting flipped over there by Morden. Are they going to go in? Repel comes down right on top of Godbro. Well, look at that. You got Morden going very, very low, but the first blood is picked up by Samox. Morden did survive it as well. It was real touch and go stuff, but the bear managing to have enough HP, and look how much he's regen there already, by the way. And that's just the beauty of him getting in under the tower so early on. First blood Giants.
6 seconds of regen from his passive manages to save him from those ticks of ignite and from the damage under the turret, and at least getting first blood is never a good sign. She's a pretty heavy snowball champion. Gombe picked up a Doran's ring as well as that Ruby Crystal to help survive some of the damage that Godbro's Kha'Zix is going to be putting down. But if they can, keep landing those ganks, keep getting some kills, and snowball Samex's Elise, they're going to be very, very happy with that.
So now Pharrell Lord back into this middle lane. Going to be working his way back up with the CS. And that's what kind of surprised me, because they were pushed up already in that bottom lane. If he'd have just waited for that next wave of creeps, he probably needed 3 of them at most to actually hit level 6 and get down there. That was a kill, to be honest, for Wolves coming out. But that's all ifs and buts. Extermin here going to get himself his blue buff. He just waits for the wild cards there to have enough damage. That's going to be helping him out. Pharrell Lord on the other side of the map will also be helped out by Svenskeren to pick up hits.
And of course, that's a situation of having a completely new bottom lane. Not only do you have Kautot, who was middle playing AD, Pharrell Lord, who wasn't even on the team, playing middle, and Defusio there, the 3 of them tried to set up that gank, and they weren't exactly in the same gear at the same time. So a little bit of a calling or a little bit of a miscommunication in terms of timing and when to go cost them that first blood, but they're not too far behind in gold right now. We see that Extra's Twisted Fate gone for the Mercury Treads first, going to get that movement speed as well as the damage reduction from obviously all of the magic burst that Pharrell Lord's putting down. And he's picked up that KG's lucky pick. So we've seen earlier in the day when Froggen was running Twisted Fate, he picked up the KGs but didn't finish the Twin Shadows until much, much, much later in the game. We'll see how Extra decides to play it because, the option is available to him.
Yep, and right now between the 2 AD carries in terms of items, Vamp Scepter finished for Ash, along with the dagger to upgrade his boots, and a single Doran's Blade on the other side. Longsword, double Doran's Blade for Caitlyn. Still has that pink ward available to throw down to maybe allow Svenskeren to come through that lane once again. We can see on the other side that there are plenty of wards down actually from the Wolves side as well on that bottom side. When I say the wards, they're obviously traps. Good job, Joe.
A huge number of those little cupcake traps laid around the place just to limit the number of entrances that Svenskeren has to move in there. But what I'd like to see from the Wolves right now is a little bit more wards, especially in that middle lane. You can see around the river area, they've got that single site ward just sitting by the entrance towards their blue golem, just so that if Extra does start moving towards the bottom lane, as he's doing now, you see if that vision is going to be gained. He was hinting towards a gank in the top lane, but then just decided to put that ward in the race camp, and that's exactly what I was expecting from Pharrell. Get the vision in the bushes, make sure you know when Twisted Fate leaves the lane, that even if the calling isn't there, like calling SS or telling your teammates, they'll be able to see it. They'll see that little head popping up on the minimap, and it looks like Morden would like some more blood.
And Godbro obviously had a horrible time of it in that last game. Is going to be in trouble here because Twisted Fate is coming up as well. This is a 3-man gank on towards Kha'Zix. He is not getting out of this one. Morden again tanking up that tower. It's going to take one last hit, but again, the passive saving him.
29, 29, 29, 29. So much HP being regen there. He just tanks the turret, manages to pick up the kill with his ultimate there, or it wasn't even the ultimate, it was just a ferocious bite. Man takes a nom out of Godbro, and he's now 0-2. Even with 2 deaths to his name, he's keeping up on CS. So he's doing a very, very good job of keeping himself in farm-wise. He just needs to try maybe get a little bit more ganks, a little bit more assistance from Svenskeren to try and take some control back in that top lane.
Oh, and look at Pharrell Lord just showing his mastery here of that Orianna. As I say, that Extermin actually gets a stun card on him. Wild cards hitting as well. It was actually Pharrell Lord that was trying to steal the Wraiths away from Extermin. And that's one point that a lot of these mid lane players will make, that it's really worth it if you have the opportunity to take away those Wraiths as much as possible.
Yeah, the experience and the goal that it gives you and also denies the enemy team is just, insurmountable. You cannot put a number on how important that is. At the moment, though, Giants, they're doing well. They're out-farming most of the lanes. They've got the kill advantage, and they've got a noticeable gold lead. The ganks have been focused entirely on Godbro up in the top lane. They are more afraid of Kha'Zix than they are of anybody else. But for Ren Lord's Orianna, if they get into these team fight situations, if they start to group up, the shockwave, the dissonance, it is very, very powerful, and it could allow them to win team fights, especially with intervention and wild growth, helping Godbro out once they get to these, engagements and he starts diving in there.
Yeah, I think Godbro is going to be the key man in that one in terms of, he's going to have the ball on him. Yeah, technically Forellenlord has to press the right buttons at the right time to help out as well, but it's Godbro that has to find the positioning to be able to jump towards the right place in that team fight for everything to really collapse in. As you said, intervention really will help him out in that, not allowing to not take any damage on his way in for that one, or to survive even longer, as the case may be. And in the whole time, then you've got, as soon as he does land, that wild growth to give them the big knock-up as well.
The Giants are going to be trying to focus on picking a target out, though. If you look at all of their abilities, the Cocoon, the Ash Arrow, the Gold Card, with the exception of the Crescendo from Babetta, and even, Volibear's a Rolling Thunder where he tosses a single target backwards. They really just want to land an Ash Arrow onto somebody. If that stun starts to wear off, land a Gold Card or even a Cocoon and then chase. But it looks like Morden's coming in. The Ash Arrow completely whiffs.
Yeah, it goes straight through the middle of them. Kautar, though, may get caught out. He's being slowed up. There's a Crescendo. Wild Growth comes in. Will it be enough to save him? Yes, it will. And look at this. Twisted Fate going to join the party. Great shockwave coming out of Forellenlord. Jim Bones goes down. Extermin is fairly low. Can they finish him off, though? He flashes away from the ball. Morden is already on the safety of the tower, and what a great turnaround from Wolves.
Such awesome positioning there from Forellenlord. He had the ball, I think, even on his own head, pulled everybody towards him. There was two members of the Giants on top of him. It allowed them to secure a kill, and this is going to be the first turret of the game for the Copenhagen Wolves. It'll even them up in terms of gold, and as soon as that Destiny was used, teleport came out from Copenhagen Wolves. Do they have enough to take Dragon? Well, Godbro's in trouble.
Godbro is in a little bit of trouble at the top. Samux here going to be looking to land a Cocoon onto him. Will land it? Will he keep going with the pressure? Yes, he will. Samux taking good damage there, though. And actually, in the end, they switch positions as the repel comes in and Godbro flashes to the other side. Dragon is being started as well.
Morden gets turned into a little munchkin as the Copenhagen Wolves finish off the Dragon. He starts to crawl away. Couldn't get in there. Couldn't land the smite. And the Copenhagen Wolves even up that goal difference. Godbro did well to survive that top lane. He only had the tier of the Goddess in that top lane to survive against the Haunting guys and the Doran's ring of Samux. But nevertheless, only 10 CS behind, 2 deaths down, and the Giants are now turning on the pressure in this mid lane.
Yeah, they need to be careful, though. Here, Morden down to half HP with Orianna coming back in there with that blue buff. That's a lot of damage that can come out really quickly, but in the end, Giants say, well, we've done the damage that we could from the situation that we had. We're happy with that. We're going to back away. That Twin Shadow's done now, so if you compare that over to Forellenlord, obviously, to Froggen from earlier when he played Twisted Fate, as you said, that was a much later thing for him on that, but a kind of rush in there for Exeter, so he really wants to be involved in these lanes. Obviously going to use that stun card to really lock down, but those Twin Shadows, the Ghost coming out to give the slow as well is going to be a real vital thing.
Yeah, and again, it just shows you the composition. They really want to pick somebody out. Get the Ghost onto somebody, land the rest of the single target stuns, blow them up. When the team fight breaks out, if the Copenhagen Wolves jump in, use their Crescendo almost defensively, really. I mean, you could have some flash Crescendos, but it really just looks like they want to single somebody out, get them down, and then turn the rest of the attention further. Over on the Wolves side, you've got a massive AoE composition here. In terms of the combat, you want to get Orianna pulling 2 or 3 together. You then want to get Godbro hitting them with the Void Spikes, landing on them with that leap of his and getting the Wild Growth, knocking multiple targets up in the air. And then just allow Svenskeren as much time as possible to get those Righteous Fury swings out. Just, splash, splash, splash. That's really what they want to be doing. It does mean, though, that if the Giants split well enough in a team fight, it could mitigate a lot of that AoE damage, and it'll mean the Wolves need to take a lot longer in getting them down. And the Destiny is coming in this bottom lane.
Let's see what they can do. The Ash Arrow is going to land onto Kautar. Very early Wild Growth. It's not going to be enough to save Kautar, though, and Extermin will manage to pick that one up. Didn't even use Twin Shadow that time. Didn't even need it. He was saving it in case Caitlyn had got any further away. Wolves are going to look to counter here by having a middle turret.
The amount of crowd control that went down onto Kautar was just way too high. In the top lane, Samux has evened out the turret, so that is 1-to-1 as Copenhagen Wolves take that mid lane turret. It should allow them to put some more pressure on the Dragon and, the enemy jungle of the Giants if they decide to start warding it up. But this game is extremely even right now. They are, each team is making the plays happen. The Giants being a little bit more aggressive with their, ganks and with trying to play the enemy champions.
Let's have a look a little bit down the items now while we may have a lull in the action, maybe not. The Twin Shadows come out, Svenskeren actually having to use the ultimate on himself. There is the shockwave. That could be what they need here, and it will be a kill coming out. Kale gets the shield. Flash in from Samex. He will secure that kill there in the end, and that will bring us to 4-2. And just as I say, a lull in the action, all kicks off.
Yeah, being completely caught out. Svenskeren actually was trying to set up a gank there. He thought he was going to jump onto Twisted Fate. Forellenlord was sort of baiting Morden and Extra into that particular engagement, but they didn't know that Samex was coming from that top lane. They have no vision in that part of their jungle. They didn't know that the Spiderling lady was moving past their race. She just came in from behind after the gold quarters landed a cocoon of her own, and then carried on picking up landing enough damage to pick up the kill.
So now I think we are safer to talk a little bit more about the items. You see their Giants belts being picked up over 4 Giants. That one for Elise, the one for Volibear. Over on the other side, one with Kha'Zix. We actually saw yesterday Darian went in for the Trinity Force early as he could with Kha'Zix. This time around, Manamune finished along with that Giants belt. We got the Nash's Tooth already done for Kale, Rod of Ages on the Orianna. AD carries similar kind of position that they're in. However, the main difference being that BF sword for Ashe and just the pickaxe in there for Caitlyn. Got a second Doran's Blade from that though.
Does have that a little bit extra with that Dorans and is sitting on 1,500 gold, so Kautar will be very close to picking up that BF sword and evening out the gold difference between these the two players. And I think once he starts to getting closer to that Infinity Edge, the Piltover Peacemakers are going to help so much, especially with this wave clear. Both teams have the ability to sit under their turret and just keep the minion waves at complete bay, and it's going to be up to each team to set up who picks the fights. Take a look at Svenskeren sneaking in from the Tribush, though. He does decide to back away. Not 100% confident picking that fight, and the two members of Giants just start to back away quite safely.
Wolves pinging that one like crazy there. They knew that they'd come up, and they knew that they were trying to set up that trap from the Spider and the Bear, hanging out together to make it count. The Dragon will be up in a minute. We'll see which team can react to that one quicker. Actually, they see the damage coming out of Jimbones there. Down in this bottom lane, Godbro trying to clear out desperately and force them away from that turret, but it's down to below half health. This could well be turret number 2 and the equalizer turret for Giants with this next wave or 2.
I imagine that might be the thinking. They might decide to try push this. If Giants have the timer on that Dragon, they might try to coincide the two, push the tower down. You can see that Morden's Volibear is slowly starting to hint towards that Drake. It's up in 30 seconds, but it was the Wolves that picked up the previous Dragon, so they'll have the second timer. It doesn't really look like everybody's setting up for it. You can see Caitlyn and Lulu, they're moving to the top lane to try and defend that inner turret, and with Twisted Fate and Volibear so close to that Dragon, we'll see if anybody does decide to go for it.
Yeah, both junglers got that smite up and ready. Samex, though, is in that top lane. He's hiding in the bush currently. Not really got many minions there with him. And just the non-presence of Samex even may be enough for Wolf to say, well, we don't really know where that Elise is. Is he going to be coming down towards Dragon? We could need to be careful about that one. But now they've spotted him in that top lane. I'd imagine that they start to go down there. And as I say, that Kha'Zix is heading straight towards top. Lulu and Kale are both around there. Obviously, Caitlyn in the bottom lane. Orianna still in the middle. So it would be a 4-on-4 down in that lane.
If they decide to go for it, of course, Giants are going to continue pushing. Another Ashe arrow completely whiffs. Kautar's dropped so low. Jimbo's continue landing auto attacks. A little bit of a late cleanse there. Now it starts channeling the ace in the hole.
Yeah, they didn't flash in for the kill, and now Extermin taking a lot of damage. Jimbones is going to be the first one to fall, and Wolves, they've carved a massive opening for Dragon now with that one. Giants obviously were pushing in for the gank, but you have to give credit over to Kautar. He's managed to survive that one, and his team turn it around.
Yeah, so true. Managed to stay alive long enough. Wild Growth was not even used by Deficio's Lulu, so that extra HP wasn't even needed in the background. You can see that Forellenlord has now just finished that Archangel Staff. He's going to have so much mana. Almost finished for the Seraph's Embrace, 730 out of the 750. But the Giants are going to take the map objective of the tower, and if you equate it in that sense, losing a kill but gaining the tower, I think they'll be relatively happy with that trade.
Yeah, you can see what that leaves them in terms of gold. They're almost 2,000 in the lead again. Neither team going for that Dragon. So individually, we have Orianna 300 gold ahead. Or actually, it's more like 500 gold if I could count. Between the AD carries 6.6 to 6.3 in favor of Ashe. Top lane 7.1 to 5.8, and that's the problem that Godbros really had. Obviously, in CS, he's not that far behind, but those 2 kills as they camped him out earlier on leaves him in a bit of a tricky position.
He doesn't have too much itemization either. You know, he's got that mana immune completed, working towards the Mura mana, sitting on a Giant's Belt, got that Negatron Cloak, the Null Magic Mantle. So he's got little bits of everything. We do see them going very aggressive, though.
Yeah, we see the Shockwave land on Jimbones. What can they do pushing forward, though? Slow comes in onto Extermin, and they've managed to completely repel that attack. That's a nice move out of Giants.
Yeah, the Jimbones ultimate from Ash, the Crystal Arrow, was just really well-timed and well-placed. It not only stunned up the Copenhagen Wolves, it put quite a powerful slow on them, and they managed to just buy them the time that they need to get away. What it has done, though, is it's allowed Copenhagen Wolves to get into this Dragon, and they'll pick this one up for free, completely uncontested.
See Kale swinging that massive sword, and that will be the Dragon, as you said, going down. Second one in a row for Wolves. Not quite right on the timer as it spawned this time around, but they managed to pick it up, and that's what the important thing is at the end of the day. That brings them back to just 700 gold deficit. Where's this next move going to come in here? I mean, we've seen Lichbane now being finished off by Extermin. That's going to help his split pushing abilities really a huge amount, which we saw in that last game. Twisted Fate can be a real big pain in doing stuff like that.
It's really difficult to say because neither of these teams has really been super focused on pushing a particular lane. Samex has spent a lot of time up in this top lane. You know, he was hiding in that top bushes. Godbro just walks past 2 Giants members, and you know, they're trying this split push, and it's working relatively well. Samex has been farming, has been left unopposed for the most part, but there hasn't been a committed, focused effort from either team in pushing a particular lane or pushing a particular objective. There's been these little skirmishes where the bottom lane would pick a fight, and all of a sudden you'll have Teleport and Destiny coming, and top lane would have a gank, and all of a sudden you'd have Destiny coming in. But it isn't really showing their hands of how they want to play this game. I think Giants will be relatively happy to continue farming and just carry on stalling the game out, because when they want to pick a fight, it's going to be a lot easier for them to do so. Combo that Ash Arrow into a Cocoon, into a gold card. It's a lot easier for them to pick an engagement than it will be for the Copenhagen Wolves, who have to throw everything they have on Kha'Zix and let him just dive, behind the enemy lines.
That was a nice move from Giants. Well, they had that pink ward down to spot. They saw Forellenlord actually backing away. He's now back, and they couldn't quite get the damage down on that tower. But in principle, they could have had that one away. Obviously, didn't have the minions there. They didn't want to tank it up too much in case Wolves decided, right, game on, we're going to dive straight on top of you. But as you said, bit more of a passive time. You can expect it as well. When you think about the position of these two teams in that league, 0 for 4 Wolves. They don't want to lose 5 games in a row. That's in any sport a devastating start to any league campaign. They don't want that here today, even though the circumstances pretty much dictate that should on paper happen to them here today. They showed against Gambit that it definitely doesn't have to be that way in the end.
Yeah, and they've got the ability to do so. They've got the ability to win. They can pull it out. I mean, they did so well in the early stages of their matchup against Gambit Gaming. They just need to find the right moment to do so. I noticed a few minutes ago that Forellenlord finished the home guard on his boots, so he does have that teleport. He has the ability to come flying out of absolutely nowhere. And if you combo that with the amount of damage he can put down, that might be their opening play. That might be how they decide to get in there. But take a look at Exter on the minimap. He's moving closer and closer to Forellenlord, and it does look like the rest of the Giants members are coming back as well.
Exter just about missing his chance in there, and not sure if he'd really want to take that fight heads up against the Orianna as well. Obviously, very tank, as we are going to see the Ash Arrow landing in there, but look at Forellenlord steaming through here onto Samex. Actually, Samex will flash away there in the end. Forellenlord had the opportunity to lock him down with the shockwave, but decided against it.
Jimbones deserves mad credit there from the Giants members. They could see the teleport was coming in, and the Crystal Arrow was thrown into that bush. Again, stunning up the Copenhagen Wolves. A defensive Ash ultimate, but it does work. But look at the damage he's taken from this poke. He's got to be very careful if they decide to jump in on this engagement, because Forellenlord may be able to blow him up at 50% HP.
Yeah, if they want to take that chance, Shockwave is one of the best things to do. It's Twisted Fate. He's going to use his ultimate. He's going to come in to the south of this tower, though. which means they are going to have that vision for a couple of seconds, but Wolves in no immediate danger from the backside as the stun card does come down. There's a shockwave onto Samex, like we said. Good crescendo comes out of Babetta. Wild growth goes in onto Svenska, and no kills resulting from all those ultimate blown, but here comes Godbro. He dives once, he dives in twice, gets the intervention. Can they keep going on this one? They've managed to take the turret. Jim Bones went very, very low. They've taken 1 kill for nothing. They're going to be happy.
That was the fight that the Copenhagen Wolves needed right at the end there as the intervention was wearing off. Godbro just sidestepped the cocoon coming out of Elise. It was really nicely done, but a great reaction there from Exeter. The command attack and distance came down, and as the shockwave was about to be casted, he flashed out of it. He put himself out of that danger zone, allowed him to stay alive a little bit longer. After Godbro decided to recommit to that engagement with the intervention, he did eventually go down. They lost the turret, and that was the play that Copenhagen Wolves needed to. And it was like we said, they were just going to throw everything at it, just put everything on the back of Godbro's Kha'Zix and allow him to try and nom people.
Just seen Warmogs for Kha'Zix being picked up as he went back, actually picking up the red pot as well to get back into the fight. Volibear got that Warmogs as well as a Negatron cloak. Obviously, we do have the Crystal Scepter finished here for Elise as well. What else did we have picked up? Infinity Edge, Zeal, and the Crit Cloak actually for Ash. So Infinity Edge there. Phantom Dancer incoming. On the other side, kind of similar situation as well, almost as if Kautar's copying the build from the other side. He's got that Infinity Edge, got the Vamp Scepter in there, and he's also got the Zeal. A little bit behind though, no Crit Cloak just yet.
And you know what, you got to give full credit to Kautar here. He's been put into this AD position role and, has been playing mid all of the rest of the LCS matches. His positioning has actually been very, very good for the majority of his previous game and this one as well. He's never really been overextended. The few times he has been jumped on, as we see Svenskeren getting caught out, we're going to see Morden trying to come up from this lane, but Svenskeren takes quite a lot of damage from that Elise.
Yeah, quite a lot it was indeed, and the shield was even on him as well from Orianna, so some of that would have definitely been negated from that, as we are going to see Twisted Fate. He's going into middle here, trying to lock down Kautar.
And take a look at that, the cleanse comes out, immediately just starts running away. Finally the Twin Shadows comes out, but Kautar, he just waited. Gold card had landed, Crystal Arrow landed, and as you thought he's about to go down, he just cleansed and effectively walked away.
And that's the beauty of the cleanse.
Exactly. Really, really good use of cleanse. Those defensive summoner spells we're seeing more and more often on these AD carries, and especially against this team. The amount of stuns and snares and everything that they have available to them, it's a very, very powerful pickup. Giants look like they're going to pick up this dragon, as Wolves are looking to contest, but they're a little bit outnumbered if they pick this fight.
Yeah, this would be a 3-on-4, and as they do go in, we are going to see Giants take it down, and Wolves back straight away. Or are they? Svenskeren actually will get a couple of hits off there, but not really the amount that they would have wished. And that leaves us with still a very close gold count, 40.7 to 39.2. Let's see how Wolves are going to really react to this one. Actually looking like they're going to push down towards the jungle of Giants. The blue buff is available for the taking. I'd imagine that they push out this lane first, though.
Well, Exeter is there on the bottom lane. He has Destiny available relatively soon. About 25% of the cooldown is available, so he's just going to be split pushing. He's got all the movement speed from that Lich Bane available to him, and just, shoving lanes down as only Twisted Fate can. He notices that there's a number of Copenhagen Wolves members still in that middle lane, so he's just going to take the time to deal all of this free damage to the tower. He's probably going to get this tower before he starts to back.
Well, Friendlord running out of base here with those home guard boots off, but as he said, not going to be quite fast enough. Thought he was going to go aggressive there, pop the speed boost onto himself. As we see, that blue buff is available for the taking here for Giants. Samox and Morden are both there. Support play coming around as well, but they're going to be happy if they're able to secure this blue buff away. For Elnod actually moving in on top of a ward. The blue buff was taken there by Giants, but again, they're forced to back away. Morden actually took that one in the end.
The Copenhagen Wolves are going to need to get more vision here. You can see Babetta's running around with the Oracle's Elixir, so he's busy clearing out as many wards as is possible. But if you look at the minimap, there's just not a lot of vision for the Copenhagen Wolves. I flicked over to see what they could see during that blue buff invade, and they had no idea. They had no sight in the river, in the enemy side of the jungle, in their side of the jungle, and they were fairly lucky in that as soon as they face-checked the blue buff, the majority of the Giants players were pulling the blue away, towards the river. But if they were grouped up in the grass there, it could have been one of those face-check, lose-a-champion situations. So a little bit lucky there. Giants once again pulling a little bit ahead with this gold, 2,000 right now, but at this stage in the game, it's such a small number, it's, relatively insignificant. And it just comes down to these engagements. Whoever can pick the fight with the better circumstances seems to be winning. Giants have been making the plays in the early game. The Wolves have been making the plays in this mid game, and they've currently got a little bit more map control.
Yeah, I think that map control is going to be important in the long run as well for them. If they can't have vision of their own side of the map, they certainly can't expect to be able to dominate in the enemy side as well from that. You've got to be able to see what you're doing. And I expect that to come down here at some point, especially around that Baron area, which, people are starting to get up to level 17s. Not quite an 18 in there yet, but certainly you can see that Elise and Twisted Fate are both level 17. And they are at that stage of the game where they probably could get in there and take it away. If you've not got any vision, that can be a crucial mistake that can lose you a game.
Yeah, and take a look at this. Babetta may be caught out. The Asher comes up once again, defensive and so on point. But Godbro's decided to pick his engagement. He's leaped forward. He's going to carry on fighting as Morden tosses him over his shoulder and says, no, you shall not pass. You will not get to Jim Bones. Is in stealth, continues chasing, flashes forward onto Jim Bones. Once again get tossed backwards. The slow is onto Jim's as the wild growth is up. He's been slowed. Can Godbro get it with the intervention?
They can't quite get in there as we see him leaping in once again. I thought Morden was going to throw him back on towards the tower then. That didn't quite work out for him though. But one thing that Wolves has done here is done a lot of damage to that Giants lineup. They forced them to back away from this inhibitor turret, and it's not going to be a dive like we saw from in the last game against Gambit. They're actually pushing out as Samuks comes in from the side, but Wolves have left a naked inhibitor behind.
They'll be happy with the turret. They'll be happy that when they decide to go aggressive, they can pick it up. And I was talking about the map control. I was talking about how they had the turret advantage, but Exeter is just split pushing and going to be waiting to use that Destiny almost defensively. He's going to actually start using it up. We'll see he's going to dive into in the middle lane. Forellen Lord's been caught out. The command protector is up. There is no wild growth. He's actually used the shockwave as well to make sure Exeter doesn't go any further, and he survives the gank. But the question is, how do Wolves stop the split push? How do they answer, what do they use to answer Twisted Fate?
Oriana's got to go there. I mean, she's the one with the teleport, which is right now not up, obviously. Yeah. But that's really the one thing that they've got to be safe with this one. They can't allow that Twisted Fate to be down there and send someone that can't get into the fight. As Baron here is almost going to go down. They tried for the steal. Didn't work out for them. Svenskeren puts the ultimate on himself. They're hammering away at Samuks, but he just gets out of range of Kautard. And that will be a 1-for-1 engagement as the repel comes in. That was a brilliant move from Samuks to keep himself. He would have died there.
Great repel. I wonder if it would have caught one of the little spiderlings, maybe just on the way out, but an awesome use of that, just making sure that he mitigates the spell, gets away from the damage and survives. But Kautard's positioning was great. We've seen, if I remember, it was CLGNA picking up a very sneaky Baron a couple of months ago without even going into the Baron pit. They just had Caitlyn sitting on the outside using that massive range, and Kautard was putting damage down the entire time that Svenskeren was in there and staying alive with the intervention. But a number of members of Giants with this Baron buff on, they're in the position of power. They've got the gold lead, they've got the stats lead, with the exalted Baron Nashor buff helping them out. I think they're going to be looking to make some plays now.
And that was a good one as well from Giants, because let's not forget, just before that they lost one man. A couple of them were very, very low. They forced them away. Yes, that Twisted Fate move into middle didn't actually get them a kill, but what it ensured was that Forellen Lord was super low and had to go back to base. And then they went just straight into Baron because they knew that Wolves weren't going to be there as a 5-man unit and therefore shouldn't be able to take Baron. Okay, Svenskeren flashed over the top and tried to get the steal in the end, but it worked out. It was a big power play from Giants.
Yeah, and they're now in this power position. Not only did they, get the buff and put themselves in a good position, they picked up a number of key items as well. If you look at the itemization there on the bottom left, Elise managed to pick up Leandri's Torment and Warmog's armor with her last back, which is a massive, massive spike in damage and defense, On the same token, Babetta was able to pick up that Runic Bulwark, which you can see is not in the hands of Copenhagen Wolves. And in actual fact, if I look at it, I don't even see an Aegis of the Legion there as well. So the defensive statistics is really going to be helping out the Giants. That magic resist to handle the splash from Kayle as well as that burst from Forellen Lord.
Yeah, they're going to have to hope that the intervention's enough, really, to be tanking through the damage that's going to come down. The Rabadon's Death Cap is finished on Twisted Fate now as well. Obviously, Infinity Edge Phantom Dancer for the AD carry. Just wondering how much gold he's actually sat on there as well, the Ash. That's why. I was going to say, I'm sure he had those items about 10 minutes ago. Not quite 10 minutes ago, but he's actually sat on above 3,000 gold. And as I say, that Bloodthirster is finished.
Yeah, it's a huge spike again. You're going to spend that money, put that in the back pocket, get that lifesteal. Once we get those stacks up, the damage is going to be, even higher, even more, more impactful. Kaltod is only about 1,700 gold behind, though. So you can see him sitting he is 1,700 behind. He's still got 1,700 in the bank. So he's going to be able to even out that damage a little bit. But I think if they can keep him safe, he's got the range to do so. He's got the champions that'll be able to keep him, in the back line. I think it's going to be a lot of pressure on him in these upcoming team fights to get as much damage possible and really turn the tide of it, because Giants are going to be focusing Kale, Orianna, and Kha'Zix, because they're going to be the ones that are in their face with that shorter range.
We saw Kaltod there doing 2 or 3 hits, or maybe even 4. But either way, it didn't really hurt Morden. That's the problem that they have going on right now. As we can see again, Giants are pushing down in towards this bottom lane. It's Jimbones that's actually gone down there. He's hitting for about 850 when those crits come in, which they're doing with a Phantom Dancer, that Infinity Edge in there as well. And he is very, very dangerous. Not to mention the fact that he has the arrows. We are going to see Twisted Fate coming in.
It's just going to fizzle, unfortunately, because to safety, get himself away from the gold card. He's seen the positioning and, had very good reaction times to move away there, but it does allow them to take the tower. Ferenanor has been caught up by Jimbones. Who's going to win this fight?
Well, it's looking like it's Jimbones as he flashes in, but what a flash over the wall from Ferenanor. In comes Deficio with a Lulu to finish off the kill. And there were 2 flashes that were brilliant in their own right, but Ferenanor getting the advantage in terms of getting away.
Take a look at this now. Godbros leap forward, tosses out those missiles, it puts a slowdown, but Exter, great reaction once again, uses the Twin Shadows, slows both Kaltod and him, but Ferenanor is teleported in, motoring with those boots on fire. Can he get a kill onto Samux?
He's going to get right on top of Samux, but the problem is that Shockwave is down from that last encounter, and I don't think he's going to have the control without it. Samux will walk away, and actually they did have Extermin in that bush waiting as well, just to try and turn things around.
And very, very important about that is the fact that Teleport is down. Teleport is not available to them. Ferenanor was relatively smart in his positioning there because he ran along the grass. He didn't step into that top lane until the home guard buff had sort of worn off and that massive flame trail behind him had stopped. So I think the Giants will have been, knowledgeable enough to say, all right, look, Ferenanor was low. He went back to heal, so most likely Teleport is down. But by not showing the movement speed earlier, it just makes him question it a little bit. And for the duration of that Teleport being down, Exter's Twisted Fate split pushing is really going to help them. And I think you see Morden was split pushing there on the bottom lane as well. Giants, they don't really want to pick a single engagement here. They've got that single target spell focus, blow somebody up, and then take a map objective, and they're just going to keep split pushing until the Copenhagen Wolves make something happen.
One problem that they have there is that obviously Extermin can't split push that bottom lane because he's not going to be able to get into position with the Destiny because of the range limitation on it. Obviously, the teleport is down, and Extermin at the end of the day will be closer to it there at the end, but that's not something that they want to risk any kind of 4 versus 4 encounter there. And as we can see, Wolves are coming down now in towards this open inhibitor. Morden just runs in there as the Ash Arrow going to land onto Godbro.
Intervention comes down, the Shockwave goes out. I think that whiffs absolutely everybody. Babetta landed a very nice crescendo on the back line of Copenhagen Wolves, but because he was with 3 members of the Wolves, they could smell blood and they shut him down. Svenskeren is the next one to fall in this particular engagement, but the Wolves are running back. They don't have the damage to close this out. Kaltod has been untouched up until this particular engagement, and this is messy. Triple kill for Jimbones is once again, he's been left untouched. That'll be the quadra for him, and the final pen to steal from Morden. Passive ticking away. That was a huge, huge, huge engagement. Gonna carry on chasing down the lane.
That Shockwave.
It missed everybody.
It missed everyone.
Didn't do a thing.
The thing is, I think he had it on Kha'Zix, who was supposed to jump in, and then he was supposed to press the button, and I think he hit it too early. I think he hit it before that Kha'Zix actually jumped in. I'm sure with the help of a replay we could nail it down properly, but it didn't pick anyone up, and that was the real big thing in that fight. And now Jimbones, he did take a bit of damage, but he was pretty much the entire time hammering away at them. Gets rewarded at the end of it with a quadra kill. They're going to be taking down this inhibitor turret. There's still a good 10 seconds on Wolves to come up here. Svenskeren does come back up just in time. Now the Baron is available. Now this is going to be interesting because Giants have Morden fairly low. He's their big tank in this lineup, and I'm wondering if Wolves are going to say, right, spawn, full HP, Baron, go.
you also have to give, we are going to jump into a replay of that particular fight as we wait for these two teams to set up. Joe, take us through this one.
Yeah, so here we see once again that shockwave in actually was a little bit too late. That was after that happened. No, there it is. The shockwave went down and it didn't hit any of them. They tried to put it on Nigop Pro. It was on the steps themselves and it didn't really do what they needed. We know what happens after this. Let's switch back into the live game because we are going to see both teams starting to get around Baron.
While we see that the Baron has been started, we do need to give props to Babetta's crescendo there. It locked up members of the Copenhagen Wolves. Now take a look at this. The Ash arrow is coming out. Godbro's been stunned up. Baron is bashing away behind him, but the Wolves are grouped up as a tight-knit 5. Can the Giants get in there and separate them?
This is going to be a tough one for Wolves. We saw Morden was the scary bear running them away from that one. Baron, of course, has got no damage on it right now. Did reset itself. And Wolves at the back of things. They've got that Oracle on, so they're able to clear what's thrown down towards the back of the pit, as Baron is going to be started off here. Jim Bones doing a couple of hits onto it, but Wolves at the back, they're still there as a unit. But are they going to have the health when they go in? Are they going to have the coordination to land that all-important shockwave where it needs to be?
And where do they put their focus as well? Because Ash is going to be behind this Elise, behind the Twisted Fate Ghosts, behind the Gold Card, behind the Bear. And, you know, they've got this really big interference team that's also a huge amount of damage. I mean, Volibear, if left unchecked, has got that execution on his friends. He has the ability to deal a lot of damage. And Jim Bones has finished a Guardian Angel. So not only has he got all of this damage and this really great, you know, frontline Bear protection, he's going to come back to life once you've killed him. So the Giants are in a very, very good position. They've got a great 10,000 gold lead. And it just looks like they want to brute force this middle lane inhibitor.
Yeah, and that's a great move as well from Giants to push that lane right out there. They've stuck a ward in so that they've got vision of everything coming down. They can quite happily start Baron here and then peel off of it afterwards because they're going to know exactly when Wolves come down through that jungle. Their wards are going to disappear as Deficio takes them down, but that's what they can do. As Wolves here are actually headed down that middle lane now with both teams having a naked inhibitor. Either of them could like do this whole run around the side and go for that inhibitor and push in for the base race, as we are going to see the Ash Arrow coming down onto Pharrell. They're going to be forced to fight.
Well, the Wild Growth comes out, he immediately knocks everybody up, but the intervention was on top of that as well. Godbro's gone so deep. He's the first one to be dropped. They immediately reply into Samex. That's both of the top laners down. Now the Wolves jungler is out of this. Do the Wolves have enough damage to win this battle? With Kautar down, that's another triple gale for Jim Bones' Ash. As you can see, Exeter closing the fourth kill of the battle out. Deficio's on a run, but look at the bear. He is chasing, he is running. Eats a Glitterlance. It's not going to be enough. The Majestic Roar comes out and it doesn't do anything. Deficio carries on running, lands a Glitterlance. Morden wants this kill. Morden wants to nom. The fear comes out, doesn't do anything, I'm afraid. And the biggest chase of the game so far gets Deficio away and allows Giants to get the inhibitor.
Well, he stayed alive, but I'm not sure that his team's going to be able to suffer the same fate from this one. They've got minions coming in here to tank up those turrets. The Home Guard boots, well, they're not really going to be helping him out here because he doesn't have the damage. He's going to polymorph Morden down. He's going to get in there and just try to be annoying right up front with them. But Giant's going to focus him down super quickly. There is the very much delayed ace. And we are going to see Giants take out the Nexus and win their second game here in the European LCS.
Congratulations to Giants Gaming. It was a good game. It was an even game for such a long time in that matchup. The Copenhagen Wolves, they should be proud of their performance, but when it came down to it, when it came to those team fight engagements and, you know, making the right play at the right time, unfortunately they just fell a little short.
Well, sadly enough, proud of your performance is just not enough to pick up those points that you need. They go 0 for 5 here. Not the start they wanted, not the circumstances either coming into today's two big games for them. Either way, that's enough here from us at the commentary desk. We're going to throw it over to our Happy 3 over on the analyst desk to break down all the action from that last game.
Yes, we are the Happy 3, so thank you very much, Joe and Quickshot, for taking us through the action there. And actually a very even game between Giants and Wolves, and honestly, that game could have tipped either way.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, it was all down to that one little misstep by Wolves to kind of get the game in the favor of Giants. Unfortunately for them, going 0-5 now in the first 2 weeks, it's not a good position they want to be in, but at least they can look forward to next week where they will have Bjergsen, I believe, back in the mid lane.
Yeah, well, let's not hang around. Let's jump straight into the replay we've got here. Of course, it was the big quadruple. You've already seen it once on your screens, but we want to take it through it with an expert eye.
All right, let's give you a situation. I mean, as Dean was saying, it was already shown, but it was 5-5, 59,000 to 52,000 for the Giants. And we'll just go ahead and take you in the replay and show you exactly what happens here, and XPK will break it down for us.
Yeah, so pretty much Giants just initiate with the arrow when they see the chance. And what you think is that it's going to be a good fight for Copenhagen Wolves because Oriana is going to be able to ultimate everyone there. But she doesn't catch anyone, and Sona reacts really fast and does a great ultimate. Like, she just jumps and ultimate 4 people. And if you notice, pretty much those 4 guys behind did nothing but hit Sona, while the rest of Giants was killing his team. And now everyone is full. Exter is full, Bolivar is almost full, Elise is full, As is full, and they just chase them and start picking up kills. As it's really low now, but she survives good enough time. Elise and Bolivar survive really low. No, Elise doesn't even survive, but Bolivar does, and just pick up
awesome
people.
Jump into a volley to get taken down.
And there is As survives, and she gets the quadra kill.
And that's the scumbag pentasteel right there.
Yeah.
I mean, the bear is there, and he doesn't care.
I thought you were saying instead of scumbag, scumbear.
Well, he's smarter than the average bear. I got no more.
He's been saving that one.
I've been wanting to use it for ages. I never get to chance for Chaos Volley Bear. It's not fair. But yeah, I mean, it was a close run thing, and I wonder why Forellenlund didn't put the ball on top of Kha'Zix, because Kha'Zix was going to jump into the fight.
That's what I thought as well. That's why I thought it was going to be a good fight for them. I saw Kha'Zix jumping, and I was like, okay, he's going to jump in the middle of 4 guys or 5 and ultimate them. But then he just put it on the floor and completely miss everyone. Just hit Elise, which is not a tank with Warmox and Riley. You shouldn't hit that guy.
Hey, we saw Alex Idge doing the exact same thing in the Season 2 semi-finals against Taipei Assassin. So these things do happen as players. And Oriana is one of those champions. Actually, he's a pretty high-skill champion.
Yeah, you can't change a game. Like, that fight, he could have won it alone, or he could have lost it like he did with that ultimate. That's the thing with Oriana. It's really risky to do a good ultimate sometimes. When you want to hit a lot of people, sometimes you just miss everyone by 1 finger, not even.
So, I mean, is there anything you see from these teams? For example, Giants, obviously, you know pretty well, I would guess, as well as in the likes of Wolves. I mean, Wolves are technically 0-5 now, but every game they've played, they've actually looked really good.
Yeah, they did really good, and then they just miss something. They need to learn how to finish game, how to do those fights at the end. Like, they always seem to fail on those. Like,
I mean, if I recall, all 5 games they've played, they've actually led from lane phase. Every single one of them. So if they could just pull something together, they're going to be a pretty scary team.
Even here, you could see they were leading. They were the one pushing in their enemy base. They were going for the inhibitor, and then they just didn't know how to take it or what to do there, and they just got initiated and died.
They just initiated a little too quick. Well, that is it from us. Let's head over to Shocks with an interview with a member of the winning team.
Yes, I've got Exter here, the mid for Giants, and we've got Ocelot to translate. We found a use for him today. Sorry, Ocelot. Anyway, Exter, can you guide us through the team comp and the picks and the bans?
Restar potencial a su jungler y dar mucho potencial a estos jungler no más.
So basically, they wanted to impact they wanted to make sure that the jungle impact was really huge, and they provided it. So basically, everything under the plan.
You were falling a little bit behind, but what did you think going into late game? You had that Ashe and that TF. Were you sure that you would make it against their team comp?
Nuestro legging era muy bueno, estando flip pulseados, como hicimos, con Arro, con Twisted, y queríamos mantenernos separados, con Elise también, y estábamos separarlos y aprovechar su error.
So basically what I wanted to do is that with TF, they wanted them to commit mistakes, overcommit, and make sure that the late game is theirs, because of the CC and stuff, damage overall. He didn't say it, but I guess he was as well thinking about Oriana as well. But TF, late game is just insane against melee, so.
Okay, you're obviously growing throughout the season. What do you need to work on to get even better?
La temporada, ¿qué tienes que mejorar para ser mejor equipo?
Hombre, tendría que ampliar mi variedad en medio de campeones y mejorar nuestro team play y nuestras jugadas a nivel 1.
He has to improve his champion pool, and they have to improve the level 1 fights as well, and that's basically it.
Okay, gracias, Jose y Exter. Thanks. So let's go over to Quickshot and Joe one last time to take us through today's matches and take a look at the results.
Thanks a lot, Shock. So, some good games today here. I feel a little bit sorry for Copenhagen Wolves and all that because they've done so much work with, you know, everything, the odds stacked against them, and they just couldn't close out 2 games there in a row. Sad for them.
And I think Dimo was saying, you know, all the games as well, they've been leading from the laning phase.
Yeah.
I still remember when they were playing against Evil Geniuses, they got first blood against them, and they responded to the Twisted Fate gank in the bottom lane so well with Kautoid playing, I think it was Zyro, the teleport. They're playing so well, and with all the roster changes, with having a their mid player is going to be swapped out, having the problems with the test. They're playing really well, and I cannot wait to see them solidify their roster and get a practice regime going because they are going to be a force to be reckoned with as the weeks go on.
Well, aside from the problems with tests as well, they don't quite have their gaming house here sorted in Cologne. On Saturday morning, when they obviously played in their first games there, they were up since 3 a.m. to go to the airport as well. So it's been a long, tough weekend for them so far. But let's take a look anyway at the results that we've had here today. Week 2, day 2 of the European LCS.
Evil Geniuses picking up a win against the Giants, and then, of course, Dragonborn's surprising maybe to picking up a win against SK Gaming.
Yep, and then we finished off the day with 2 more losses for Copenhagen Wolves. Gambit taking them down first of all, and then that loss that we've just seen with Giants coming out on top.
So that moves us into starting to wrap up the day. I think we needed to award an MVP. So, Joe, why don't you let everybody know who the MVP is?
It was a hard decision today because there were quite a few candidates for that one. In the end, though, we had a good chat about it here in a little break there with the interview, and we decided that Shushay is probably the man of today. You know, it was that boring time where Demon was tearing what's left of his hair out, you know, trying to get some action going there, and then Shushay just turned it on, landed that combo, disintegrated 2 men, and obviously Dragonborns then went on to take down SK Gaming. Definitely a great win for them.
And, you know, we highlighted that play as well right at the end of the matchup, and I still see Peke's look when that final spark landed and Ocelot's HP just disappeared. He was like, what happened? How did that play? So congratulations to Shushay and a really powerful Lux performance.
Well, guys, that's it from us here at the commentary desk today. Don't forget, if you want to see any of the VODs, anything you've missed today, get yourselves over to lolesports.com. Don't forget that spoiler button down in the bottom left. If you've not seen any of the results and you don't want to spoil yourself, we're going to throw it over to Shox for some final thoughts.
Yeah, what a day here again in the LCS studio here in Cologne, seeing Dragonborns grasp their first points, EG consolidating their place at the top. There's just so much more to come. And next Saturday, we'll see Wolves taking on Fnatic, Gambit Gaming taking on Giants, followed by Against All Authority versus Wolves, and a cracker at the end, EG versus Fnatic. But of course, you don't have to wait till Saturday for our League of Legends fix. You can tune in to the North American Championship Series on Thursday at 1 p.m. Pacific Time or 10 p.m. Central European Time, where CLG takes on Vulcan in the first match of the day. That's it for the weekend from every one of us here in the studio, and I'd like to extend a special thanks to XPK over at the analysis desk for helping us out all day. Thank you very much for watching, and we'll see you next week.